Chapter 101 The Celestial Dragons came to the door. Hammer, it's time to eat. How many days have you been in there? Duan. Are you going to starve yourself to death? Duan. Lance outside the door looked helpless. No matter how he knocked on the door or shouted, the only response he got was the heavy sound of iron hammering. Is he still not coming out? Lance looked back suddenly, and saw that Zifa had appeared behind him without knowing when, looking at him with a smile on his face. Teacher Zifa, yes, he has been in there since the press conference. Zafar nodded slightly when he heard this, and then he also walked to the door of the forging room. Damn Hammer, open the door for me, or I'll go in directly. Duan. Okay, then I'll go in by myself. Seeing that Hammer ignored him, Zifa gave himself a full body armor shell, and then stretched out his powerful right hand to push the door directly. The moment he pushed the door, Zifa was on alert. After all, he was hammered to the sky at the beginning, and this kind of thing must not happen again. But everything went very easily, and the door was pushed open directly. I saw that Hammer's eyes were dull, and his right hand was raised and lowered, like a machine. He was still muttering, "It's over, it's over." Zephyr and Lance were dumbfounded when they saw him in this state. What are you standing there for? Send him to the hospital. No, teacher, what hospital? A mental hospital, don't you see he's mentally ill? Does our headquarters have a special mental hospital? It seems not. Never mind. Send him to the hospital first. Just like that, Taikui was grabbed by Zifa and sent to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor looked at the examination report with a serious face. After observing Taikui for a while, he spoke to Zifa very seriously. Chief Instructor Zifa, based on the current situation, Taikui Major General. Seeing the doctor's serious face, Zifa thought Taikui had a big problem, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. What happened to him? Is he seriously ill? He's fine, he's just a little nervous. When these words came out, Zifa was stunned for a moment. It's okay, why did he become like this? Maybe he didn't want to face the reality for a while, so he hypnotized himself. Hypnosis? How can I wake him up? Pain stimulation, it should be all right. I see. The next second, the dark color covered Zifa's fists, and Zifa strode to the front of the hammer sitting on the chair. Both fists were in place at the same time. It's time for dinner. Boom. Ah. Black Arm Zifa was so terrifying that he screamed and sent the hammer flying out of the hospital with the chair and the wall. This scene really scared Lance and the doctor. Boom. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground rang out, and countless naval officers, the soldiers, all looked at him, and when they found out it was Taikui, they all showed admiration and curiosity. Which bastard hit me and used his domineering power? Ouch, it hurts so much, he hit me in the face. Taiki lay on the ground rubbing his face and wailing. Zephyr flashed in front of him, looked at him with a smile and said, "Are you awake?" Taiki saw Zifa, and he knew why he was hit by the hammer with his toes. "Awake? You really hit me hard." "My face. Can you wake up without hitting me hard? You actually learned hypnosis." "Hehe, it's just a newly developed fruit ability, hammer hypnosis. Do you want to try it, Mr. Zifa?" Zephyr shook his head quickly, and at this moment, he suddenly saw two figures running towards them quickly. "Yuan, surely why are you here?" "Oh no, Teacher Zifa, someone from Marijoa is here. The Celestial Dragons specifically want to see Taikui. Marshal Kong and Admiral Sengoku are dealing with them. Sister Tsuru asked us to find Taikui and send him out to see." Celestial Dragons? Zifa's brows instantly frowned. "What Celestial Dragons? Damn, I'm done for. Teacher, save me, I still want to stay in the Navy and shine. I don't want to be captured by the Celestial Dragons. If you want to say what is the most dangerous thing in the world of One Piece, it must not be the sea, because pirates can only kill you at most. The most dangerous ones are definitely the celestial dragons, because these damned people are not just a group of people, they are demons. No, Lance, hurry, I want to go to sea. Anywhere is fine, go to sea quickly. No need, Major General Ironhammer, you should just follow me to meet Saint Risward. A very cold voice suddenly sounded, and a man in white with a Dalmatian mask appeared in front of everyone in an instant, and his eyes under the mask lit up with a brilliant light. CP0, have you even dispatched? But sorry, this is Marinford, even CP0 can't be rampant here. Zephyr frowned more tightly, but his tall body stood firmly in front of Ironhammer. Humph, former General Blackwrist Zephyr. It seems that you are unwilling to cooperate. Zephyr did not retreat at all, and the two of them were tit for tat, and even Zephyr's fists began to stain. When Ironhammer heard Saint Risward, his mind suddenly moved, and all kinds of things about the Hydra Club and shampoo suddenly emerged, and a trace of enlightenment appeared in his heart. Teacher, I'll go with him. Zephyr looked back at Taikawi in disbelief, only to see a sly smile on Taikawi's face. Don't worry, teacher, I'm sure. Saint Risward, the one who bought Ty's bed, if it's him, it'll be easy to deal with. Maybe we can get in touch with the celestial dragons earlier, which will be helpful for the future. Are you serious, Taikawi? That's... Zephyr was tangled, and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Taikawi's hand. CP0, right, let's go and meet your master. Saint Risward, Major General Taikawi has already set sail. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll help you get it done. Zhang Guo looked at the celestial dragon sitting in front of him with a serious face, with a hint of irritation and anxiety in his eyes. Yes, Saint Risward, Zhang Guo is the only general in this headquarters. If you need him, he will guarantee your safety. Saint Risward looked at Zhang Guo with a look of disdain. Why do I need him, an old man, to follow me? I want to see Orn. Oh, Hammer. Hurry up and find him for me. Really, Dongtali is so slow to do things. Can't you find someone after such a long time? As soon as these words came out, Old Man Kong and Zhang Guo felt something was wrong. Dongtali CP0, damn it. Just when the two were anxious, the door of the marshal's office was pushed open, and two figures walked in one after another. Marshal Kong, General Zhang Guo, here I come. Oh, this is the Honorable Saint Risward, I am Hammer, also known as Orn. Hammer smiled, but under the smile was full of cunning. On the contrary, after seeing him, Saint Risward first looked him up, and then cast a look at Dongtari behind him. Dongtari nodded, and Saint Risward was relieved. Master Orn, you made it so hard for me to find you. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 102, Revenge when there is a grudge, never overnight. Hehe, thank you Saint Risward for your concern. Is the bed comfortable? Saint Risward's eyes flashed with surprise, and he secretly exclaimed, it turned out to be him. It seems that Major General Ironhammer already knows why I came to you. If nothing unexpected happens, I think I can understand. Hehe, where does Major General Ironhammer get his confidence from? Because I am the only one in this sea who can create these strange things. Ironhammer puffed up his chest with confidence, then took out a watch and placed it in front of Saint Risward. Please look, sir. This is my new work, the Thunder Watch. I think this thing will definitely make you people like it. New things are undoubtedly very attractive to the celestial dragons. A small watch instantly attracted Saint Risward's attention. Even the huge glass cover could not block his fiery sight. On the contrary, Old Man Kong and Zhang Guo on the side cast a questioning look at Taikawi. Taikawi shook his head first, then nodded. That means that this thing is not good, so it's given. This made the two old men feel a little relieved. It looks like an ordinary watch. Does it have any special function? Faced with Saint Risward's inquiry, Taikawi smiled slightly. That bed looks ordinary, but can Saint Risward be satisfied with its function? That's very satisfactory. Since I got that bed, I don't have to move it myself. It's also very comfortable. That's it. My lord, you should understand that the real good things are plain in appearance. Seeing Saint Risward very satisfied with the bed, Taikui knew that he had made the right bet. This old man was obviously fascinated by the things made by Master Orn, and wanted to make something new. If possible, he would even tie him up and take him to Mary Giosa to forge it for him alone. Is that so? What is the effect of this watch? We need to find someone to experiment with it. I think the CP0 senior behind the Lord is a good one. I wonder if he is willing to do it. A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Taikui's mouth. I am going to class the first lesson: revenge when there is a grudge, never overnight. Don Terry felt uncomfortable under Taikui's gaze. A trace of anger surged in his heart. He glared at Taikui fiercely, thinking, this kid did it on purpose. Iron Hammer was not afraid at all. He glared back at him with wide eyes. I did it on purpose. What can you do? Don Terry, since Master Orn said so, then you can try it. Don Terry was like an ice cellar in an instant. Damn celestial dragons, I worked so hard and you still asked me to test poison. But a CP0, he couldn't refuse the celestial dragon's orders, not to mention that he was originally assigned to protect Saint Risward. Wait, Lord Saint Risward, let's move outside. It's too small here. I'm afraid it will affect the display effect. Oh, is it such a big scene? Okay, let's go outside. After saying that, Taikui gave a look to the old man Zhangguo. The latter understood instantly and immediately went out to evacuate the crowd. Saint Risward took the lead and walked outside. Dong Terry glared at Taikui first and then quickly followed. Old man Kong grabbed Taikui and asked in a very heavy tone, Taiki, do you know what you are doing? If something happens to the celestial dragons in the headquarters, even I can't protect you. Don't worry, old man Kong, I cherish my life more than anyone else, and I haven't become the head of logistics yet. If I wasn't sure, I would have run away long ago. Looking at Taikui's confident look, the uneasiness in old man Kong's heart subsided a little, and then the two of them walked outside. In the open space outside the headquarters building, Taikui handed the watch to Dong Talai. Lord Saint Risward, please look, this watch mainly has lightning power. There are two buttons next to the dial, and the button on the left can launch lightning. While introducing, Taikui hid to the side, and everyone followed suit immediately. Soon, Dong Talai was the only one left in the middle of the venue, and even Saint Risward stood next to Taikui and looked at the watch with curiosity. Dontali, don't stand there, try it. Dontali was instantly in tears, and he had the idea of retiring early in his heart. Just face the air and press the button on the left, don't worry, you will be fine. I don't believe you, but after all, Saint Risward was still waiting, and Dong Terry didn't dare to hesitate. He could only raise his right hand with the watch on it, pointed it at the sky, and pressed the left button. Click! Instantly, a deafening thunder sounded, and a visible lightning shot out from the watch, leaving a thunder in the air. Wow, it can really shoot lightning, good stuff. What about the button on the right? What's the use of pressing it? Don Terry pressed the right one. Don Terry was secretly surprised, but he felt relieved when he saw that he was not injured, and then he pressed the button on the right. What Taikui wanted was for him to press the button on the right. Seeing Dong Terry's action, Taikui instantly showed an evil smile. When Dong Terry saw this smile, his heart skipped a beat, and the next second he understood why Taikui smiled so evilly. The terrifying electric current instantly began to spread with the dial as the center. As a conductor, Dong Terry was instantly electrified and scorched inside and out, and wisps of black smoke began to emerge from his head. Taikui looked at the surprised Risward Saint, and he felt that it was not enough, so he immediately leaned forward and whispered. In fact, the most powerful function of this watch is to press the left and right buttons together, so that the watch can play its strongest function. As soon as these words came out, Old Man Kong and Zhang Guo could hardly hold back their smiles. This bastard, he wasn't showing off his props, he was just trying to trick that CP0. Look at him, he's almost done for now, but he still won't let him go, tut tut tut, what a devil. However, it feels so good let these bastards show off their power every day, it's also good to deal with them. Really press them together. Dong Terry, did you hear me press both buttons at once? Risward Saint shouting to Dong Tailai with curiosity. Dong Tailai wanted to die, and this series of electric currents was too much for his physique. But he still gritted his teeth and trembled as he pressed the two buttons at the same time. My lord, please look at the last secret of the Thunder Watch, the punishment from heaven. Amid the sinister sound of the hammer, a thunder as thick as a child's arm rose from the ground. It directly submerged Dong Tailai in the thunder. As a celestial dragon, this punishment from heaven is the most suitable for you. What do you think, Honorable Saint Risward? Saint Risward's eyes gradually fell into madness, and he looked at the thunder with more and more love. The whisper of the devil is sometimes more lethal than anything else. Especially for some people who are high and mighty. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 103. The Five Elders Called, Durag rebelled. Ah! A painful scream sounded from the thunder, and at the same time, the expression on Saint Risward's face became more satisfied. Waiting for the thunder and lightning to dissipate, the CP0 Winter Tower was already dark, and he fell heavily to the ground with smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. If it weren't for his chest still rising and falling, everyone would have thought he had died. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Iron Hammer, right? Do you want to go with me to Mary Gosa to be my private forger? I'll give you an annual salary of 2 billion Baileys. A huge sum of money, absolutely a huge sum of money. You should know that the annual payment of Tian Shangjin by a kingdom is only 10 billion Baileys, and the annual salary offered by Saint Risward is definitely a sky-high price. For a moment, Old Man Kong, Zhang Guo, and others all showed a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces, and looked at Iron Hammer with a hint of expectation. Iron Hammer did not disappoint them, and only a burst of chuckles rang out. Hee hee, Saint Risward is joking. I am a navy. Well, I understand. If you understand. 3 billion Baileys, this is 1/10 of my Risward family's annual quota. How about it? Iron Hammer was stunned for a moment. 3 billion Baileys, it is no exaggeration to say that as long as he nods, he will definitely have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. But when I think of the various actions of the celestial dragons, what is there to hesitate about? Hee hee, this is not a matter of money, Saint Risward. After all, I am a navy, and my duty is to maintain peace in the sea. Saint Risward instantly showed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. What, are you going to refuse the order of the celestial dragons, who are descendants of the Creator? Don't think that just because I admire you, you have the ability to bargain with me. This is the temperament that celestial dragons should have. No one can disobey, and no one can be presumptuous. How could that be actually? You don't know that all my forgings are inspired by the battles with pirates. If I leave the sea, my inspiration will be limited. You don't want to play with something boring, do you? Iron Hammer wiped his sweat and explained. Sure enough, this explanation made Saint Risward nod slightly. Not to mention other celestial dragons, just himself, he doesn't like to stay in Marijoa every day, but likes to stay in the lower world. Endless joy. I can accept what you said. Iron Hammer breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that as long as you let go, it will be easy. Just when Iron Hammer was about to start dealing with Saint Risward, a phone rang suddenly. Bokeo bokeo. I saw Old Man Kong take out a den mushy from his arms. Hello, I'm Kong. I'm Zigalusha Satan. I have 2 things to say. Zigalusha Satan, one of the 5 elder stars, the god of scientific defense. You said. After analyzing the report you submitted, we think it's okay, but there is one thing, the props with special abilities must be reported and sent to Pangu City. Okay, no problem. What about the position and price? Humph, you still want a position. If it weren't for you and Hammer who made the world government earn enough face, I would have rushed to your Navy headquarters right now. Old Kong was stunned for a moment, and his originally happy mood suddenly took a 90-degree turn. Just now, the Grand Line Country Sakura Kingdom, the Navy headquarters Vice Admiral, the awarding ceremony has not been held. Drago openly sank the world government ship and captured the celestial dragon Kikuduo Sheng. According to intelligence, Drago is heading towards Whiskey Peak. You must send Zhangguo immediately rescue him for me. As for Taikawi, he will be promoted to Lieutenant General, but he will not be the Minister of Logistics. The price of the items depends on the situation. As for those who have no combat power to help, we will not intervene. Remember my words, now give priority to sending troops go and rescue Kikuduo Sheng for me. Beiji. The phone call shocked everyone present, except for Old Man Kong and Zhangguo, whose faces were instantly covered with haze. Taichui sighed in his heart. Damned rag, can't he hold it anymore? He took action so quickly. Excuse me, Saint Rizward, please return to Mary Gosa immediately. You heard what Saint Satan said just now. It's not safe on the sea now. Saint Rizward didn't dare to say it even if he didn't want to. What, after all, he could hear the voices of the 5 elders clearly. And he also knew that unlucky Saint Kikuduo, and the two had communicated some new experiences together. Okay, then I'll go back to Mary Gosa first. But, Iron Hammer, I'll come again, and then we'll have a good chat about the props. Rizward Saint gave Iron Hammer a very obscene smile, which made Iron Hammer tremble all over. He thought that this old man wouldn't really have any weird habits. Don Terry, how long are you going to lie down? Go back. By the way, take off your watch. Iron Hammer, I like this watch very much, and I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll have someone send it over for 500 million Baileys. Don Terry opened his eyes helplessly and followed Rizward Saint away. I just want to pretend to be dead and take a rest, why is it so difficult? Zhangguo, I'll go and stabilize Garp. Who is in the Grand Line now? You lead the team to bring back the bastard dragon. I want to pry open his head with my own hands to see what he is thinking. Old Man Kong was so angry that he couldn't speak. The rising star under his command actually attacked the celestial dragons so blatantly. Zhangguo's face was also very ugly. He just hoped that Garp didn't know about Dragon's matter now. Otherwise, this matter would be difficult to deal with. Tisk, I'll go. It's just the Grand Line. Iron Hammer gritted his teeth and decided to go. What's your relationship with Dragon? It's okay, don't you still trust me? I can tell the difference in big things. If it were said that before, Old Man Kong would definitely hesitate, but after the battle with the Red Earl and the importance of Iron Hammer to the headquarters, his trust in Iron Hammer has greatly increased. Okay, Sengoku, you lead the team, Iron Hammer follows. Go and bring me Dragon. Bolo bolo, bolo bolo. Hey Garp asshole, who told you come back to me? Damn it. Looking at the den mushi that had been hung up, Old Man Kong felt like he was going to explode. Sengoku on the side pinched his forehead helplessly. Even Iron Hammer was surprised. He didn't expect Garp to get the news so quickly, but it wasn't a strange thing to think about it. After all, Dragon is Garp's son. If he rebels, someone will definitely notify Garp. Zhangguo, hurry up and set off that bastard. Garp has already rushed to the front half from the New World. If he gets there first, you know what will happen. Zhangguo nodded, and just as he was about to take action, he saw that Tai Hammer had already run out before him. Lance, everyone on the Warmer, prepare to sail, get ready quickly. Old Zhangguo, come sail with us, you guys hurry up, otherwise, your salary will be deducted. Amid Tai Hammer's shouts, a group of people ran quickly towards the port. It really stunned Old Kong and Zhangguo. Thank you all for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 104 A Generous Gift for Dragon. General Sengoku, what do you think about Durag? Taiko and Sengoku stood side by side at the bow of the Sengoku, looking at the endless sea, and Taiko asked. Attacking government ships, kidnapping celestial dragons, either of which is a capital crime. Alas, this little bastard, really makes people worry. Sengoku's words were full of regret, but Taiko heard something different from it. Durag. A gleam of light flashed in Taiko's eyes, and then he turned and walked into the cabin, heading straight for the forging room. No, where is he going? Looking at Taiko, who was absent, Sengoku didn't react for a while, and hurriedly asked the adjutant Lance beside him. Lance was no longer surprised. Report to General Sengoku. Major General Taiko went to the forging room, and if nothing unexpected happens. Duan. Well, you won't see him before you reach your destination. Sengoku, this guy is a major general, he is a hands-off boss. Iron Hammer, yo cousin, you know a lot. Monkey, no, he doesn't know this, I know more. And Iron Hammer, who was in the forging room, looked at the object in front of him with a serious expression and murmured. Drag, let me perfect you. The speed of the warhammer is very fast, much faster than the average steel behemoth, thanks to the modification of the power system by Iron Hammer when it was transformed. Otherwise, it would be a daydream to want to make a ship with heavyweight defensive steel plates run with the original power system. It seems that we have to be one step faster after all. Hurry up and deal with things before Garp comes, otherwise it will be even more difficult to deal with when that old bastard comes. Looking at the Whiskey Mountain in front of him, Zhang Guo issued an arrest order. Lance, go inform Hammer. Everyone prepare to land on the island and capture Durag. At this time, at the top of Whiskey Mountain, Durag was drinking in a bar by himself, but if you look closely at his hands, a slight tremor. Beside him was the knocked-out celestial dragon Kikutuo Sheng. The entire Whiskey Peak was now empty, and everyone had been driven away by dragon. Of course, there was also the power of the celestial dragon. When the original residents saw dragon tied with a glass-covered celestial dragon coming here, panic, fear, and all kinds of negative emotions instantly detonated the entire Whiskey Peak. Everyone scattered and fled for their lives. On this sea, who doesn't know the horror of the celestial dragon? Once you attack the celestial dragon, you will definitely attract the Admiral of the Navy. They don't want to become the dead souls of the Admiral. Is it coming? Heh, but I don't regret it. Drag drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, without any regrets. Iron Hammer, why are you so slow? What do you have in your hand? Iron Hammer finally came out of the forging room, holding an object wrapped in black cloth, which instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. He just shook his head and smiled. Let's go up the mountain. Don't keep him waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, an unusual hammering sound came from Taiko's body. Duan, soft, Duan, soft, Duan, soft, Duan, heavy. 3 light and 1 heavy, after the end it becomes 9 light and 1 heavy. It went on, and soon everyone on the ship, including the Warring States General, began to look empty-eyed. The next second, everyone started moving again and began to walk on the ship. Only then did Taiko stop hammering with satisfaction. He got off the ship alone and walked towards the top of Whiskey Peak. Insert a panel message. Name, Taiko. Age, 20. Devil Fruit, Superhuman Hammer Fruit, Development Degree 85. Developed abilities of the Devil Fruit: Normal Hammer, Air Hammer, Ring Hammer, Mind Hammer, Broken Face Hammer, Hammer Fire, Independent Space, Hammer Hypnosis. Armament Haki, activated 40, Hardening with good strength. Observation Haki, activated 20, Prediction and Perception, weak strength. Conqueror Haki, don't look at it, you won't get it even if you look at it, just do more ironwork, you salted fish. Ability, 6 styles, Perfectly mastered. 6 styles extended skills, mastered. System ability, critical hit granting, fully enabled. Hammer hypnosis, a newly realized ability of the hammer. Relying on the rhythmic sound of the hammering of the mind, hypnotize people into a fantasy world. After Taikui got off the boat, Zhangguo, who was supposed to be hypnotized, suddenly stopped. The emptiness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a smile, and he murmured, "This bastard, the fruit is quite comprehensive. If I were not in the form of the great Buddha of the mythical beast, with extraordinary willpower, I would have really fallen into his trap. It seems that he has his own way. Well, let him go. If it doesn't go well, I will do it." Taichui didn't know that his hypnosis was completely useless to Zhangguo. At this time, Taikui had come to the tavern where Durag was with the perception of the color of observation. Seeing Durag drinking alone, Taikui walked over carelessly and sat down next to him. "Durag, you bastard, I'm here, why don't you pour me a drink?" "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. I didn't expect you to be the one coming, my dear friend." "Forget it, the old man Zhangguo is at the foot of the mountain, but I hypnotized him." Durag shuddered and looked at Taikui in disbelief. "Why are you looking at me? If I don't hypnotize him, what can I do? Let him come up and catch you. You should be glad that it's me who came, not Gozii, otherwise the magma would have greeted you by now." Taiki took a sip of wine and complained weakly. Durag laughed. "You said you just did it and you kidnapped the celestial dragons directly, why don't you go to heaven?" "I tell you, it's because your father is Garp and the one who came is the old man Zhangguo, otherwise you would have been dead long ago, don't you know? Let's not talk about anything else, just say that CP0 can let you go. The entire CP0 will run here to chase you and chop you." The words are rough but the truth is not rough, and Dragon understands Taikui's meaning very well. The son of the Navy hero Garp, the future rising star candidate of the Navy, all these identities have become his last protection. "I can't stand it anymore, Iron Hammer. Do you know what this bastard did? 6 children were shot and killed right in front of me. The oldest was only 7 or 8 years old, and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. Is this still a human being? He is a complete devil. If this world still allows these people to stand at the top, then it's over." Looking at Dragon's excitement and madness, the hammer didn't say anything. Of course he understood what kind of character the celestial dragons were, and he just experienced it himself. "What are you going to do? Pay your life for such a coward? Is it worth it? Or do you think you can make these people remember by doing this?" "Just kidding, my dear friend, you are too naive. Look at this, I specially prepared for you, I hope it can bring you a new experience and let you walk a different path." The package was opened, and a pair of slippers with red patterns appeared in front of Durag. When he looked at Taikui with doubt, Taikui's face was full of smiles. But this smile made Durag feel a little bad. Chapter 105 Actor Warring States is ready. What is this slipper?" Taikui raised the slipper with excitement, revealing the red pattern on the sole, and said proudly, "After traveling the sea for so many years, have you ever heard of the 13th Supreme Sword? Oh, no, it should be the 14th work, the super invincible Supreme Black Slipper. That's it. As a close friend, I prepared it for you, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Durag looked at the slippers in Taikui's hand with a blank face, not understanding why they were prepared for him. But Taikui's next words caused a strong reaction from Dragon. "Durag, if I'm not mistaken, you want to resist world conquest. Don't be so surprised, since you told me last time, at Wall, I felt that you had this intention." Durag exhaled heavily and nodded. "It's you, Taikui, my best friend, I do have this idea. But I have been hesitant, after all." Taiki spoke for him directly. "After all, your father is a Navy hero, and you also yearn for justice. But you have to understand, Dragon, everyone will have his time to appear. Since God has allowed you to see the evil side of the celestial dragons, it means that the time for you to appear has been arranged for you, isn't it now? Sorry, Comrade Pirate King of the future, let me use your words first. When will everyone appear? It seems so. Iron Hammer had a black line on his face when he heard it, and slapped Dragon on the back of his head. You bastard, you really make me angry. Dragon laughed and took another sip of wine. If you can escape this time, what are you going to do? Can you escape? Then I will form an organization, recruit a group of like-minded comrades, and hold high the banner of freedom to fight against the tyranny of the celestial dragons and the world government. Hey, isn't this an idea? Why did you say it now? You didn't ask me. The two looked at each other and clinked glasses again. It's a pity, Dragon, I can't just let you go, otherwise my brother's career will be gone. Ahem, bastard Iron Hammer, you want to use me to gain credit. Taikawi's words made Durag choke his throat, but the next second Durag's eyes lit up. How about, Taikawi, you come with me, I'm the boss and you're the second, let's conquer the world together. Puff. Taikawi sprayed out all the wine he had just taken. Stop, don't even think about it, I'm leaving my job as the logistics director, I'm going to wander around with you. Am I sick? On the contrary, you, be careful when you go out, don't let those CP guys bite you. Durag also knew that Taikawi's ambition was not here, and it was useless to say it. But that's his personality, he had to try it. Speaking of which, Taikawi, we haven't fought each other officially yet. Do you want to fight? Taikawi rolled his eyes at him with disdain. What are you thinking about fighting with monsters like you? Am I tired of living or are you crazy? If you want to beat you up, go find Guzi or Monkey Brother, not me. I just came to see how you are, whether you need guidance or not, and it seems that you don't need it. Drag nodded, his eyes full of motivation. This world needs different factors, and a huge change. If no one is willing to take the lead, then I will be the first to bear the brunt. Huo, at this moment, a light seemed to be shining on Durag. Taika was surprised, and his right hand swung up in shock. Pa! Ouch! The supreme black mop hit Durag's left face fiercely, and Durag was stunned instantly. Fuck Taikawi, why are you hitting me with the sole of your shoe? Don't cover it, let me see. Let me tell you, my big black sandals are a special forging product, with one-time ability pattern printed on them. Let me see if the pattern is complete. Iron Hammer roughly pried open Dragon's hand, revealing his left face. Sure enough, the red fork-shaped pattern was instantly printed on Dragon's face. Ha ha ha, good Dragon, that's all. Go out into the world with the tattoo that Iron Hammer tailored for you. Subvert this world. This tattoo is proof that you've taken the first step. Drag looked at the crazy and laughing Iron Hammer blankly. Just as he was about to ask something, the terrifying hammering was instantly launched with Iron Hammer as the center of the circle. Stone breaking in the chest. Navy Trader Dragon, I Rear Admiral Iron Hammer of the headquarters, will arrest you and bring you to justice. Save the celestial dragons. Drag didn't have time to think about it, and he grabbed Kikduo Sheng and turned into a hurricane and flew into the sky. The original bar was instantly reduced to ruins by the hammer shock wave of the hammer. Hit the bull from behind. Hammer 80. He swung his hands again, and the hammer without the armed color domineering broke through the air. He turned him into a whirlwind in the puzzled eyes of Dragon. Hammer you! Don't talk nonsense, Dragon, surrender quickly. The hammer took a moon step and rushed into the sky with an arrogant face. Dorag instantly understood what the hammer meant, and couldn't help but feel touched. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Psychic Hammer. The flying hammer launched a psychological hammer, covering Dragon and Kikduo Sheng in an instant. The hammer that originally impacted the soul did not cause any burden to Dragon, but it woke up the unconscious celestial dragon from his coma. Ah, save me, save me! Instantly, a terrifying cry sounded in the air. "Damn evil thief, let the celestial dragon go!" Iron Hammer instantly showed anger and pointed at dragon. His acting was as realistic as it could be. "Navy, come and save me!" Kikuduo Sheng saw the figure of Iron Hammer and shouted more frantically. Drag's face turned black instantly. "Damn bastard scum like you should not live in the world. Die! Become the first step for me to subvert the world." The right hand became a claw, dragon claw fist. The martial arts that appeared to tear apart the world's powers. Kikuduo Sheng was strangled to death in dragon's hand. The body was thrown aside by dragon. "Drag, you bastard!" Suddenly, a voice full of anger sounded, and the golden Buddha light instantly illuminated the entire Whiskey Mountain. "Warring States is here." But the sudden change was accompanied by the death of the celestial dragons. A terrifying momentum spread from dragon. "The celestial dragons are just people, they will be killed as well. This world is fair, it shouldn't be like this now. Power should be crushed, this is my justice." Ah! The terrifying domineering color burst out instantly, and the hammer was the first to be affected. There was a blank in his mind, and a trance made the hammer a little confused. But the hammer, who came back to his senses, looked at dragon's heroic appearance and showed a relieved smile. "Accept your life, dragon." Heavy hammer sparks. The hammer sounded, and the fire appeared, and the flames directly surrounded dragon in the form of a tornado. "I am the wind, the most free and heroic wind in the world." Dragon claw fist, breath of wind. Drag, who had awakened the conqueror Haki, no longer hesitated and directly stretched out his claws in the face of the flames. The thick armament Haki instantly covered his palms. The next second, an explosion appeared instantly. Drag used the power of his hands to tear the flames apart and blasted at the hammer with undiminished power. "Damn bastard!" Iron block armament hardened. The hammer was shocked. He quickly used the double defense of iron block and armament Haki. However, facing the full strength attack of Drag, the dragon claw fist and the power of the hurricane, the hammer had no way to deal with it. It was first blown away and then blown up by the hurricane. The flying sand in the sky directly buried the hammer. The terrifying gale directly shaved the top of the Whiskey Mountain, and all the houses and trees were rolled up. Iron Hammer, who ate dirt and chewed stones, and occasionally had a grass leaf to add flavor, had only one thought in his mind. "Drag, you bastard, you did a great job. I won't let you bleed heavily next time we meet. I'll take your last name." Iron Hammer Buddha's shock. Zhangguo, who finally arrived at the battlefield with the moon step, was very anxious when he saw Iron Hammer was injured. He raised his hand and sent a shock wave. Iron Hammer, who was originally fine, was directly blasted into the sky by the shock wave. "Iron Hammer, damn old bastard Zhangguo, you said you can't act, you didn't hit Drago, but you hit me. Zhangguo, Garp is behind me. I'm afraid that old bastard will fight with me. Poor you, little hammer." "Ha ha ha, thank you for your cultivation over the years, General Zhangguo Darag, thanks you again. Say sorry to my old man for me, but I also have something I want to pursue. Goodbye." The wind is rising, the dragon is flying. Amidst the laughter and the howling wind, Darag turned into a tornado and flew away, leaving behind a ruin. Zhangguo, who was still in the image of a big Buddha, had a complicated look in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it and hurried to find the iron hammer that he had just blown away. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even more perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 106 Iron Hammer exploded. Iron Hammer smiled again. Is that so? He still escaped? Yes, Marshal Kong, Dragon awakened the Conqueror's Haki, and as a natural ability user, Iron Hammer and I have no good way to deal with him. Oh, it's hard to explain to the 5 elders now. You guys should come back first, and the bounty will be issued after you come back. Where's Garp? Is he still on his way here? He and I stopped him, and I took him back to Marinford. After hanging up the phone, Zhangguo sighed slightly, turned around and looked at Tai Chui, who was covered in dust, and asked, Tai Kaya, how are you? Tai Kaya shook his head, indicating that he was fine. My head is still a little confused, it's okay, shall we return old Zhangguo? Well, take the body of the celestial dragon and return. By the way, old man, how did you get out of my hypnosis? Hehe, with your half-baked hypnosis, how could I fall for it? Tai Kaya. As expected, old men are the most annoying. Holy Land Mary Joa, Pangu City. So, is this what you want to report? A navy traitor awakened the conqueror's haki and killed a celestial dragon. And you let him run away. Old Kong, Sengoku, and Garp were facing 5 old men in suits. It was the 5 elders, the highest representatives of the world government. Financial martial god, Saint Azambaran Vinasujiro. Agricultural martial god, Saint Shepherd Tenpit. Legal martial god, Saint Topman Voculi. Environmental martial god, Saint Marcus Maz. Scientific defense martial god, Saint Jagalusha Satan. Yes, I have a very intuitive understanding of dragon's strength. With his natural ability and 3-color domineering, he has already entered the ranks of generals. Old Kong did not back down at all, and faced the 5 elders' blame with a serious face. Beside him, Sengoku also had a serious face. Only Garp looked disdainful. This is Garp, the most unscrupulous person in the navy. Even when facing the 5 elders, he has no respect. Publish the bounty. After all, this is the first bloodshed of celestial dragons after the God Valley incident, and the situation is very bad. The bounty is 2 billion Baileys. Second. 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 Finally, the god of law and war Topman Voculi confirmed the bounty for dragon. But it's not over yet. Izambaran Vinasujiro, holding a famous sword in his arms, spoke again. Because of the Navy's failure in this incident, the funding for the Navy headquarters will be reduced by 20 in the next 3 years. Kong, can you accept it? After these words came out, Kong didn't react, but Sengoku's face changed. Accept. Izambaran Vinasujiro looked at the expressionless Marshal Kong and nodded. The god of science defense, Jagalusha Satan, then spoke. Garp, the traitor is your offspring after all, you need to help. Garp picked his nose and looked at him with disdain. I saved your life, how dare you make suggestions? Satan's face darkened, but he didn't say anything else. Shut up, Garp. Let's deal with this, I accept it, if it's okay, we'll leave. Old Man Kong retorted to Garp with one sentence, and then left with Sengoku and Garp. Looking at the 3 people leaving, the 5 elders were all very helpless. Satan, you shouldn't have provoked him, you know that Garp is a bastard. He's still a bastard with high-end combat power. How can you face him? What have you done? The agricultural warrior god, Shepherd Ten Peter Saint, who had not spoken before, looked at Satan Saint with a gloomy face. The sea still needs to be maintained. The navy can't be too tight. Let CP0 go out. Don't let the news leak out. Go after Monkey D. Dragon. I seconded. 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 Damn dragon, I'm so angry. Garp, that's enough for the next 3 years, you'll go to the New World to capture Roger honestly. Don't come back if you have nothing to do you hear me? Back on the warship in Marinford, Garp was still complaining, but was stopped by Old Man Kong the next second. Marshal Kong, will the world government take any action? Humph, they wouldn't be them if they didn't make any moves. There won't be any open moves, but there will definitely be some hidden moves. I guess CP0 is now looking for Dragon all over the world. It's all thanks to Dragon's ruthlessness that he sank the whole ship, otherwise humph. After hearing this, Garp showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. After all, he is his son, and even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. As for the reduced military expenditure, it's a headache. The reward for Hammer has also been cut, and that little bastard might also get angry. Old Man Kong rubbed his brows helplessly. He now understood what Hammer said back then. None of the high-ranking officers in the Navy were normal, and even the things they encountered were so weird. The facts were just as Old Man Kong expected. Marinford, Marshal's office. All the high-ranking officers in the Navy were there, and Hammer was there too. What, my logistics minister won't give it to me again? Are you kidding me? When Taikui learned that his logistics chief was gone, he exploded instantly. Although he was also promoted to lieutenant general, how could a lieutenant general be as good as a logistics chief? Why are you exploding? The 5 elders gave the order personally. Why don't you rush to Pangu City to discuss it with them? Taikim. Old Man Kong was not afraid at all. After all, the reward was deducted from above. What did it have to do with him as a marshal? Don't be ungrateful. Vice Admiral is already very good. At worst, you can stay in Marinford and forge steadily. I won't assign you any tasks and let you go out. What can Taikui do? A higher rank can crush a person, so he can only accept it. After all, he has been promoted to Vice Admiral, and with Old Man Kong, he will stay in the headquarters in the future and won't go anywhere. The reward for Durag has been set, 2 billion Baileys. Zhangguo, you go and follow up. By the way, Taikui, there is one more thing I want to talk to you about. It's about the world government reducing the military expenditure of the Navy for the next 3 years. Taiki was angry again in an instant. No, it's okay to deduct my reward, but they even cut the military expenditure of the headquarters. These 5 old bastards are too much. Wait, Old Man Kong, what's that expression on your face? Damn it, you are plotting against me again. Looking at Old Man Kong's unfathomable look, Taikui instantly understood that he was being targeted again. Hey, don't spit blood, Lieutenant General Taikui. This is for you to be better qualified for the position of Logistics Minister. Besides, the world government has also made plans for your forging ability. You know the financial resources of the world government, Taikui, right? The 5 elders said that they don't care about things that don't have offensive power. Old Man Kong looked at Taikui with a cunning look. Iron Hammer instantly understood what Old Man Kong meant, and then he also showed a cunning smile. I understand it, especially cutting off my reward is equivalent to cutting off my life. Cutting off my life is equivalent to cutting off my life. If they want to take my things, I'm not Taikui if I don't kill them. This time I'll help you connect, and our buyers will be the celestial dragons. How about it? Old Man Kong played this sentence thoroughly. When Taikui heard this, he instantly became interested again. Things like cheating the celestial dragons out of money are exciting just thinking about it. How do we split it? How about 50 to 50? Go away. You are so embarrassed to ask for half just for helping to connect people. How can you talk like that? Connecting people is also a science, okay. 37 to 50 split. 46. Okay, but the materials for forging should be provided by the department. Okay. Looking at the 2 bad guys, one old and one young, laughing. Ms. Zhangguo and Ms. He were helpless. Chapter 107 Lao Deng, don't touch that Fang Tian Huaji. In the courtyard of Taikui's family, 2 equally tall and strong men were sitting and drinking and chatting. Hey Drag, that little bastard. Teacher Zifa, it has happened, but I have to say that dragon is really strong. He has awakened the conqueror's haki and almost beat Tai to the point where he can't take care of himself. Sherry wine is really refreshing when you have something on your mind. Taikui, who put down the bottle, looked at the lonely look on his teacher's face and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Hey, Teacher Zifa, you traveled the sea in the first half of your life and were famous. You spent the second half of your life educating talents and had countless famous disciples. Don't worry, as long as Tai is here, you will definitely live in peace and security in the headquarters. I have applied to Old Man Kong. After being promoted to Vice Admiral, I will not go to sea anymore. I will still stay in the arsenal and will still help you as an assistant. Zephyr looked at Taikui with great satisfaction. You just lack motivation. Even if you are a blacksmith, you have great talent. Why don't you want to go to sea? Tisk, what's the good of going to sea? I have handed the warmer to Lance. Let him and Shirley go to fight the bandits. I'd better stay at the rear. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. When will your Vice Admiral awarding ceremony be held? I don't know yet. I heard from Old Man Kong and Old Man Zhangguo that there will be a hearing. It's really troublesome. Iron Hammer drank the sherry in his hand in one breath, with a trace of helplessness on his face. That's the normal process. After all, the Vice Admiral is the core of the Navy. How can we be less rigorous? In addition to you, Borsellino and Sakaski were promoted to Vice Admirals this time. The three of you are all capable of doing things on your own. Zephyr showed a trace of memory on his face. A few years ago, these guys were his students. Now they are making rapid progress. In this way, Iron Hammer's life finally became stable for a while. These days, Taikui lived directly in the arsenal. Every day, he was happy to forge iron, and he was as happy as he could be. Old Kong would go to the arsenal once a day and reveal some unknown hobbies to Taikui. The two of them worked together happily. Taikui, what are you making? What didn't you say that those guys like strange things? Is this Fang Tianhuaji also? Old Kong looked at the Fang Tianhuaji standing on the side with a questioning look. It was silver white and looked very good. There were crescent-shaped blades on both sides connected to the tip of the spear through two small branches, which could be used for stabbing and chopping. He then held the Fang Tianhuaji. Oh my god, Lao Deng, don't touch that Fang Tianhuaji. The Fang Tianhuaji was held, as if activated, and a faint light shone. The next second, it broke away from the control of Old Man Kong, rose from the ground, broke through the ceiling and flew into the air. Old Man Kong! What's going on? How did this thing fly into the sky? I didn't even hold it. I told you not to touch it. That thing is a failure. Its properties are soaring on the spot. It will fly into the sky immediately after being touched. It is completely unknown when and where it will fall. Iron Hammer was so angry that he spit out saliva. This old Deng was really drunk. Old Man Kong took back his hand with an embarrassed look. What should I do? What can I do? Let's see which unlucky little thing will be hit. I hope no one will die. Old Man Kong was silent for a moment. He looked at his hands, clenched them tightly and put them in his trouser pockets. He made up his mind not to touch anything here in the future. Old Kong, take a look. Will the celestial dragons like these things? Iron Hammer pointed to one side. Old Kong looked and saw a pile of things piled up on the side. Gravity gun, castrated version. I reduced the materials. It needs to be charged to use. It can be used for 1 hour at a time, but it takes a day to charge. The firestone is used as an energy source and must be charged by solar energy. Perfect iron bed added more movement modes. Well, Saint Resward should like it. This thing does not require any ability. Just assemble it and it can be mass-produced. Puppet gloves, well, a product of special abilities. Psychedelic glasses, a product of special abilities. Leg-locking hat. Old Kong looked at one weird prop after another, and the smile on his face became bigger and bigger. Finally, he laughed out loud. Hey, old man, I have prepared all the things for you. How are you going to sell them to the celestial dragons? Go directly to Mary Joa to sell them. Old Kong instantly stopped laughing and looked at Iron Hammer like a fool. Are you stupid? If it's the iron bed, I can sell it, but you're going to sell these special ability products too, isn't that pure waste? It must be auctioned. The celestial dragons are all suckers. Who else can I cheat? There's also an auction place in Marijoa. I can just take it there. That's right. What's not on Marijoa? By the way, I forgot to mention the business. The hearing for the Vice Admiral will be held in 3 days. Don't forget it. I know. It's okay. You can leave now. You've delayed my iron making. Old Man Kong. Good job. 3 days passed in a flash. The hearing for the Vice Admiral of the Navy is an important ceremony for promotion to Vice Admiral. This hearing is for the new generation of leaders of the Navy, namely, Sakaski, Borsellino, and Iron Hammer. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. In addition to Iron Hammer, Sakaski and Borsellino came to the marshal's office early, waiting for the hearing. Where's that bastard Iron Hammer? Why hasn't he come yet? Looking at the Iron Hammer who was late, Old Man Kong was so angry that his face turned black. I'm coming. Oh, Old Man Kong, I'm just a little late, why are you in such a hurry? Just when Old Man Kong was about to explode, Iron Hammer finally arrived. Hey, Sashi Bulletin, Iron Hammer-san. Brother Monkey, how are you and Brother Dog? After all, the 3 of them came from the same dormitory, and they still have a good relationship. Even Sakaski's expressionless face forced a smile. Monkey and Iron Hammer were even more arm in arm, chatting. Brother Dog, I heard that you cleaned up the first half very well, and you also went to the New World to fight pirates privately. Is it cool? Well, it's pretty cool. I even had a fight with Kaido. This is very Sakaski. Brother Monkey, is Punk Hazard interesting, and how is your laser development? I knew it was your fault. I'm exhausted. Dr. Vegapunk completely treated me as a test subject, but the prototype of the laser weapon has come out. Brother Monkey glanced at Iron Hammer with resentment, and the latter laughed. Okay, you guys, the officials of the world government are here. The hearing will start soon, get ready. The 3 looked at each other, all showing a hint of sneer. Prepare what preparations? Just do it. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 108 Warring States. Where is your dignity? The hearing, as the name suggests, requires the world government to summon and communicate with the generals who are about to be promoted to Vice Admiral. To ensure that they are qualified for the position of Vice Admiral. Conference Hall of the Navy Headquarters. The 2 inspectors sent by the world government are ready to go. At the same time, General Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru are also supervising. A group of generals are sitting outside to listen, even Zifa, a semi-retired person, is there. When Taikui and the other 2 walked into the hall, the hearing officially began. Taikui looked at the faces of the crowd and felt a little depressed. He thought, this is not a hearing at all, it seems like a large-scale criticism meeting. Looking at Dog Brother, his face is full of silence, and under the silence, it exudes a strong smell of gunpowder like a volcano about to erupt, and he is ready to fight if he disagrees with anything. Monkey Brother is the calmest, wretched. There was no sign of nervousness on his face, and he looked like he was asking for a beating as he swayed slowly. Come on, sit down. Zhang Guo's speech was indifferent, and people could not tell his emotions. Only Taikui, who had mastered the mind system, was different. Through some kind of fluctuation, he could clearly feel the slight dissatisfaction in Zhang Guo's heart. Come to think about it, the promotion of the headquarters to Vice Admiral still needs supervision by government officials. Come on, if this was in the era of King Luffy, would those fake Vice Admirals also need to go through this? You can tell with your toes that it's not necessary. Thinking of this, Taikui looked at the 2 officials and sneered in his heart. Since everyone is here, let's start. First of all, let me introduce myself. The 2 of us are direct officials from the world government. We are here to talk about the promotion of the 3 vice admirals. I hope you can take it seriously. Tisk, it's all official language right at the beginning. Major General Sakaski. Blah blah, Taikawa felt so annoyed, and the next second, Duan. A soft hammering sound began to sound, and Zhangguo's mouth twitched when he heard it. A golden light immediately emanated from his body. Zifa, Crane, Sakaski, Borsellino, and others also felt something was wrong. The former was strong and experienced. The latter was too familiar with the hammer, and the hammering sound at this time must be a problem. Sure enough, after the hammering sound, most people in the audience were hypnotized. Her eyes were empty and she stood there in a daze. Damn hammer, this is a hearing, how dare you use your ability? Zhangguo stood up directly, his face black. Because they were on guard, the eyes of those who were not hypnotized instantly focused on the hammer. I only saw the hammer shrugged helplessly. Old Zhangguo, I'm saving trouble for them and for us. These 2 guys keep talking nonsense, which is annoying. Isn't it, brother dog, brother monkey? The 2 nodded one after another. This young generation is full of arrogance, and they have great strength and courage. How can they tolerate others pointing fingers at them? General Zhangguo, I think Taikawa-san did the right thing. Instead of letting them disgust me, we should disgust him, right, Taikawa? He, that's right. Look, I hypnotized him directly and gave him a little attention to his subconscious mind, and everything was done. After all, our promotion is a foregone conclusion. Seeing Borsellino and Taikawa singing the same tune, Zhangguo was furious, but Vice Admiral Crane and Zifa on the side laughed. Zifa has long been unhappy with these government officials. He likes Taikawa's behavior very much, but after all, he has to consider the face of his old comrade. Old Man Kong gave him such an important meeting, just to train him, and he can't be undermined. You 3 bastards, be honest, how could I teach you 3 idiots? Ha ha ha. He cursed and laughed, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the 3 people. Zhangguo looked at Zifa from the side, his eyes widened. Okay, Zhangguo, stop staring at me. After all, a mere official dared to run to the headquarters to make decisions. Humph, give them face. Zifa crossed his arms and looked unhappy. Seeing this, Taikawa quickly took out a bottle of sherry from his ring and threw it over. Zifa's eyes lit up immediately, and he took it and drank it. This is a hearing, Taikawa, you bastard, you are too much. What did you say, Zhangguo? Old man, I tell you, I will go to Marigiosa with Old Man Kong to sell goods soon. When I am in a bad mood, I will sell less. Your military expenses. Zhangguo opened his mouth instantly. He couldn't believe that he was threatened. This scene even stunned Sakaski and Borsellino, even Vice Admiral Crane and Zifa. He, General Zhangguo, do you want to change a new ship? Yes. Do you want to change your guns and cannons? Yes. Do you want more pension? Yes. Zhangguo's face was dark at first, but slowly turned pale, and finally red. Iron Hammer, this hearing has been approved by me. You use your hypnotic ability to brainwash these 2 guys, don't make any mistakes. Zhangguo, where is your dignity? Zifa, how come Zhangguo, who is corrupted by money, suddenly finds him pleasing to the eye? Sakaski, can it be like this? Borsellino, learned another trick. Okay, I'll continue to hammer. Duan. Suddenly Sakaski and Borsellino looked at each other and came to the side of the hammer. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Iron, I want a new warship too. Iron Hammer, I want weapons, enough weapons for me to kill countless thieves. Iron Hammer, how come these 2 guys have become so shameless? Just then, something strange happened. Everyone was a strong man, and they all felt a force coming down from the sky. The next second, the ceiling shattered, and a cold light fell from the sky. Ah! My arm! A scream rang out instantly, and even the hypnotic hammer sound of the hammer was broken. Oh my god, this thing, why did it fall down at this time? Taikui looked at the official's arm and the majestic Fang Tianhuaji on the ground with a face full of shock. Ah, my arm! Everyone was shocked, especially Zhang Guo, who looked up at the ceiling that had been broken through several layers, and his heart was bleeding. This is all money, Taikui, it's all on Tai Chui's head. Taikui, Lao Deng, you are so cruel. Taikui, what's going on? It looks like that thing is yours. Lieutenant General, he asked the official who was rolling in pain with a serious face. Taikui had no choice but to tell the reason. Everyone was shocked when they heard that it was Marshal Kong who caused it. Looking at the unlucky guy with a playful look in his eyes. It's not my fault. I can only say that he is too unlucky. It's been several days. I thought the Fang Tianhuaji had fallen somewhere long ago. I didn't expect that this time would fall and even cut off an arm of a government official. Tisk, 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 so, this person can't always do bad things, otherwise it's easy to be punished by God. Everyone nodded repeatedly, but all their eyes were looking at Taikui, thinking, you are the bastard who does the most bad things. The hearing was directly handled by Taikui in the form of hypnosis, and even Den Den Mushi was not spared, all hypnotized. The promotion of the 3 lieutenant generals was successfully completed with unanimous approval. Taikui, what's wrong with Dragon? Didn't you and General Sengoku stop him when you attacked? Walking out of the conference hall, Sakasuke suddenly spoke. Well, he awakened the Conqueror's haki and caught me off guard. You also know that General Sengoku and I both have short arms and can't fly, so we can't catch up with him at all. After listening to this, Sakasuke's face was unusually cold, and his voice was like the cold wind in the coldest days of winter. Traitor, I will kill him if I see him. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Brother Go. Iron Hammer looked at Brother Go and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What the official just said before hypnosis was exactly Sakasuke's resume. He served in the army for several years and killed countless pirates. He killed all the pirates he faced and killed all those who dared to stop him. Tisk tisk tisk, Brother Go deserves the title. Special joke for the sword forging competition. Chapter 109 Iron Flare is online. Colonel Lance, are these materials going to be sent to the arsenal? Yes, send them all over. Vice Admiral Iron Hammer is waiting for them. Yes, you read it right, Lance got promoted. After the hearing, Iron Hammer was finally promoted to Lieutenant General, and everyone under his command was promoted one by one. Among them, Lance was promoted the highest, from Captain to Colonel. Shirley was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. Still working under Iron Hammer. At this time in the arsenal, Iron Hammer was forging the orders sorted out by him and Old Man Kong one by one. In order to speed up the progress, he also specially dispatched many blacksmiths from the arsenal to work together. The interface of the steel plate must be handled in place, otherwise it will be impossible to move it. Hey who, you haven't even burned the steel billet to the end, and you're swinging the hammer. I really want to take your turn. Yes, just hammer it like this, and then splice it according to the drawing. Iron Hammer finally looked like a deputy factory director. Suddenly, several familiar figures came to the door of the arsenal. Sakasuke, why are you here too? Hey, monkey, you're here too. Sakasuke and Borsellino looked at each other, and saw a gleam of light in each other's eyes. Behind Brother Dog were his followers, Doberman and Ghost Spider. And behind Brother Monkey was long-headed Stolobiri. Ha, Brother Dog, Brother Monkey, you're here. Go to the logistics department to get equipment, why are you running to the arsenal? The busy Iron Hammer sensed the arrival of several people with his observation haki, and asked without raising his head. Taiza-san, the logistics department only gets some ordinary stuff, if you want good stuff, you have to come to you. Don't worry, I know it's not easy for you to forge iron, so I bought some specialties from the West Sea. Brusalino showed a sly smile on his face, and casually put down a box with very exquisite packaging. Iron Hammer slowly stopped his work, picked up the box and looked at it. Hey, Zahai Royal Family Special Cigar, where did you get it? He, it was given by a royal family. How about exchanging it for your 2 tang horizontal swords? Iron Hammer smiled disdainfully. Brother Monkey, a box of cigars for my 2 swords, isn't this a good deal? Brother Monkey continued to laugh. Who said 1 box? I have 2 boxes on my ship, 1 box has 10 cigars, and 1 box has 100 boxes. Okay, deal, you got it for Stolobiri. Okay, I'll write it down for you and pick it up in 3 days. Stolobiri was so happy that he almost knelt down. You know, Tang Hengdeo and Miodeo had long been envied by these young people under Bogart's actual combat propaganda. So, Stolobiri directly found his admirer and leader Brusalino, and then he got 2 new weapons. Brother Go, what about you? You are not here to exchange knives too, are you? Go's face turned red, and then a puff of smoke came out. Doberman and Ghost Spider behind him were embarrassed. Yes, they also came to ask for weapons. Brother Go, what are you going to exchange for? You have also seen that the recent orders of my arsenal there are a lot of things to deal with. It also involves the military expenditure of our navy for the next 3 years. We are very busy. Sakaski's mouth twitched, and he wanted to hit Iron Hammer with magma. But when he thought that his subordinates' weapons were not yet settled. Doberman, go to my ship and bring that to my lounge. Doberman was shocked when he heard this. Vice Admiral, that's your trophy. Iron Hammer became interested when he heard this. Oh, trophy, what trophy? That's a devil fruit. Iron Hammer. Monkey brother. Devil fruit. Oh my god, brother dog, you are crazy. You don't keep that thing for your subordinates, you use it to exchange for a knife. Iron Hammer looked at Sakaski with a shocked face. They are both going to take the sword route, and they won't eat fruits. I'm keeping it anyway, so why not use it for trading? Compared to the shock of Taikawi, Sakaski was much calmer. These words made Doberman and Ghost Spider tear up. Look, this is the commander we follow. Taiki looked at Gogo deeply and admired him very much. Digging inside, Sakaski, you even got the secret treasure of the sea. It's not as good as your royal cigar. The dog and the monkey exchanged glances, neither of them was convinced. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? By the way, Sakaski, do you need one? I really have some new ideas. If possible, maybe I can get you a special weapon. Taiki looked at Gogo's clenched fists, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. These words made Sakaski's eyes light up. Can it you also know that I was originally a swordsman, but after eating the magma fruit, I gave up because magma is the best weapon. Iron Hammer nodded. Swords are not inconvenient. As long as they can kill the enemy, any weapon will do. I can't say for sure. Let's do this. Leave me some magma. I'll try to forge it with the weaving flame stone. I'll let you know if it works. After that, Iron Hammer took out a container. He made it with special steel plates and sea stones to place some special materials. Dog nodded, and his right hand turned into magma and sent it in. Soon, the 1 cubic meter container was filled with magma. After closing the lid, Iron Hammer sent it back to the ring space. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Brother Monkey, what about you? Do you want to make a special weapon? A golden light flashed in the hand of Brother Monkey, and a golden long sword appeared instantly. I don't need it. My aim no Kumo sword is quite useful. Iron Hammer nodded. He was just being polite. Where are their weapons? What do you want? Miao Dao Tang horizontal sword. Sakaski said without hesitation, 1 Tang horizontal sword, 2 Miao Dao. Ghost Spider is a 2-sword style, so he needs to use 2 swords. Iron Hammer nodded and looked at the black-haired Ghost Spider. At this time, Ghost Spider has not learned Life Return and cannot become an 8-sword-style swordsman. Looking at the smile on the latter's face, Iron Hammer suddenly said, "Your hair is great, much better than my short hair, don't you consider learning Life Return?" Ghost Spider. Looking at the puzzled Ghost Spider, Sakazuki spoke. "What did you do in class? In addition to the 6 styles, there is another ability called Life Return." Iron Hammer is right, if you learn Life Return for your hair, it should be helpful in combat. This remark directly enlightened Ghost Spider, and he found the next target in an instant. Just when the two sides finished discussing, another group of people came over, led by Instructor Zifa. Behind him were Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Dalmizio. Iron Hammer felt something was wrong and spoke first. "Teacher Zifa, you can have a drink and a meal with me, but I don't have any weapons, not even one." "Zef. This kid has learned a lot." Iron Hammer, "Is that learning a lot? That's because you old guys tricked me." Cough cough cough. Zef coughed, leaving Iron Hammer with a face full of questions. A white light appeared next to Iron Hammer in an instant. It was Shirley. "Brother, I gave you all the things. Flying Squirrel gave me 2 boxes of wine that is a specialty of the East China Sea, Dalmizio gave me a whole redwood that was said to have been robbed by a pirate group in the South China Sea, and Fire Mountain gave me 2 parkour ducks that are a specialty of Alabasta." After hearing this, Taikui showed a trace of satisfaction on his face, and instantly put on his signature welcoming smile. Oh, we are all family, tell me the weapons you want, and Tai will definitely make them for you personally." Everyone. Iron Skin. Chapter 110. The Flying Squirrel Who Cried After Being Tricked. The arsenal has definitely been the busiest place in the entire Marinford these days. No matter whether it is the school level or the general level, they are all trying their best to run in, just to get a handy weapon. "What are you doing? Don't you have to work piled up at the door of the arsenal? Be careful or I will ask the guards to fork you out." Since Taikui was promoted to Lieutenant General, the original Major General Lisk has consciously retreated to the second line. Although Taikui is only the deputy director, he is now fully fulfilling the duties of the director. "Hey, guard, Lieutenant General Taikui, I'm calling you." "Hey, Lieutenant General, you're calling me." Taikui looked at the soldier in the guard uniform in front of him, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Thinking, what did those bastards yesterday promote to him? 3 days ago, when a group of officers who were familiar with Taikui had reached some unspeakable secrets with him. Everyone was drinking and talking happily. "Taikui, don't worry, just for your craftsmanship, we will definitely help you promote it, and you will definitely be popular by then." Taikui was drunk and didn't take their words to heart at all. As a result, the arsenal is now surrounded. "Flying Squirrel, you bastards, hurry up and get the people for me, otherwise your swords, I guarantee that he will break them as soon as he touches them." Taikui suddenly saw the familiar faces behind the crowd and roared in an instant. Flying Squirrel, Fire Mountain, even Ghost Spider and Doberman, who always have a cold face, are among them. Everyone laughed loudly, but when they heard the roar of Iron Hammer, they hurried forward to maintain order. "If you have military supplies, go to the logistics department to apply. Don't gather in the arsenal. Otherwise, did you see this?" Iron Hammer wanted to knock the mountain to shock the tiger, and then took out a long silver-white stick. "This is a peerless weapon, does anyone want to try it?" It was the weird version of Ruyi stick. Not to mention ordinary soldiers, even some officers were attracted. Not to mention anything else, just this silver-white shape looks majestic. Among them is the Flying Squirrel. "Damn, Lieutenant General Iron Hammer, you still have this good thing. Is it too late for me to give up the sword and learn the stick now?" The second student, the Flying Squirrel, is currently a Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters. The ranks of their class are roughly between Colonel and Major General, and there is only one Major General, Ghost Spider. What flying squirrel want to try? Yes, want to try. Then give it a try. Iron Hammer smiled and handed the Ruyi stick to the flying squirrel. The smile was full of cunning. If someone familiar with Iron Hammer was there, they would know at a glance that Iron Hammer was going to cheat people at this time. The flying squirrel happily took the long stick and started playing with it. It's not to mention that the flying squirrel's qualifications are pretty good, even though he has never used a stick weapon. But he played well once he got started, and a series of stick flowers won applause from the audience. No matter how well you play, it won't work. You have to look at the lethality. Flying squirrel, go hit a stone and see. The flying squirrel nodded immediately when he heard Iron Hammer's voice. He felt that Iron Hammer was right. No matter how well you play, it won't work. You have to be able to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Then he flashed to a half-height stone. Ha, take my stick. The Ruyi stick was infused with full power, making bursts of air-breaking sounds. Crash! But the next second, a sudden change occurred, and the Ruyi stick hit the stone without causing any damage, but the stick body was completely shattered. Instantly, the flying squirrel was left with only 2 pieces in his hand. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. Iron Hammer quickly took out a piece of paper from his pocket, picked up a piece of ink, and shaved to the flying squirrel. Flying squirrel, tell me about yourself. I asked you to try the weapon, but you broke it. Do you know how much energy and materials I put into this thing? I let you destroy it, pay me. Let me calculate. Iron, sea stone, It seems that since you are my junior, I will give you 100 million Baileys. Give me your hand. Yes, press your handprint. Okay, the fragments are yours. Remember to return me 100 million Baileys. The Iron Hammer moved very quickly. He pressed his handprint on a piece of paper while catching the flying squirrel, who was still in a daze. Then he folded the paper skillfully and put it in his arms. Then he looked at the flying squirrel with a smile. At this time, the flying squirrel had not reacted yet and was in shock. The onlookers felt a chill all over their bodies in an instant. Iron Hammer, why did this thing break when it was touched? The flying squirrel was still struggling with why this long stick that looked very strong would break so easily. Oh, that's his attribute. If he is shattered with one strike, it's just him who is shattered. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had told you earlier, would you still use it? If you don't use it, how can I cheat you? Asshole. Look at this, Brigadier General Flying Squirrel, give me the 100 million Baileys you owe me as soon as possible, or I'll go to Old Man Zhangguo to sue you. Looking at the red ink in his hand and the bright red handprint on the IOU, Flying Squirrel felt terrible. Devil, the bastard Iron Hammer is a devil. This is what everyone in the audience thought. It doesn't matter if you have something to do or not, just do what you should do. Don't affect the normal work of the arsenal, otherwise be careful that the swords in your hands will become like this. With the previous experience of Flying Squirrel, the crowd dispersed. Only Flying Squirrel and a few others were left at the door. Are you all here to get weapons? Wait. Looking at the people in front of him, Taikui turned back to the arsenal and walked out again, holding a bag of weapons in his hands. Here, Stolobiri, 2 Tang horizontal swords. Flying Squirrel, 1 Tang horizontal sword. Ghost Spider, 2 Miao Daos. Tisk, you are so big, do you have to learn from Bogart and play with Miao Dao? Dalmezia, a boxing glove, not the broken wind boxing glove, that thing has not been made, this boxing glove only has the effect of increasing strength, and it was used by Dog Brother at the beginning. You can ask him. Doberman, a Tang horizontal sword. Hua Shaishan, a Tang horizontal sword. Iron Hammer brought their respective weapons to them. The few people who got the new weapons smiled instantly and couldn't wait to draw their swords out of the sheath. What a good knife, this sharpness. I guess it's not as good as the Jinyuan's Jinyis. Don't make a fuss, if you want to talk about sharpness, it has to be Jinyi's. Although the material of Tang Heng Dao is very good, it is still a little short of reaching the level of a great fast knife. As a forger, Taikui knows very well where the upper limit of Tang Heng Dao is. Even he has to admit that the level represented by the 21 level great fast knife is very high. At present, except for the Bingqing sword, he has no weapon that can reach this level. Special effect weapons are not counted. Okay, I've given you what I promised you. I wish you all a happy bandit fight. Chapter 111. The combat power is too high, it is recommended to kill directly. Teacher Zifa, I'm here to bring you equipment. After dealing with Ghost Spider and his gang, Iron Hammer brought a cart of steel billets to the boot camp. Since the steel training of the second batch of students played a good role, Zifa directly added this method to the training. The fourth batch of students is now receiving training. Oh, Iron Hammer, the steel billets have been delivered. Well, this is the fourth batch, right? How is it? Are there any good seedlings? There are still a few, although they are a little worse than you. You are Kuzan, Sakaski, Borsalino, and Iron Hammer. No way, why do I feel that the two levels over there are good? Looking closely, two figures instantly came into view. The former had a ferocious face and exuded an aura of keeping strangers away. The latter was full of murderous aura, with a good sword hanging on his waist. What was extremely special was that these two people acted alone and did not follow the crowd. They are indeed rare talents, but they have great disadvantages. The one in black clothes and wearing a mask is called Magellan, with the superhuman poison fruit. He will emit poison gas unconsciously. The other one is called Ziliu, and he is too murderous. Iron Hammer nodded, of course he knew these two. The future director of Impel Prison and the future second captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Poison fruit, a good ability, doesn't it just produce poisonous gas? Wait until I go back to make a gas mask for him. As for the other one, I really can't do anything. How about beating him up? Zeph rolled his eyes at Taikui and raised his hand to knock him. You only know how to beat me up. Can you use some wisdom? Tisk, you beat me up when you were young. The one from the Long Arm tribe. Taikui suddenly saw a Long Arm tribe member in the training team. Shuzo, he's also a good seedling, with good physical skills. Shuzo, the one who has been following Teacher Zephyr, not bad. Okay, billet, I'll leave it here. I'll have someone deliver Magellan's self-defense mask when it's finished. Waving his hand, Taikui walked towards the arsenal. On the way, he heard a piece of news. Have you heard the Devil's descendant Barrett has left Roger's pirate group and fought a pirate named Crocodile, and the two sides are tied? Barrett Crocodile. Calculating the time, it really is. Tisk, who cares anyway? I am just a blacksmith, I am too lazy to care. Suddenly, the window of the headquarters building opened, and a big-haired man poked his head out. Iron Hammer, come up quick. Iron Hammer. Old Sengoku, you are really my nemesis. There is no other way, Iron Hammer can only go upstairs and enter the Admiral's office. But as soon as he entered the door, he found that this matter seemed not so simple. Why? Because Sengoku's office was full of people. Yo, why are they all here? It's lively enough. Crane Staff Officer, Garp, Kuzan, Monkey Brother, Sengoku, Old Man Kong. Brother Chicken, you are here too. Kuzan, Chicken, why am I a chicken? Iron Hammer-san, something big has happened. It was rare for Monkey Brother not to show his lewdness, and he was rather serious anyway, which surprised Taikui. The leader, Old Man Kong, also had an ugly face, and the others were similar. What happened? Did the higher UPS cut off our annual military budget? Old Man Kong shook his head and threw a document to Taikui. He took it and looked at it. No wonder they were all unhappy. 7 Warlords of the Sea Plan. Understanding what was going on, Taikui quickly flipped through the plan. His face was also a bit ugly. Because of the celestial dragons. Old Man Kong nodded again. The five elders. The star plan has been around for a long time, and this time the celestial dragons incident has given them a chance. The seven warlords plan. Humph. Warring states and others also looked extremely unhappy. Where does justice stand when the government does this? Is the righteous navy actually going to join forces with the evil pirates? The move by the world government is undoubtedly the greatest shame for the navy. Iron Hammer also understands the interests involved. Tisk, you old guys should know what kind of people those five old guys are. And since this plan is here, there should be no room for maneuver in this plan, right? In that case, what are you old guys still struggling about? Shouldn't you quickly choose people? After all, the people who choose this thing have to be our navy, right? Iron Hammer smiled slightly, revealing a hint of sneer. But his words instantly brightened the eyes of Kong Lao and others. Iron Hammer, if you have an idea, just say it. Sometimes you young people have better ideas than we do. Wen Guo pushed his glasses, and a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes. I just want to say, since we have no right to object, let's make a big fuss about selecting people and kill those who don't like us. For the appropriate key maintenance, we can even directly arrange for some people to become Shishibukai, he. A series of sinister smiles and Taikui's sinister face made people not think that he was saying good things at all. Select people arrange. Taikui goes on. Wen Guo, Old Man Kong and Chief of Staff Crane exchanged glances and signaled Taikui to continue. Although there are many evil pirates on this sea, it must be said that there are still pirates like Roger pirates. Besides, it's not only pirates who can serve as Shishibukai on this sea. For example, Fishman Fur Tribe. Why don't we look at the long term? The words directly changed the nature of the seven warlords of the sea, and fire flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Yes, Taikui is right. Why do we have to choose pirates as the seven warlords of the sea? As long as you have a certain power on the sea, you can serve as the seven warlords of the sea. What the world government wants is nothing more than checks and balances. Taikum, yes, you have a good idea. Taikum doesn't care about Sengoku's praise. It's really the world of young people. Taikui, since you have this idea, is there any suitable candidate? Old Man Kong sighed and kicked the ball to Taikui again. Stop it, Old Man Kong, I haven't been to sea many times, where can I know people? You have to choose the candidate, I'm just making a suggestion. Iron Hammer waved his hands immediately. Kuzan and Monkey King beside him looked at him like a monster, which made him feel uncomfortable. Kawa, Iron Hammer-san, I thought you only knew how to forge iron, but I didn't expect you to have the potential to be a staff officer. Too scary. I still think that Iron Hammer who forges iron all the time is better. Iron Hammer, did you see the big well sign on my head? Be careful, I'll hammer you too. Forget it, let's put aside the matter of the seven warlords of the sea for the time being. Barrett left Roger's pirate group, and Crocodile, the new pirate, what do you think of these two people? Iron Hammer curled his lips in disdain. No opinion, just two pirates, Barrett is a beast, I suggest to kill him directly. The other one can actually tie with Barrett, a monster, strangled in the cradle, killed. Warring states. Sora. Crane. So if someone has a high combat power, they must be beaten to death. Chapter 112 Taikui's Logistics Minister's Notes. Okay, Taikui, let warring states sort out the affairs of the seven warlords of the sea, you get ready and go to Marijoa with me. Taiki's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, the auction is ready, right? I can finally cheat the celestial dragons out of money, right? Everyone's expressions were the same, all twitching at the corners of their mouths. This Taikui, a blacksmith, is almost a miser. Taiki, when did you become so greedy? Where's your passion? Where's your momentum? Kuzan grabbed Taikui's shoulders with both hands and began to shake him, shaking Taikui like a rattle. Stop, chicken! Kuzan stopped and looked at him expectantly at Taikui's howl. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Kyuzan, you're done, you're actually committing a crime. Let me tell you, Taikui's target is the Minister of Logistics, the First Minister of Finance of the Navy headquarters. You dare to do this to me, be careful, I will directly reject all your applications for money in the future, and I will arrange a small broken bicycle for you, and I won't even give you a warship system. Yes, it's decided. Anyway, you are a frozen man, you can't fall into the sea, you are not afraid of drowning, just a bicycle, I will hammer one for you personally, I guarantee you will be satisfied. I saw Taikui actually took out a notebook from his arms and started writing. This made Kyuzan dumbfounded, and his mind went cold for a moment. No, Taikui-san, I want a big warship, I want good weapons. I was wrong. Taichui was not moved at all, and he quickly finished writing and was about to put it in his arms. But suddenly a big hand snatched the notebook from his hand, it was Carp. Let me see what you are writing down, Taikui. Hey, you can't read it, old man Carp, give it back to me. Seeing that his little notebook was snatched away by Carp, Taikui panicked and rushed forward to snatch it, but he was no match for Carp and couldn't get it at all. Carp didn't mind the trouble at all, and read it out directly. Iron Hammer's notes for the logistics chief. Oh, you think you are the logistics chief now, good, Iron Hammer. Well, I started reading from the last page, and it's about Kyuzan, a bicycle, ha ha ha, Iron Hammer, you really remembered him. Let me take a look, monkey, 8-foot outline jade, he must wear a pair of glasses, the kind that forces him to aim straight, there's also an asterisk, this is a special attention, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, Borsellino, you still have this glorious history. Originally, Borsellino, who was laughing happily, stopped laughing instantly, his face full of shock, and the straight eyes made Iron Hammer sweat on the soles of his feet. Iron Hammer, you even remembered me, very awesome. This is not over yet. Iron Hammer saw that Garp was going to continue reading, and he exploded instantly. Duan! Garp, old man, shut up! The hammer attack started to explode through both hands. Garp was stunned at first, and then his arms covered his hands. You little brat, do you still want to wrestle with me? Go! Garp used one hand to crush the hammer attack with the terrifying armed haki, and then pressed the hammer under him with a sweeping kick and one-handed pressure. Ouch, Garp, old man, are you serious? Or are you just pretending? Kyuzan, Borsellino, come and help, hold him down, I'll continue reading. Kyuzan and Borsellino, who originally wanted to watch the show, couldn't hold back because of their notes. After hearing Garp's words, they stepped forward eagerly. Cool down, Hammer-san. The speed of light is weight, Hammer-san, bear the weight you shouldn't bear. One blue and one yellow, 2 rays of light instantly fell on Hammer, and the ice and light instantly pressed Hammer to the ground. Oh, 2 big guys, that note is a joke, don't take it seriously. Hammer was still making his last struggle, but Garp didn't give him any chance, picked up the note and continued reading. Yo, the next one is actually me. Let me see, damn, why do I have 2 stars? Garp punished me to repair the ship, caused me to be chopped by Roger, robbed my boxing gloves. Hey, you're just telling the truth. Deduct pension for 5 years, all military supplies will be reduced by half. Damn, Hammer kid, you're going too far, you actually have so many vicious ideas. Garp threw the notebook aside, rushed towards Hammer, raised his fist as big as a sandbag and hit him on the head. Take my iron fist of love, Ada. Ouch, old man, don't hit me in the face. Seeing the mess in his office, Zhang Guo was speechless, but he also became very interested in Taikui's notes. Bent down to pick up the notes and began to read them like Garp. After Garp, it turned out to be Marshal Kong. Zhang Guo first glanced at Old Man Kong, who nodded. Cyberbone Kong, 1 star. Old Man Kong was instantly black. Why does he also have an asterisk? Instructed Zhang Guo to cheat me, steal my sword, and not give me a promotion. Hey, considering that he is about to retire, forget it, I'll cheat him out of a few 100 million Baileys if I have a chance. Compared with the previous few people, Old Man Kong's was still a light punishment. But the person involved didn't think so. Old Man Kong's smile froze, and a trace of cold breath began to spread. Press him down, take my punch. I was wrong, Old Man Kong, I don't want your money, ouch, don't hit me in the face. Zhang Guo looked at Tai Chui being suppressed by Si Feng, sighed helplessly, and continued to read. Instantly, Zhang Guo's face froze, and the Chief of General Staff, Ms. He, discovered his situation at the first time, and quickly looked at the notebook and read it out unconsciously. Zhang Guo 3 stars special mark. You cheated me in everything, you sent me missions and made me get beaten up, you made me get beaten up by Bondi Wald, you made me get beaten up by the bastard Drago, you didn't rescue me in time, you deducted my money, you didn't give me a promotion, you ruthlessly exploited my value. You must deduct his pension for 10 years. Even if he retires, he has to continue to work to pay off his debts. All military supplies from him will be reviewed at the highest level. If they are not in compliance, they will be rejected. Cancel his warship maintenance and let him maintain it at his own expense. Cut his living expenses and salary by half. After all, he is a general or a marshal in the future. He must take the lead. Ms. He didn't say a word, and Zhang Guo's face became ugly. When talking about deducting pension, Zhang Guo's body was already shining with golden light. Finally, he turned into a big Buddha in the office, and the big Buddha head with a big afro was directly against the ceiling. The domineering aura began, they scattered, and Garp and Old Man Kong were very tactful. They each grabbed Taikui's arm and raised it in front of Zhang Guo. Taikui was sweating all over his head, and his voice began to tremble. Zhang Guo-san, I said I wrote it for fun, will you believe it? He responded with a chuckle. Hehe. Do you think I will believe it? I don't think so, asshole. Taikui Buddha only smiles once. Unfortunately you can't see it. Dai Buddha's impact. Oh no, what a disgusting feeling. The shock wave fell, and Taikui was directly blasted out of the office by Zhang Guo along with the wall. The whole person flew in an extremely elegant parabola. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 113. Why do the 5 elders know about it? Taikui's courtyard. Ha ha ha, Taikui, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks. You deserved this beating. Stop talking, Zifa teacher. I'm still in pain. Old man Zhang Guo is really cruel. He has the domineering color and armed color and shock wave. He is not afraid of scattering my ashes directly. After all, Zhang Guo is a general. Do you really think he is a wise general? Which of us didn't crawl out of the mountains of swords and seas of blood? Oh, by the way, Zifa teacher, this is the mask I made for Magellan. It doesn't affect his breathing and can effectively prevent the emission of poisonous gas. Taikui rubbed his swollen cheeks and took out a mask from the ring. It was a gas mask. Zepha accepted the mask with satisfaction. By the way, this is your task. Zhang Guo asked me to bring it to you. Looking at the task book handed over by Zifa, Taikui curled his lips. Old Sengoku knows how to give me tasks. I'm absolutely right. He looking for crocodile, why look for him? Do you really want him to be a Shishibukai? Really, I think it's better to kill him. Iron Hammer was very dissatisfied with the arrangement of old Sengoku. As he knew the future, he knew very well what kind of person Crocodile was. He didn't kill such a person directly, but actually recruited him. Humph, do you think I want to? This is a task book issued by the 5 elders themselves. If you have any dissatisfaction, go and talk to the 5 elders. Suddenly, a voice full of atmosphere came out from outside the courtyard, and the person who came was Sengoku. Hey, isn't this General Sengoku? Wait, I'll make tea for you. Zeph, why don't I have tea when I come? Am I not worthy of tea? Sengoku asked him, how would I know? You will follow Marshal Kong to Marijoa tomorrow. After the auction, I will ask Lance to pick you up in the Red Earth continent. Then you will immediately go to the New World to find Crocodile, understand? Iron Hammer nodded repeatedly, but still had some questions. What if he doesn't agree to become a Shishibukai? Do I need to tell you anyway? I have only one request, he must accept the invitation of the Shishibukai. This is Marshal Kong's intention and the intention of the world government. Well, if he doesn't agree, beat him until he agrees. Iron Hammer was speechless. He really didn't want to go. Hey! Suddenly, Iron Hammer remembered that there was something in his ring, which was something he disliked very much. But it seemed to be very suitable for the current situation. Thinking of this, Iron Hammer suddenly became a little interested in Crocodile. Holy Land Marijoa. The most glorious place on this sea, looking at the luxurious buildings everywhere, Iron Hammer was dazzled. It's gorgeous, right? I was in the same situation as you when I first came to Marijoa. After all, it's where the descendants of the 20 kings live. Old Man Kong patted Taikawi's shoulder. He still liked this junior. He has good strength and ability, which is very good, but it's easy to make people angry, but it doesn't prevent Old Man Kong from liking him at all. It's really gorgeous, Old Man Kong. How is the publicity for this auction? It's grand, hosted by the Azambaran family, and all 19 celestial dragon families participated. Azambaran. The family of the financial god of war Azambaran Vinasujiro. Taikawi nodded. Didn't expect that even the families of the 5 elders would join an auction. At the auction venue, all the representatives of the celestial dragon families have taken their seats. ACP-0 wearing a suit and a mask walked onto the stage. It's obvious that he is the host of this auction. Dear celestial dragons, welcome to the auction held by Azambaran V. Ori Saint. I believe everyone who has read the news in recent days knows that a great forger suddenly appeared on the sea, Rear Admiral Iron Hammer, that is, Master Orn, who is rumored on the sea. The invisible hat and perspective glasses are all made by this person, and he also forged the famous sword Bingqing sword that surpasses the 21 skills of the Great Blade. All the props in today's auction are made by this master. These words made all the celestial dragon representatives excited. Master Orn's name is not unfamiliar even in the Holy Land Marijoa, especially some people who have a good relationship with Saint Risward. He was so excited about the big bed full of excitement. They have all seen it with their own eyes and are very envious. Recently, he has even used a lightning watch to show off in front of them. Saint Risward, is your bed and watch made by this person? Saint Kamael, you are here too, you are right, I got my watch from him. Ha ha ha, I want a bed too, I want a watch too. With the two taking the lead, the Tianlong people started to make a commotion in an instant. The host was very satisfied with this situation. Ahem. Since everyone is so interested, let's not waste time and start directly. The first auction item, the invisible hat. Just as the auction was in full swing, Old Man Kong came to Pangu City with a hammer. Old Kong, aren't we going to the auction? Why do we need to attend that? Didn't you say so? Did I say that? I clearly said I was going to meet the 5 elders in Marijoa. Looking at the innocent-looking Old Kong, Taikawi wanted to hit him. How did the auction turn into meeting the 5 elders? What's the difference between this and rushing to see the King of Hell? Those are 5 old monsters. They are all powerful old monsters, the kind that can blow his head off if they don't agree with him. Old Kong saw the uneasiness in Taikawi's heart and patted his shoulder with his thick big hand. Don't worry, there is no harm in the 5 elders summoning you this time. On the contrary, it will be beneficial to you. Really? Really? Pangu City. 5 elders, Admiral Kong Wukong, and Vice Admiral Taikawi of the headquarters are here to see you. Kong is waiting outside. Vice Admiral Taikawi, come in. Old Kong winked at Taikawi, and Taikawi saw the meaning of cheering. As the door opened, 5 figures instantly appeared in front of Taikawi. These are the 5 helmsmen standing at the top of the world, well, not counting I'm. 5 eyes instantly passed Old Kong and fell on Taikawi. The invisible pressure made Taikawi feel like he had stepped into hell. But Tai, I am not a person without temper. Momentum pressure him test humph, then don't blame Tai for counterattacking. Mind hammer. Duan. Although Tai, I don't have the domineering color, he also has the means to enhance his momentum. Well, who is afraid of who? As the hammer of the mind sounded, the original pressure suddenly decreased. The 5 elders nodded secretly. The aura exuded by the 5 of them would make it difficult for anyone with a weak mind to even stand, let alone use the aura to fight back. Vice Admiral Iron Hammer, right, not bad, worthy of being the new generation of the Navy. I asked you to come here today. First, I want to see you. After all, you have a very magical ability, and now it seems that you are indeed extraordinary. Second, it's for the watch you sold to Rizward, the lightning watch, right? The person who spoke was Topman Vouchuri Saint. Red skin, big beard, legal martial god. 5 elders are too kind. As he said, Iron Hammer slowly bowed to show respect. This move made Topman Vouchuri Saint very satisfied. This is a mission, and also an opportunity for you to show yourself. The watch in Rizward has a self-destruct function, right? We need you to make a prop that also has the self-destruct function and can kill people, and mass-produce it. Of course, the controller must be stored separately, and the watch must be able to self-destruct, and the remote control must also be able to self-destruct. Iron Hammer was shocked when he heard this self-destruct fatal. What's going on? But in a flash, he figured it out, and the name of an organization suddenly appeared in his mind. Cypher Paul. Is this to install a tool for the subordinates to keep secrets and destroy it? 5 old men are cruel enough. From your appearance, you should understand it too. Let's be frank. It's for Cypher Paul. If you can do it, your relationship with the world government will be improved in the future, which is very good for your future development. I remember your target is the logistics director of the Navy headquarters, right? Iron Hammer. Why do the 5 elders know about it? Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 114 Iron Hammer's Quotes +1. Complete what we need, and your path to becoming the Minister of Logistics will be smooth. This is the promise given to you by the world government. Iron Hammer smiled. He didn't like the CP organization in the first place. Now there is such a good thing in front of him, how could he refuse it? Don't worry, 5 elders. I will start preparing for the production when I go back, but I hope the government can provide me with some of the corresponding materials. After all, it is arranged for the CP organization, and the quantity must be considerable. I estimate that the materials of the headquarters will be difficult to support. Asking for money without being humble or arrogant, these words made the 5 elders laugh. How many years have they been? They can't remember clearly. This is the first time someone has asked for money in front of them. Very good. Izambaranvi. Nasujiro, what do you think? Topman Voculi smiled and handed the question to the god of finance, who made him the one in charge of finance. He wore a white Taoist robe, bald head, and glasses. And he held a samurai sword in his hand, which should be the first generation of the demon sword Kaititsu, one of the 12 supreme swords. This is Izambaranvi Nasujiro, who is in charge of finance. Hee, kid, although you have some talent, don't you think it's excessive to ask for money from us like this? The cold aura emanated from Izambaranvi Nasujirashan. But Taikawi remained unmoved, and the mental hammering on his chest never stopped. It was just that the hammering made no sound at all, and the hammering had been helping him to clear his mind. Faced with the attack from the god of finance, Taikawi was very shocked. You are joking. After all, I work for the government. I believe the government will definitely not let its subordinates work in vain, right? Ha 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 ha, good boy. It stands to reason that the auction that is currently underway is still held by the descendants of my family. Isambharan Vinasujirashan smiled and stood up, looking at Taikawi with a hint of appreciation. I will order CP0 to personally deliver the funds you want to you, and establish contact with you. The subsequent handover of items will also be completed by her, but I hope this matter will not alarm your superiors, understand? Understood, I will definitely get this work done privately. Seeing Taikawi take the job, the 5 elders were all very satisfied. Very good. As for the other special weapons you made, Kong should have told you that you need to file them. Of course, if there are suitable ones, we will also recycle them at a price that satisfies you. You can give the rest to the Isambharan family for auction. Taikawi nodded. Old Kong had already told him about this situation. He also filed many exposed weapons and handed them over to Old Kong. Of course, there are still many hidden ones. He will not be stupid enough to expose all the weapons. They are all his trump cards. Okay, retreat. Okay, bye, 5 elders. 5 elders, by ace, a word I haven't heard for decades. Walking out of the conference room, Old Kong was waiting outside the door. Seeing Taikawi coming out, he grabbed him and walked out. Old Kong stopped after walking out of Pangu City. How is it, Hammer? The 5 elders are hard to serve, right? As someone who has been dealing with the 5 elders for many years, Old Man Kong is very clear about their morals. Tisk, Old Man Kong, if you surprise me again next time, be careful that I will really go on strike. I am just a small lieutenant general, and you actually asked me to face big guys like the 5 elders. I am scared to death. Old Man Kong laughed, and the two of them walked towards the auction while talking and laughing. The auction was coming to an end at this time. The Tianlong people in the entire venue were blushing. The last finale treasure, I believe you will be extremely satisfied. It comes from the hands of Master Iron Hammer, and it will definitely surpass all the previous treasures. It is the gravity gun. Old Man Kong and Iron Hammer looked at each other. They left for such a while, and they both won the last one. Marshal Kong and Lieutenant General Iron Hammer, the auction is still in progress, please go to the lounge to rest first. Later, Isambharan Violi Sheng will come to see you two in person. The two followed the attendants to an extremely luxurious lounge, where various foods and drinks were placed on the table. Tisk tisk tisk, it is indeed the territory of the celestial dragons. This wine and snacks are good, eat more. Iron Hammer sat on the sofa and started drinking and eating without caring about his image. Old Man Kong couldn't bear to watch. You are a lieutenant general at least. Will you die if you pay attention to your image? Image, can you eat, can you drink, what do you need that stuff for? Old Man Kong was instantly furious. I say, Old Man Kong, how old are you? Why don't you understand a truth? What truth? Iron Hammer suddenly sat up straight, very serious. I laugh when the house is on fire, and I sleep when the world is destroyed. Kong, I actually believed what you, Taikawi, could say. Ha ha ha, that's a very good sentence. You are worthy of being the leader of the Navy's rookies. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, and a young man in a white Taoist robe walked into the lounge under the protection of 2 CP0s. Marshal Kong, Vice Admiral Taikawi, I am Isambharan Violi. Old Man Kong and Taikawi looked at each other and both stood up. Greetings, Holy Saint. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Besides, this person is from the Isambharan family, which is the family of the 5 elders. If he fails to serve well, he will complain to Isambharan Vinasujiro Seiichi. Tisk tisk tisk, the Navy's military budget will have to be cut a lot. They dare not offend him. Ha ha ha, no need to be polite, Master Orn. Oh no, Master Hammer, your forgings are really all kinds of strange and wonderful. More than a dozen props were auctioned for more than 20 billion Baileys. Tisk tisk, even I who deal with money every day feel a little shocked. 10 billion so much. Both of them were shocked. My goodness, if you want to talk about money, you have to be a celestial dragon. According to the agreement, I will charge a 20 handling fee, which was agreed upon by Marshal Kong and me before. After deduction, it is 18.7657 billion Baileys. Marshal Kong wants cash or check? Old Man Kong said without hesitation, cash. Isam Baron V. Oli Sheng nodded, he, okay, then cash. I will arrange for someone to deliver it directly to the Navy headquarters later. Master Iron Hammer, I hope we can cooperate again next time. For the things you make, I will definitely help you sell them at a reasonable price. Isam Baron, hey, I let you bid, how can I get the money? Just when Iron Hammer was silent, Isam Baron V. Oli Sheng slowly walked to his side and said lightly, Hydra Club. Isam Baron was shocked when he heard this, only to see Oli Sheng smiled slightly and did not speak. Wow, this guy's hand is long enough. Even the Hydra Club is his. Or did this guy buy the Hydra Club directly? Sure enough, for the Celestial Dragons, anything that can be done with money is not a big deal. Ah, I'm so envious. Chapter 115 Durian-Shaped Devil Fruit. On the way back, Old Man Kong was very happy. Ha ha ha, this trip was not in vain. 18.7 billion Baileys can definitely make up for the funding gap of our Navy during this period of time. Iron Hammer curled his lips in disdain and said something that made Old Man Kong instantly speechless. Old Kong, have you forgotten something? We agreed to split the account 46 to 46. Let me do the math. You get 4 and I get 6. Let's say you get 7.5 billion and I get 11.2 billion. Old Kong was stunned for a moment, thinking, oh no, how could he forget about the split? Taikui saw Old Kong's expression and knew that he must have forgotten about the split. Hehe, Old Kong, 18.7 billion, you want to take it all you wish. But, after all, I met the 5 elders once this time, so I'll take a loss. Let's split it 55 to 5. The headquarters gets 9.4 billion and I get 9.3 billion. By the way, Old Kong, the 5 elders have assigned me a task. Old Kong's originally depressed mood instantly improved after hearing Taikui's words. He wanted to get one more point. He seemed very calm about the 5 elders assigning tasks to Taikui. You were asked to build that lightning watch. Humph, I know it's for CP without you telling me. Iron Hammer nodded. He was not surprised at all that Old Man Kong had guessed his thoughts. After all, Old Man Kong had been dealing with the 5 elders for decades. If he didn't even have this little thought, he would have stopped doing business. You're harming the CP organization anyway, so just do as usual. Those bastards who don't dare to show their true colors deserve to be blown to death. Iron Hammer. The relationship between the Navy and CP, tisk tisk. By the way, Zhang Guo has already told you about contacting Crocodile. Well, he told me, I'm really convinced. He told me to stay at the headquarters before, but now he's letting me go out to sea. Ha, I have to add another star to him. Song. Should I tell him that it was my idea? Forget it, this little bastard has too many tricks, I can't afford to offend him, let Zhang Guo take the blame. Zhang Guo. The big pot fell from the sky, I have to take it. By the way, according to reason, old Zhang Guo should have asked Lance to pick me up, I have to make a phone call. Bokeo bokeo, bokeo bokeo. He did it right away. Tai Chui took out a den mushi from his arms and dialed it. Hello, Lance, this is Tai Chui. What, you're here? Then okay, I'll jump down from the Red Earth continent. What's the matter? Just jump down, aren't you at the reception stairs? Oh, don't worry about it, I'll go down right now, the earlier you go, the earlier you come back, understand? Okay, wait for me, hang up. Bag. Old Kong's heart trembled when he heard it. Taik, don't be upset, I just asked you to ask a question, you don't have to jump down and commit suicide. He heard it clearly, this little bastard was going to jump down from here, my god. You are the one who committed suicide. Why would I commit suicide when I am alive and well? Old Deng, are you looking forward to my death so that you can inherit all my inheritance? I tell you, you think too much. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go down quickly. Looking at the edge of the Red Earth continent and the pickup equipment in front of him, Taikui walked straight to the edge of the cliff. Iron hammer, I won't deduct you, don't jump. Hey! At the call of Old Man Kong, Taikui jumped directly. But at the same time, he took out a cloak from the ring in his hand and put it on. A group of staff also stared with wide eyes. Suicide is not uncommon, especially here is Mary Joa, but it is the first time to see someone choose to jump off the Red Earth continent to commit suicide. Tisk, a bunch of unsophisticated people, watch out. Floating cloak. The grey cloak was raised high, and Taikui just floated in the air. Everyone was shocked, even Old Man Kong outside. Fuck, you still have this good thing, isn't it better than the moon step? Iron hammer, get me one when you come back. With this cloak, my appearance will definitely rise to a higher level. Iron hammer rolled his eyes at him, then leaped and floated downward. On the Warhammer. Damn it, everyone, pay close attention to the sky above the Red Earth continent. That bastard Iron Hammer said he was going to jump down. Lance looked at the den mushi that had been hung up, and he felt terrible. Even if Iron Hammer was gifted and could do the moon step, he couldn't jump down from the Red Earth continent. Not to mention anything else, if something unexpected happened, this bastard was also a capable person, wouldn't he sink into the sea and drown instantly? Jump down, he said that. Shirley was not surprised to hear this, but just asked Lance a question. Lance nodded heavily, his expression very serious. Unexpectedly, Shirley waved her hands. Don't worry, my brother has a lot of things that can help fly or float, he won't die from the fall. You may have forgotten the long sword that can take people flying. Besides, he has things like flying cloaks, don't worry. If you want to say who knows the most about Iron Hammer's collection, it must be Shirley. Shirley helped to test many things. Oh. So that's it, then I'm relieved. Everyone, prepare to set sail, target the new world. With Shirley's assurance, Lance finally put his heart back in his stomach. In just a few minutes, a black shadow fell along the wall of the Red Earth continent. It was Iron Hammer that flew down with the floating cloak. When Iron Hammer landed on the deck of the Warhammer, he was shaking all over. Oh my god, it's quite cold after flying down from above. Lance, get ready to sail, target the new world Ridkild Island. After giving the order, Taikui walked towards his forging room in the cabin. I heard you all, target the new world Ridkild Island, full speed ahead. The rest was taken over by Lance. By the way, Lance, Shirley, you two come here. Just when Lance was about to sit on the deck and Shirley was about to jump onto the observation deck, Taikui's voice suddenly came. The two looked at each other and then walked into the forging room together. I'm here, nothing to do, didn't brother go give me a secret treasure of the sea before? I only have the two of you under my command, so let's keep the good stuff to ourselves. See who eats it. Taiki directly placed a durian-shaped devil fruit with patterns in front of the two. After a series of verifications, I think this should be a para-human devil fruit. Which one of you wants to eat it? Looking at the devil fruit in front of them, Lance and Shirley were very shocked. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph, and give me a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 116 Rebirth of the Shield Fruit. Of course, you can choose not to eat it. After all, it's a para-human fruit. You know, if you encounter a useless ability, it's better not to have it. After all, eating the fruit will turn you into a landlubber. The choice is yours, it's up to you. Lance and Shirley were silent. Taking a devil fruit does have a high risk, as long as you don't know what ability this devil fruit has. But they all understand the truth that wealth and honor are sought in danger. I give up. My goal is to be the gun king. Playing with guns is my way out. Fruit abilities and the like are unnecessary. There is nothing that cannot be dealt with by a sea stone bullet. If it can't be dealt with, use to. Lance suddenly spoke, his tone full of heroism. Iron Hammer and Shirley were in a trance, as if they had just met Lance for the first time. I didn't realize that Lance is very conscious. It seems that I, Iron Hammer, have to train you separately. For your so-called Gun King, well, let me think about what training should be done. Gun King, first of all, you have to run fast and have good physical strength. Well, tie you to a rope and throw you into the sea, that's it. Seeing Iron Hammer arranging the training content for him, Lance felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. In that case, Shirley, do you want to eat? Iron Hammer ignored Lance's sad eyes and asked Shirley. Shirley bit her lip first, and then made a choice. I want to eat it. I want to have a stronger fighting force and help the Navy to clear the sea. Oh, Shirley actually has such a lofty ambition. Iron Hammer was shocked by Shirley's words again, wondering if this girl was brainwashed by the garden or was she led astray by teacher Zifa. But seeing Shirley's determined eyes, Iron Hammer felt that this might be her original intention. Okay, then eat this fruit. Well, it's better to cut it with a knife. It's a bit difficult to eat because it's full of thorns. After that, Iron Hammer took a knife and handed it to Shirley. Shirley nodded heavily, and cut the durian-shaped devil fruit and ate it under the gaze of the two. She ate the fruit, her face froze instantly, but she still swallowed it with a hard brow. Then she retched crazily. Seeing this, Iron Hammer wanted to laugh, and he suddenly felt a little fortunate in his heart, fortunate that he had traveled through time. The original body had already eaten the fruit when he came. Otherwise, he would have to experience this terrible feeling once. How is it, Shirley? What kind of fruit is this? Facing the curious eyes of Taikui and Lance, Shirley first calmed down, then closed her eyes and began to feel the changes in her body. When she opened her eyes were full of shock. This ability turns out to be this ability. Shield, shield, defense, shield. Hearing the two words shield, shield, Taikui was shocked on the spot. This ability, he is too familiar with it. This is the ability of the first ability user he encountered when he first went out to sea to suppress pirates. The superhuman shield fruit owned by the so-called cruel Batu. I didn't expect it, Shirley, it would be this fruit. It seems that Batu has unfortunately died in Impel prison. Only this fruit can be reborn. If the shield fruit is well developed, it will definitely be a strong combat force. Shirley understands the potential of the shield fruit very well, after all, she has seen it with her own eyes. Okay, Lance, keep on heading. Shirley, go get familiar with the fruit ability. I'm going to forge iron. Don't call me until we reach the destination. After saying that, Taikui pushed the two out of the forging room and started forging iron behind closed doors. Shield, oh, what kind of shields are there? I can't think of anything else except a defensive shield. Although Shirley had seen Batu use the shield fruit, she was unconscious at the time and didn't remember it at all. Lance and many Navy soldiers on the side also helped to figure it out. As for the shield, iron shield, copper shield, steel shield. A soldier said it without thinking, which instantly caused everyone to roll their eyes. Have you been led astray by Vice Admiral Taikui? Why are the exports all kinds of materials? We didn't know there was an iron shield. The complaints of the crowd directly showered this guy. Oh, so annoying, shields, all shields, Shirley shouted in exasperation, and then opened her hands. Countless small round shields appeared out of thin air and fell everywhere on the deck. Everyone laughed, and then they began to bend down to pick up shields. Don't mention it, this shield is just a little small, but it's very thick. Yet, let the Vice Admiral get us some high-quality knives. Wow, this combination is amazing. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the Warhammer rushed directly to the New World. New World, Reed Chillied Island. On the beach. Humph, you government-running dogs stopped me. Do you want to die? Crocodile, the new pirate who tied with Barrett, was facing a group of Navy at this time. The two leaders, one carrying a gun and the other from the white-haired fur tribe. It was Lance and Shirley. As for Hammer, don't ask. If you ask, it's still iron. As for the two of them, they were sent by Hammer to communicate first. As for Crocodile, he looked to be in his early 20s, with a big back hair and a cape, and looked very impressive. Crocodile, we are communicating with you on behalf of the Navy headquarters to help the world government improve the Seven Warlords plan and become the first of the Seven Warlords. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Lance's tone was very flat, and people couldn't hear any emotion. Ha ha, had on tea joke. Navy, why should I join the Seven Warlords? My goal is to be the king of the world. Sandstorm. Crocodile was young and energetic at this time, and his move was a killing move. The wind and sand in the sky instantly rolled up and surrounded all the Navy. The little Karamis behind him raised their weapons in high spirits and shouted to take action. Are you sure you want to go to war with us? Humph, just a Navy. Crocodile was very disdainful, his hands kept moving, and the wind and sand began to condense into a tornado. Sand, a natural fruit, no wonder it can tie with a monster like Barrett. Each natural ability is a powerful combat force, which made Lance nod his head. Then he shook his head again, and Crocodile thought that this man was crazy for a while. But the next second, a very irritable voice sounded. Who has nothing to do to play with sand? Ugh, this mouthful of dirt. Lance, I said there is no need to communicate, just beat him up directly, isn't it? Crocodile, wow, big back hair, big cloak, a bit interesting. I prepared something good for you. The sudden appearance of the voice and figure startled Crocodile. Who? Hee, me Vice Admiral Hammer of the Navy headquarters, I specially asked you to do an experiment. Chapter 117 Hammer, what did you do to him? Her. Humph, Navy, die desert sword. Crocodile couldn't tell the strength of Hammer, so he decided to strike first. He swung his right hand violently, and the terrifying sand instantly rushed towards the direction of Hammer, extremely sharp, leaving deep marks on the ground. Tisk tisk tisk, what a hot-tempered person. Nature type sand fruit, sand crocodile. Hit the bull from behind the mountain. The iron hammer would not stand and take a beating, and with one blow, all the sand attacking him was hammered away. You are quite capable, Navy. Desert sunflower. Crocodile missed the first attack and immediately changed his attack method. Pressing the ground with one hand, he instantly took advantage of the field. Lance, back off. Iron Hammer knew what Crocodile was going to do, and immediately asked Lance to lead the team to retreat. The sand under the feet of Iron Hammer began to move slowly downwards, and a quicksand was formed in an instant. This is Crocodile's ability, controlling the flow of water veins under the sand dunes, and then controlling the sand dunes to form quicksand that devours life and bury the enemy alive, known as the desert coffin without a tombstone. Although the ability is good, Crocodile, are you underestimating the Navy too much? We can step on the left foot and the right foot to go to the sky. After saying that, the moon step was taken, and Iron Hammer flew directly into the air. Crocodile still kept pressing the ground with one hand, but his face had turned black. At this time, he felt that he was being played by Iron Hammer. Asshole Navy! Ha ha ha, you are too stupid. I don't want to play with you anymore, I'll get you done quickly. Iron Hammer was too lazy to fight him, and his hands were covered with dark armament haki. Crocodile felt something was wrong, and countless sands surrounded him. Sandstorm. A sandstorm tornado rose from the ground. Branch a hammer. Burst. Facing the natural ability, Iron Hammer knew that he couldn't fight a protracted war with them. After all, they were natural elements, what could you use to fight them? The attack covered with armament haki went straight through the sand tornado and went straight to Crocodile. But after all, he was someone who could wrestle with Barrett, so he immediately transformed into an element. Even if you have armament haki, I can also transform into an element in advance. Don't underestimate me, Navy. Sandstorm. To prevent the hammer's attack, Crocodile directly launched the sandstorm to the maximum extent. But the hammer is often a person who hides all the time. The broken face hammer is just a feint, just like when he dealt with a few monsters. The mind hammer is the main means. Mind hammer, be honest for a while. The hammer that goes straight to the heart resounded heavily in Crocodile's heart. Duan. A heavy hammer fell, making him unable to resist at all. The ability to control the sandstorm disappeared instantly, and the whole person's brain began to shake in a trance. But the hammer did not stop. Duan. Another heavy hammer, Crocodile, and the little Karami behind him all fell to the ground. Hey, it's not over yet. In order to make you be honest for a while, Lance, handcuff him. Lance has been following Iron Hammer for a long time, and the two of them have a good understanding. When Iron Hammer spoke, he knew what to do, and quickly stepped forward with a pair of handcuffs to handcuff Crocodile. The sea stone handcuffs instantly made Crocodile lose his strength. Damn Navy, they only use these tricks. Iron Hammer looked at him like a fool. Brother, you are a pirate, I am a Navy, you say I use tricks. Then you really underestimate me. In my opinion, the possibility of a while is a trick. He 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 he. The sinister laugh made Crocodile feel cold in his heart. But as a hero, he would not bow to the Navy, especially the despicable Navy like Iron Hammer. Humph, what kind of Navy do you want to be? What to do you will know soon. While Taikawa responded to him, he began to rummage around in his ring. Finally, he found a dagger with a purple glow. Yes, a dagger. The purple glowed with a strange light, making the dagger look extremely abnormal. He 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 he. Taichawi carefully took the dagger in his hand and gestured to Crocodile. Crocodile, I have to say, you are really handsome. You must be a cool killer in my hometown. It's a pity that you fell into the hands of Tai. I will ask you one last time, do you want to join the 7 warlords of the sea and become the first 7 warlords of the sea? You should know that the 7 warlords of the sea are recognized as great pirates by the world government. Except for having to accept the mandatory summons of the world government and pay a certain amount of income to the government, they can act freely at ordinary times and are not interfered with by the government at all. Crocodile is a tough guy. Even if he is under control now, his pride will never let him agree to Taikawa. Don't even think about it. Then there is no other way. I can only use you to test the knife. Taichawi shrugged helplessly, and then stabbed the dagger with a purple halo into Crocodile's chest in front of everyone. There was no pain as imagined. Crocodile only felt a special energy flowing through his body. Just when he was confused, a devilish voice sounded in his ears. Don't worry, this knife doesn't have the ability to kill people, but it has a very magical ability called mutation. As for what kind of mutation will occur, I don't know, and I don't know, hehe. Mutation dagger, after stabbing to induce biological mutation, the direction of mutation is unknown, number of uses, 1. This is the result of a forging by Iron Hammer before, which is very strange. Because it is unknown what effect it can produce and there is no suitable experimenter, it has been kept in the ring. And Crocodile was fortunate to become the first and only experimenter. Damn dummy, what did you do to me? The strange energy flowing in the body and some kind of reaction from the body made Crocodile panic. Even his voice began to tremble and became a little thin. Iron Hammer, Lance and others looked at Crocodile with shock. Fuck, Taikawi, what did you do to him her? Don't ask me, I didn't know it would be like this, I'm done. Oh my god. What should I do? You ask me, who should I ask, but I remember there's someone who seems to have a way to turn this around. Who? Ambryo Ivankov. As the two of them were talking, Crocodile in front of them had completely changed. The originally sturdy body became slender, the face became oval, and the figure became plump and tall. Asshole Taikawi, I won't let you go. The high-pitched, piercing voice full of women exploded in Taikawi's ears. The shock made Taikawi panic. Chapter 118 Crocodile. What the hell is going on, Hammer? What did your dagger do to her? Lance looked at the beauty in front of him with a shocked face, and he was not feeling well. The same was true for Hammer. He just wanted to try out the knife, and he never expected this to happen. What the hell is this crocodile? It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Surely, a woman, felt floating at this moment. It's completely the royal sister style. Where is the windbreaker and big back hair of Marco? How come he has become a Hong Kong movie sister-in-law? Oh my god! Do you remember that there was a piece of heterochromatic ore in the warehouse? This dagger was made of that thing, and when it was successfully forged, it was given an ability called mutation. I thought it could only turn people into monsters. Who would have thought it was a gender change? In addition to the Navy, Crocodile himself and his little brother were also completely shocked. The ambitious Crocodile was slashed by the hammer and turned into Cloacodale. Note, Chloe. The word Chloe is usually used to describe objects that are beautiful, hard, and shiny like jade. When used to describe women, it usually refers to women with noble, elegant, beautiful, and strong qualities. Damn Navy, I'm going to kill you. The anger turned into a soprano. It must be said that her voice was really high, it pierced everyone's eardrums directly. That old Shat, no, Sister Shat. It doesn't seem right, Miss Shat, let's just say this. Miss Shat, do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? The hammer really didn't know how to face Cloacodale. I'm going to kill you, let me go if you dare. Ah! The anger made Cloacodale's face flushed, and the soldiers swallowed their saliva. Lance cuff her. No, you can't. Ouch, fuck. Lance, are you stupid? Lance, who was not stupid at all, heard Taikawi's words, and without saying a word, he took out the key from his pocket and uncuffed Colocadar's sea-stone handcuffs very neatly. Oh, why should I untie her? Hide quickly. Without the suppression of the sea-stone, Colocadar exploded instantly. I'm going to kill you all. Erosion of samsara. Yes, she exploded completely, and both slender palms were pressed on the ground. For a moment, the terrifying sand was flying all over the sky, and countless water was swallowed up. Even the coconut trees next to her were not spared. Damn it, everyone retreat, don't worry about those pirates, self-preservation comes first. Lance, Shirley, get the hose on the boat and prepare to spray water. Break the stone in my chest. In order to cover the retreat of his soldiers, the hammer directly used his ability to shatter all the ground on his side. This barely stopped the progress of the erosion cycle. You must die for turning me into this, and you all must die. I won't allow you to breathe after seeing me. All of you will die. Become a dried corpse after being swallowed by me. The terrifying sand fruit continued to release its power. Boss, we are your crew. Ah! The pirates, Karami, who were caught up by the erosion cycle, no longer appreciated their boss's peerless beauty. Instead, they began to run away in fear. You all will die if you see something you shouldn't see. The flying sand covered the pirates who originally belonged to her. When the wind and sand passed, all the pirates turned into mummies. This is the ability of the natural sand fruit. The essence of the sand fruit ability, the power of drying, can absorb the moisture of organic and inorganic matter it touches, absorb the moisture in rocks or soil to turn them back into sand, or absorb the groundwater in the desert to create quicksand, etc. My goodness, you don't even let your own people go. Clockita, you are so scary. The teasing voice of the hammer suddenly sounded, making the already furious flames rise even more fiercely. My name is Crocodile, not Clockita. Navy Dye Desert Greatsword. The terrifying sand instantly formed a sharp sword and stabbed at the hammer. No, you can't do this, listen to me. Iron block steel. Facing Clockita's attack, the hammer didn't want to fight back at all. After all, he knew he had done something bad. He directly launched the iron block to take it. And Clockita is the candidate of the 7 warlords of the sea, although the hammer doesn't like this person very much. Okay. Get it. Shirley rushed over with a water gun and a long water pipe in hand. Psychic hammer. The hammer that hit the soul appeared again, and Koloko-dare, who was still madly outputting, instantly fell into a passive position. The hammer seized the opportunity, aimed at Koloko-dare, opened the valve and began to spray water at her. This is one of the weaknesses of the sand fruit. It cannot be sandified when it touches liquid, and it cannot be elementalized. What's more, the other end of the water pipe is directly stuck in the sea. What is sprayed out is sea water. Damn it, bastard Navy! Facing the whistling sea water, Koloko-dare was instantly touched by the sea water and lost her ability. The extremely weak feeling made her even more angry. But she had no way out. The sea water directly gave her a chill, and all her clothes were soaked. This time, Taikoi was even more dumbfounded. Shirley handcuffs put them on her quickly. I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to forge iron. Shirley quickly took out a pair of handcuffs, but she collapsed to the ground the next second. No strength. Lance shook his head helplessly, took the handcuffs from Shirley's hand and rushed to the wet Korokter, still muttering. You are also a capable person now, how dare you touch sea stone? Click. The handcuffs were put back on Korokter's hands, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn Navy I want! Bang! Lance looked at Taikoi, who fainted, and looked at her even more helplessly. I saw that Taikoi was still in the posture of punching. The reason why Korokter fainted was entirely because he used the broken face hammer to hit her. Of course, the power was very weak, so he could only knock her out. Bring Miss Sand on board, let's leave here first. This battle ended with Crocodile turning into Clocodile and the pirate Kurami being wiped out. Chapter 119 The Deal with Dragon. Warhammer. Hammer, do you really have a way to deal with her situation? Looking at Hammer rummaging through boxes, Lance still didn't quite believe it. Even men turned into women, what remedy is there? Anyway, he didn't believe it. Okay, go see if Korokota is awake. If she is, bring her here. The matter of the 7 warlords has not been settled yet. You don't want to go back and be scolded by old Sengoku, do you? We have caused a big disaster. We have not yet decided on the candidates for the 7 warlords, and we have messed up the candidates. If this is not resolved, I will be dead. Of course, you can't escape either. The words of Taikoi made Lance's mind appear the big Buddha with golden light on his afro. If that thick big hand slapped him, it is estimated that not even his ashes would be left. Trembling all over, Lance hurried to check on Korokota's situation. After Lance left, Taikoi finally found a Den Mushi. This is the exclusive Den Mushi for him and someone. They were originally comrades in arms, but now they are in different camps. But there is no other way now. He showed a trace of helplessness on his face and could only dial the Den Mushi. Bolo bolo, bolo bolo. Moses, is it Taikoi? A cheerful male voice came, and the Den Mushi also turned into a man, but with a red fork-shaped tattoo on the left side. Ah, dragon, it's me. Ha ha ha, my dear friend, how come you have time to call me? Have you thought clearly about creating a revolutionary army with me to overthrow the world government? Go away, I tell you, I am already a lieutenant general, don't always think about deceiving me. I have something to ask you, do you know the whereabouts of Ambryo Ivankov? Hearing Taikoi's question, Dragon fell silent. No, it should be said that he was shocked. How did you know him? Tisk, the mountain people have their own tricks, just say whether you know. I have something to do with him, a big thing. He is my companion, a like-minded companion. Now I am preparing supplies with me in the South China Sea. What do you want to talk to him about? South China Sea. Okay, I'm leaving for the South China Sea now. Drager on the other side of the phone looked at the very tall man beside him and fell into deep thought. You have to tell me what you want to do with him, otherwise even if you are my best friend, I will not let him meet you. Drager, have you become so serious after you left? I have a patient who needs his ability, very serious. Patient? Even Ambryo Ivankov next to him was confused. Ambryo Ivankov. He is very tall, with a huge face, abnormally large dark purple explosive hair, big enough to hide a person, long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss. Drager, how does he know my ability so strange? Dragon nodded, he also felt very strange. Why did Dragon know Ambryo Ivankov? It was because he participated in the Battle of God Valley. And Ivankov was also there. Iron Hammer, give me your explanation. Iron Hammer was speechless. How could he explain this, damn it? Hey, it's not like no one knows about God Valley. Although the news has been blocked, don't forget that I am also an old navy. Besides, I am the master of the celestial dragons recently. Dragon, I won't let you suffer. Let Ambryo Ivankov help me treat one person, I can pay. What does Darag lack the most now? It must be money. Taikoi calculated accurately. If he wants to form a revolutionary army, Darag has to worry about money. What does Taikoi have the most at present? Money. He just got more than 9 billion from the celestial dragons. He is a rich man. Sure enough, Taikoi's words directly hit Darag's heart. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are if you don't manage the household. Darag's hairline has moved back these days because of worrying about forming his own power. Really, how much money? Tisk tisk tisk, Darag, money is easy to talk about. As long as you bring Ivankov here, I will definitely give you money. Darag was completely numb. Why is the money that makes him worry so much so simple in Taikoi's mouth? Okay, I'll let Ivankov help you, but you have to give enough money. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Let's meet on Gaia Island in 3 days, okay? Gaia Island, why did you choose that place? Nonsense, of course it's because there are only pirates here, and there are no spies from the Navy and the government. I still want to get promoted. Can I get along with a wanted criminal like you? Oh, okay. Beiji. The Den Den Mushi hung up, and Taikoi felt relieved instantly. Taichui, Koro Kodare is awake. I'm coming in. Lance took Koro Kodare into Taikoi's forging room. Koro Kodare was still furious, and when she saw Taikoi, the instigator of everything, she wanted to rush up and bite him to death. Hey, Koro Kodare, don't look at me like that, it's annoying. Damn Navy, your name is Taikoi, right? I swear, I will definitely kill you, send you to feed the crocodiles. Miss Chat, calm down. Let's not talk about whether you can beat me or not. Even if you beat me, you have to continue to be a woman. Bastard. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Koro Kodare was furious. So, since you can't beat me anyway, why don't we sit down and talk? Iron Hammer took 2 iron stools, sat on one, and threw the other in front of Koro Kodare. But Koro Kodare was unmoved, and Iron Hammer didn't force it. I have a way to solve your current appearance, but the premise is that you must agree to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When these words came out, Koro Kodare showed a trace of shock. Is there a way to solve her current appearance? She has changed from a man to a woman, how can this be solved? Don't look like an inexperienced person. If I say there is a way, then there is a way. Just say whether you agree or not. Kurokoto was silent. The 7 warlords didn't matter. The key was to become a man again. What are the 7 warlords? You have to explain it clearly. Seeing Kurokoto give in, Taikui was delighted and used his A look. I told you before, but you must not have listened carefully. I will explain it to you again. The Shishibukai are recognized as pirates by the world government. Except for the mandatory summons of the world government and the payment of a certain amount of income to the government, they can act freely and are not interfered with by the government. You can attack and plunder pirates freely, but you cannot touch the member states, the government, and the navy. Do you understand? After listening, Kurokoto fell into deep thought again, thinking. Be a running dog of the government and a thug of the navy. Humph, the world government is calculating. Of course, I will add one more thing here. I can help you deal with the current situation and return you to your manhood. In the end, Kurokoto chose to agree and agreed to the request of the Shishibukai. I agree to become a Shishibukai, but the premise is that you turn me back to my original appearance. Otherwise, let alone Shishibukai, I will not even be a pirate. I will hunt you down every day until I kill you. Iron Hammer Emma, too cruel. Chapter 120, Hammer vs Ivankov. On the hammer. First, an angry voice sounded, followed by a scream. Little girl, don't go too far. Don't come over here. The warship is now sailing on the sea, with the target being Gaia Island in the first half of the Grand Line. Since Kurokoto agreed to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, she has been unrestricted in her movements except for wearing sea stone handcuffs. This is the privilege given to her by the hammer. All the soldiers are curious about this person, and Shirley is even more exaggerated. She has always been the only girl on the ship, which makes her very boring. But with the appearance of Kurokoto, although this guy was originally a man, after becoming a woman, this face really kills both men and women. Shirley instantly entangled with her. This also made Kurokoto collapse instantly. Lance couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Kurokoto being ravaged by Shirley. It's true that there is always someone who can defeat him. This is too scary. That's a great pirate with the natural sand fruit. He was captured by Shirley. It's scary, too scary. The soldiers who heard his voice nodded one after another. What are you looking at? Train quickly. Yes, Colonel Lance. Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town. A small town where pirates who spend money like water gather. Deregu, dressed in a green robe, has come here with his men. Deregu, is that hammer really as powerful as you said? Special forging ability. Why does it sound so unreliable? Ivankov was very curious about the hammer, but he was skeptical. After all, this ability sounds so unrealistic. Ivan, don't doubt Iron Hammer's ability. My robe was made by him. You should know the ability of this robe. Ivankov nodded. When he put on the green robe for the first time, he was about to fly. Iron Hammer is my best friend and someone who knows my thoughts. Although he is a navy, this is not an obstacle to my friendship with him. I believe he is a person who agrees with my point of view. Just as they were talking, applause suddenly rang out. Pa 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 pa, Dragon, you made me burst into tears. Dragon smiled and turned his head, looking at Iron Hammer's face, which was slightly black because of long-term iron forging. My money is here, no, my best friend is here. Ivankov. Ah ha 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 ha, I just made a slip of the tongue, take it back, you two just pretend you didn't hear it. Iron Hammer, Nima, isn't the one who can take back the fruit ability. Old man Garp Dragon, why don't you learn well? Humph, my ears are still very useful. Don't worry about it, Iron Hammer. By the way, why did you come here by yourself? Where's your ship? You are stupid and I am stupid. This is a pirate town. I drove a warship here directly, although I am not afraid of them. I'd better forget about unnecessary battles. I'm lazy. Drag nodded. Ivankov on the side looked at Iron Hammer with great curiosity. He was 3 meters tall, quite tall, with a dark face, very strong, and very ordinary. This is what he thinks of Iron Hammer. If Iron Hammer knew, he would definitely give him a hammer to make him speak the truth. This is Ivankov. Oh, you are so shameless. Ivankov. Hee, you are Iron Hammer, you are so ordinary and very dark. Iron Hammer. 2 electric currents collided in the air, and the 2 people looked at each other with big eyes, full of gunpowder. You two, that's enough. Diriger shook his head helplessly. When the 2 chatterboxes met, he should have thought of it long ago. Humph, it's only Dirag who's helping me, otherwise I'll stare at you to death, believe it or not. Hee, with those little bean-like eyes of yours, be careful, I'll blow you away in a blink of an eye. Well, the current can't be stopped now, it's sparks and lightning. Okay, you two stop. Iron Hammer, what on earth are you looking for Ivan for? Iron Hammer retracted his lightning-shooting eyes and showed a helpless expression. I made a special dagger before, and I stabbed a person, and he turned from a man into a woman. Drag. Ivankov, oh. The 2 people were in completely opposite states, the former was shocked on the spot, and the latter was extremely excited. Shemale Iron Hammer, right, I'm optimistic about you. Ivankov changed his previous gunpowder smell and became very happy in an instant. Iron Hammer. I'm a bastard. Drag opened his mouth wide and finally spit out a sentence. Iron Hammer, you are not going to be a shemale too. Get out, I made a mistake, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Who did you stab? Crocodile. Drag was even more shocked. Sha, Crocodile, isn't this the rising star of the pirates who has become famous recently? It is said that he even fought a draw with Barrett, the reckless man. Haha, so, Crocodile Boy has become a woman. Haha, this is good news. I want her to join me. Ivankov's original form was exposed directly. Ivankov, this may not work. He is the candidate for the 7 warlords of the sea selected by the world government. He can't go with you. Ivankov. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading. I know your fruit ability is hormone, which gives you the ability to change sex. I hope you can help me change Crocodile back. Reward, I will support your business with 1 billion Baileys in my personal name. Drag. Ivankov. 1 billion Taikawi, are you serious? Taikawi nodded. Anyway, he had plenty of money, and it was given by Dragon, so he was not unhappy. Where did you get so much money? Although Dirag was very happy to have money soon, he was still a little worried. Don't worry, Old Man Kong helped me to go to the auction in Marijoa and cheated the celestial dragons of 20 billion, half of which was taken away by Old Man Kong. The other half is mine. Dirag and Ivankov looked at each other and couldn't speak for a long time. Half, 10 billion, oh my god, Taikawi, you are such a big spender. Then you only support me with 1 billion Baileys. Well, you still think it's not enough. This is my retirement money, is it easy for me? That's a celestial dragon, and I was killed by accident, and you still think it's not enough. Looking at Taikawi's red face and thick neck, Dirag smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's a celestial dragon. Humph, it's just 1 billion, take it or leave it. Yes, must take it. Ivan, go and restore Crocodile. Ivankov. I feel a little tired for some reason. Chapter 121 Crocodile is back. Huo, Hammer, your warship is really good, shining silver. Hehe, as expected of a vice admiral, this ship is much better than the one of Dragon. Dragon curled his lips, and decided that once the money was in hand, he would go to the Seven Waters City to get a new ship. Okay, don't waste time. Hurry up and get down to business, Do you want the money? When Dragon heard about the money, he immediately became serious and dragged Ivankov onto the warmer. Lance, I've found someone who can handle this. Hurry up and ask Kolokadar to come over to my forging room. Lance looked at the big and the small, a giant and a normal person, both wearing cloaks and unable to see their faces, but he chose to believe Taikawi, nodded, and went to find someone. But why did he always feel that the one in the green robe was so familiar? It seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. Durag. After all, I am also a monster of the first session. You can't recognize me, young man. You are on a narrow path. Walked into Taikawi's forging room. Durag and Ivankov's eyes lit up instantly. Fuck, Taikawi, you have so many good things now. This knife looks good, this stick, is it the Ruyi stick? Durag looked left and right, there was a knife and a stick. Taikawi really wanted to kick him out. Ivankov really believed in the forging ability of Taikawi. Apart from other things, the weapons forged in this room looked very lethal. Don't look at Durag, these are all mine, you know, and there are many failed products in it. You have to pay for them if you break them. Money, money, this is what Duraj values most and what matters most to him now. When he heard that he had to pay for it, Duraj immediately put down the sword in his hand and stood aside honestly. Look at you, you are a ruthless person who dares to attack even the celestial dragons, but you are afraid of paying for it. Tisk tisk tisk. The ruthless ridicule is the most deadly, but Duraj ignored him and rolled his eyes at him. Humph, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run the household. Now I have to pay for even a gun myself. I'm so poor. Of course, Taikawi knew that Duraj's life was not easy, but he just couldn't help but want to anger him. Who made him beat him up at that time? Tai is famous for holding grudges. Oh, our great Lord Durag has actually begun to understand the importance of money. It's not easy. The weird voice made Durag turn his head away speechlessly. Iron Hammer would not let him go, and went over to continue verbal attacks. Durag, do you know how easy it is for me to make money? Let's go to Shampoo and hold an auction. As soon as our Iron Hammer's name comes out, I tell you, that person, will be crowded with people, and money will come in a flash. Besides, I will soon become the Minister of Logistics of the Navy. What does the Minister of Logistics do? Manage money? Ha ha ha. Durag was overwhelmed by what he heard, and his head was full of tick characters, but what could he do? Take action. Stop it, this is his rich man, even if he takes action, he has to wait until he gets the money. Thinking of this, Durag's heart moved, right, just do it, take action after getting the money. I must beat him up. Damn Hammer, have you found the person who can solve my problem? Suddenly, a handsome lady over 2 meters tall pushed the door open and walked in. It was the future Shishibukai, the current beautiful lady, Kolokadar. Haha, what a beautiful girl! Ivankov's eyes lit up the moment he saw her. His huge body showed unimaginable flexibility, and he ran to Kolokadar and turned around. Stay away from me! Seeing Ivankov, Kolokadar subconsciously felt uncomfortable all over and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, she was facing Ivankov, who was known as the king of transvestites. She didn't have any face at all. Oh, no, I don't know if she had any face, but she had heavy makeup on her face. She is Crocodile, the rising star of the pirates. Oh my god, Hammer, what did you do to really turn him into a woman? Drago's eyes bulged out instantly, his mouth opened wide, and the shocked expression that inherited his father was very funny. Taikawi shook his head weakly. Stop talking, it's all tears. Hehe, Taikawi boy, I think you have the potential to be a new human, and so does this Kolo boy. How about you both join my new human paradise? Hehe. Ivankov showed an unprecedented high spirit, very excited. The corners of Taikawi's mouth twitched violently, and his hands began to stain. No, put away your terrible thoughts, Ivankov, otherwise I will not be able to help hammering you into the billet. Hurry up and deal with Kolokadar, I'm still waiting for him to become a Shishibukai. Kolokadar looked at the big guy in front of him in disbelief when he heard Taikawi's words. Ivankov Ambrio Ivankov. The she-male king. Asshole, Hammer, you said you can help me solve the problem, is it by relying on this demon king? Kolokadar felt bad, she was already miserable, and now she was brought a demon king. Is this another mockery of her? Kolokadar, don't show that cannibalistic look, there is only Ivankov in the world who can solve your problem. Don't worry, your secret will not be known by anyone except us. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Be steady. Kolokadar wanted to die now, but she was more angry, but when she thought of her current situation, she could only nod viciously. Hee hee croc boy, do you really want to turn back into a man? I think you look pretty good now. Why don't you just stay a woman, how great. Ivankov, who spun hundreds of times, threw away his cloak and revealed his true face. With a big face painted with heavy makeup and a strange outfit, she doesn't look like a normal person. Okay, Ivan, hurry up, I can't wait to count the money. Daragio couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't work quickly, how could he take revenge? Hee ha, since you said so, Darag, I'll help her. Don't move, croc boy, it will be done in a moment. Embryo male hormone. Just as Ivankov was talking, his huge body moved, and a long needle stretched out from the tip of his right hand in an instant, and the next second it pierced into Kolokadar's body. Ugh! A cry of pain came from Kolokadar's mouth. The next second her body began to tremble. The originally slender body began to become strong, and the beautiful face began to change towards firmness. After a few breaths, a beautiful queen disappeared, and Majii appeared again with a windbreaker and a big back hair. Crocodile is back. Chapter 122, Chlorodicart, still a woman. But there is a saying that has been warning the world. That is, what you encounter around the corner may not be love, but shock. The mutation of the mutant dagger is not a change in hormones, but a rule. Although Embryo Ivankov's ability turned Chlorodicart back into a man. But problems soon arose. Embryo male hormone. As Ivankov injected his ability into Chlorodicart's body, she first changed in the direction of the man, but soon returned to its original state. This conflict shocked Kolokadar instantly, and she was completely confused. Hee hee, this is wrong, why doesn't my ability work? Ivankov was horrified to find that no matter how he injected male hormones into Kolokadar's body, she did not change at all. On the contrary, his ability seemed to flow into the sea and disappeared completely. Fuck, Ivankov, don't scare me. Try again with a higher dose. Kolokadar was already a little dazed because of the injection of her ability, and she looked dizzy. Diriger felt a little inhumane watching this scene. I'll try again, embryo male hormone. Hee hee. Increasing the dose again, Kolokadar suffered a lot. She bent over in pain, and the surging in her chest instantly compressed. Let the hammer turn his head away quickly. No, your change seems to be a certain rule, and it is impossible to use hormones to adjust it. After these words came out, Taikawi was completely confused. What does this mean? This means that Kolokadar can't recover. This is fucking. No, Ivankov, don't scare me, you are a miracle man, you create miracles for me. Ivankov was also a little confused at this time. It was also the first time he encountered a situation where his ability didn't work. Is it possible that you used the wrong ability? If not, you can practice with Darag first. Get out, Taikawi, why don't you practice with yourself? Hearing Taikawi asking Ivankov to practice with him, Darag instantly got angry. He is a real man, and he absolutely doesn't want to experience the new human never. I'm sorry, Taikawi boy, but the fact is that my ability can't have any effect on her. Her change is irreversible. Taik. What should I do? What should I do if this guy wakes up and knows this? Will he really hunt me down for the rest of my life? If Zhang Guo knows that I turned his candidate into a woman, will he slap him to death? Oh my god, who can save poor Tai? I'm dying. Cough cough, how is it have I recovered? As the hormone power faded, Kolokadar woke up slowly from the state of confusion. The first thing was to ask about her own condition. Seeing her wake up, the three of Taikawi were silent. Seeing their silence, Kolokadar felt something was wrong and looked down at her body. What came into view was still the turbulent waves, and the next second. Ah! Damn Taikawi, didn't you say you could turn me back? Why do I still look like a woman? The deafening soprano spread throughout the warmer. All the soldiers heard the scream. Lance's heart sank. Shirley's eyes lit up. Don't get excited, don't get excited, crocodile, no, crocodile. This is just an accident. Ivankov has kidney deficiency recently, and his ability is not very good. Wait for him to rest, and he will be fine. Ivankov's face turned black when he heard this. But looking at Crocodile, who was on the verge of collapse, he still didn't refute Taikawi's words. If this girl gets angry to death, it will be a waste. Deregyu also hurriedly advised, after all, this is related to his 1 billion Baileys, he has to save it. Yes, I can testify to this. Yvonne has not only kidney deficiency, liver deficiency, but also stomach fire. There is definitely a problem. It will be fine after he recovers. Ivankov. You two are really not human. He, I'm so stupid that I actually believed your nonsense. You really think I'm stupid, don't you? I can feel a certain ability remaining in my body, it should be his ability. Since the ability is in my body, and I haven't changed, it proves that his ability can't change my situation at all. Iron Hammer, you are very good. I don't want to be a Shishibukai anymore, and I don't want to be a pirate anymore. If you have the guts, just keep torturing me like this, otherwise I will definitely kill you. No, even if I wear these handcuffs, I will kill you. Kolokadar's face changed from excitement to sadness, and finally froze in dead silence. There was endless murderous intent in her eyes, staring at Iron Hammer viciously, as if she wanted to eat him. Iron Hammer swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in a row. Iron Hammer, it's not that I won't help you, it's that the problem is too serious. Money, I won't take it, I'm going with Yvonne. Yvonne, go, our comrades are waiting. Kolokadar's eyes made Durag and Ivankov on the side feel terrified, and they hurriedly fled from here. Iron Hammer was shocked instantly. Don't worry, my brother, I'll get you the money, I'll go right away, we'll go together. Go, 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 go. Iron Hammer pushed and pulled Durag and Ivankov out of the forging room. Leaving Kolokadar sitting there alone, she worked for a long time before slowly getting up. Here, 1 billion Baileys, not a cent less. You two should just pretend you don't know what happened today, do you hear me? Giving the money to Durag, Taikawi scratched his head in annoyance. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut, but Taikawi, what are you going to do about Kolokadar? What should I do? How would I know? That guy's eyes definitely meant he wanted to kill me. Oh, I'm in trouble. Deregyu didn't know what to say at this time, he could only promise not to tell anyone about what happened today. By the way, Taikawi, do you really not want to join my team? Come on, yours is just a makeshift team now, let me ask you, what is the name of your organization? Faced with Taikawi's question, Durag was stunned at first, and then fell into embarrassment. This made Taikawi stunned. No way, you haven't even thought of the name of your organization yet, right? Drag and Ivankov were both embarrassed. Indeed, they hadn't even thought of a name yet. Name? I don't know what it is. Iron Hammer was speechless for a moment. Chapter 123. You've kept all of Garp's stupidity. You bastard, Drag, you've started an uprising without even thinking of a name. Is the name so difficult? Aren't you just trying to overthrow the current world government and rebuild a harmonious society? Isn't this a revolution? Isn't revolution about overthrowing the old and creating the new? I'm really impressed by you. You really kept all of your father Garp's stupidity. Iron Hammer was really disappointed with his friend. He had a doubt. Wasn't he really Durag in front of him? Wasn't he very wise and awesome in the comics of his previous life? Why did he end up like this after all the fuss? Revolution, Revolutionary Army. Yes, Iron Hammer, my dear friend, you are really my lucky star on the road ahead. Just call it the Revolutionary Army, ha 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 ha. Compared to Iron Hammer's headache, Durag was extremely excited. Revolutionary Army, what a good name, good, very good. Even Ivankov on the side was a little shocked by Iron Hammer. Hee, I didn't expect that Iron Hammer boy really cares about the world. You can come up with such a profound name. You are worthy of being regarded as a close friend by Durag, hee. Iron Hammer was even more confused. What? Oh my god, I just said it casually. Iron Hammer was completely stunned, he really just said it casually. He knew the name of the Revolutionary Army from reading comics. Alright my dear friend, my organization will be called the Revolutionary Army from now on. Since you gave me the name, I was going to take the money and beat you up, but I think I'll just forget it, ha 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 ha. Iron Hammer. Damn, you still want to beat me up? You took my money and beat me up after that, Dragon, you are a real dog. The dogs on the bow of Garp are not as dog as you. Drag completely ignored Taikoi's angry curses, his mind full of joy for the new name. The problem that had been bothering him was solved, and Durag happily gave Taikoi a hug. Even Ivankov said he wanted to give Taikoi a hug. Finally, Taikoi couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the two. He directly activated his ability, shattered the ground, and rushed out of the encirclement of the two at the speed of light and returned to the warmer. At the same time, Kolokadar was in the lounge. Just as she was thinking carefully about how to kill Taikoi, she suddenly trembled all over, and the whole person began to tremble. What is going on? An indescribable feeling came from her body, making her kneel on the ground. A faint pink mist emanated from her body. Pink mist, the ability of that bastard she-male's fruit. The mist she emitted condensed and slowly surrounded Kolokadar. After an unknown amount of time, a voice sounded. Ha, I don't know why, but I really turned back this time. The mist disappeared, and a very cool man reappeared. Hammer, wait, I will definitely defeat you and kill you. Now let's find a place to form a new team, the 7 warlords of the Cha Ha. After leaving Iron Hammer for a certain distance, Crocodile turned back into a man, his heart was full of excitement. When Iron Hammer returned to the warmer, he felt for the first time that the deck of his warship was so hot. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped onto the deck, a heart-wrenching roar instantly spread throughout the warship. What's going on? Why did it turn back again? When Iron Hammer heard it, hey, isn't this Crocodile's voice? The whole person quickly disappeared from the spot and rushed to the source of the sound. Shirley and Lance also ran over. The three looked at each other at the door of the lounge, and Iron Hammer finally pushed the door open. I saw Crocodile waving his hands locked by Seastone frantically, and muttering, why? Hey, Miss Sand, what's wrong with you? Taiko looked at Crocodile with doubt, not understanding what happened to him. Suddenly, Crocodile seemed to think of something, and rushed towards Taiko and grabbed his collar. It's you. If you come back, I will change back. I want to leave you. As long as I leave you, I can recover my body. Taiko was instantly confused by these words. What do you mean, can I change back if I leave him? Wait, he did leave the warmer just now. Could it be? A gleam of light flashed in Taiko's eyes, and he asked impatiently. You mean, after I left just now, you turned back into a man? Crocodile did not hesitate, nodded heavily, and then his face became more ferocious. Asshole Taiko, I want to stay away from you. I did the 7 warlords of the sea. The condition is that you stay away from me in the future. Taiko crashed instantly, what is this? Is there still a distance for this change in feelings? But after all, this is a solution. If this method can be used to threaten Crocodile to be a Shishibukai, it might be a good thing. Thinking of this, Taikui felt that it was reliable. Okay, I promise you, as long as you are a Shishibukai safely, I will not come to you for free. Crocodile nodded hurriedly. Finally, Taikui threw Crocodile directly in Mogu town, and then handed her the key to the sea stone handcuffs. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I took the warmer and left. When Taikui walked away, Crocodile curled up on the ground, and the change began again. But after a few breaths, the queen disappeared, and the big back hair returned. Crocodile slowly stood up with a tired face and clenched his teeth. Damn bastard, I want to stay away from him. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, with this relationship, I probably won't see him again. In order to clear his mind, Taikui decided not to return to the headquarters and take a stroll around the 4 seas. He set his sights on the West Sea. Lance, you are from the West Sea, right? Is there anything fun in the West Sea? Taikui was not forging iron, but standing on the deck and enjoying the sea breeze. Speaking of the West Sea, Lance showed a trace of nostalgia. Yes, I am from the West Sea. I was in the 478th branch of the West Sea before. It is a branch close to the Kingdom of Flowers. It was established to supervise the 8 Treasures Navy. The living environment in the West Sea is quite bad, even worse than that in the North Sea. The biggest problem in the West Sea is not the 8 Treasures Navy. Even though the 8 Treasures Navy is strong, it is the Mafia that really makes the West Sea chaotic. Mafia, when Taikui heard this name, the first person he thought of was Cigar Dwarf, one of the future supernovas. My hometown is a very ordinary town called Yaltown, which belongs to the Bashi Kingdom, one of the member countries of the world government. Although it is peaceful on the surface, it is privately ruled by the Fant family and the Florence family, one of the 5 major mafias in the West Sea. After listening to this, Taikui had a certain understanding of the West Sea. There was no way. The original book introduced too little about the West Sea, so he could only ask the locals. Then let's go to Bashi Kingdom, take a stroll, and let you return home in glory, ha ha ha. Lance looked at the hammer helplessly, that was a look of looking at a fool. After changing the course, the Warhammer headed towards the Bashi Kingdom against the huge waves. Chapter 124 Pink-haired Lolita. Bashi Kingdom, Yaltown. Old Ghost, you should pay the protection fee, otherwise the goods in your village will be lost on the way. This young man, please be tolerant for 2 more days, I will pay it in a few days. Tisk, how many times have you said this in front of a house? 2 ferocious young men in suits and sunglasses were warning an old man. But the old man obviously couldn't pay. Humph, don't blame me for not reminding you. No one in the Bashi Kingdom dares not to give face to our Florence family. The Florence family is one of the 5 major mafia in the West Sea, and its minions are spread all over the countries in the West Sea. The old man was even more panicked. Damn it, don't bully the village chief uncle. Jia, you can. Suddenly, 2 black fence-like iron bars appeared on both sides of the 2. Then he clasped his hands together and turned into an iron cage to trap the 2. Damn it, they actually attacked by surprise. What is this? The 2 mafia locked in the black cage instantly shouted in anger, and then tried to break free, but unfortunately they couldn't break free from the black iron bars no matter how they tried. And the one who made this move was a little girl with pink hair. You mafia guys are going too far. If Brother Lance were still here, he would definitely arrest all of you. When the mafia heard the word Lance, a trace of panic appeared on their faces, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a trace of ruthlessness. Humph, who did I think it was? It turned out to be the bastard sister of Lance. If I remember correctly, your name should be Tina, right? I'm telling you, Lance has left here, no one will protect your town anymore. Fran the S family will rule here sooner or later. The girl named Tina listened to the shouting of the mafia, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. She wanted to take action again, but was stopped by the village chief. Let them go, Tina, be obedient. Tina looked at the village chief in disbelief. Uncle village chief, they. It's okay, Tina, let them go. Okay. Tina had no choice but to release her fruit ability. Yes, Tina is a devil fruit ability user, a superhuman type, the Kankan fruit ability user. She can create a fence from anywhere in her body to imprison the enemy, and the hardness of the fence is even greater than steel. Humph, you are smart. Wait, the Florence family will definitely want you. What do you want them to do? Just as the mafia was about to make a ruthless statement, a somewhat lazy voice suddenly interrupted him. A 3-meter-tall, black-faced muscular man like an iron tower appeared behind him. I want. The surging momentum was like a huge wave, sweeping over, as if to swallow up the whole world, so that the little Karamis were dumbfounded and couldn't speak a complete sentence. With this quality, you still want to learn to be a mafia? Stay aside. The man who came was Taikawi. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the collars of the two little Karamis, and threw them behind him. The two flew away in a parabola in the air. The disappearing figure also left 2 shining stars in the air. Lance, your hometown doesn't look peaceful. It's different from what you said. Lance. The village chief and little Tina's eyes lit up. 2 people walked out slowly from behind Taikawi, they were Lance and Shirley. None of the 3 wore military uniforms. Taikawi and Lance wore casual shorts and short sleeves, while Shirley wore short sleeves and short skirts. Wow, a pink-haired girl! Shirley had seen that Kolokadar's love for beautiful women had increased significantly, and she burst out instantly when she saw the pink-haired loli. A flash of white light passed by, and the pink-haired loli was already in her arms. Let me go. Who are you, brother Lance? Save me. Oh, brother Lance. Or pink hair, look at the black iron rods over there. Is this the future black prison? Tina? Taikawi narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Lance beside him, and felt embarrassed to be seen by Lance. Tina, it's okay, this is Lieutenant General Taikawi, Lieutenant Colonel Shirley. When Tina heard the word hammer, she was surprised. One of the legendary new star monsters of the Navy, Vice Admiral Orn Hammer. Wow, so you look like this. But why is it so dark? When Tina heard the name of Hammer, she was very excited at first, and then her expression was a little depressed. Hammer. No, sister, what's wrong with the black spot? It's not my skin color, it's the smoke from forging iron. I've decided, I'll go find Vice Admiral Crane when I go back. When these words came out, Shirley and Lance were curious. Why are you looking for Vice Admiral Crane? She is the user of the wash fruit ability. I'll go to her to wash my face, and I promise to wash off the black on my face. Lance. Shirley. Tina. What he said makes sense, but why does it always feel so weird? When the village chief saw Lance, his face was full of excitement. Lance, you are back. Village chief, I am back. Good boy, you are stronger, good, very good. Lance also looked at the village chief with great excitement. Led by the village chief, the group walked into the small town where Lance was raised, Yall Town. So, after I went to the headquarters, these bastards started to exploit the village. After listening to the village chief's story about these years, Lance's muscles were throbbing with anger. He began to tremble with anger. Tina, who was standing by, was even more angry. Although she was a capable person at the age of 10, her own strength was still too weak to protect the safety of the village. But when she saw the iron hammer sitting upright, Tina's eyes lit up again. But this time, Master Iron Hammer is here. Even if the leader of the Florence family comes, he will definitely not get any good, isn't it, Master Orn? Iron Hammer, I have an extra fan for no reason. Am I that powerful? I'm just a small lieutenant general who can't be on the stage. This made Lance and Shirley's mouths twitch. He is still a young vice admiral. This is the backbone of the Navy. Is it so worthless in your mouth? Forget it, since we are here, let's deal with this matter. Lance, Shirley, let's go to the capital later and find the patriarch of the Florence family. Bashi Kingdom, Bashi Royal City. I have to say, this country is quite prosperous. Walking on the streets of the royal city, Taikawa looked at the prosperous things around him and couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Of course, Bashi Kingdom is a very rich country in the West Sea. Even the Kingdom of Flowers can't compare to Bashi Kingdom in some ways. Lance is still very proud of his hometown. But facing the poisonous iron hammer, his pride was instantly shattered. Yes, the prosperity is all mafia. Lance. Tina and Shirley on the side looked at Lance's humiliation and immediately covered their faces and laughed. Hey, Lance, if we look like this, when will we find the Florence family? Well, I haven't seen their leader either, so I don't know. Iron Hammer rubbed his forehead weakly. My first mate, you have betrayed the trust of this lieutenant general. Hey Lance, look at those two people, are they the little Karami who went to Y'all Town just now? Lance looked closely. Hey, it really is. He 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 he. A sinister laugh sounded. The next second, Iron Hammer and Lance each grabbed the two little Karamis. Hey, kid, do you still recognize me? Little Karami was so scared that his soul flew away. He was walking on the street, but a gust of wind blew by and he was roughly grabbed and taken to a corner. Looking at the person in front of him, he was scared to death. Isn't this the 3-meter-high iron tower? Brother, I was wrong, don't hit me. Iron Hammer showed a smile that he thought was very kind. Don't worry, kid, I just want to ask you a question. But who would have thought that his smile was like a devilish smile in the eyes of little Karami, coupled with the fierceness given by Iron Hammer's years of blacksmithing. The little brother fainted directly from fear. Iron Hammer. New achievement +1. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 125 Florence Family. Am I that scary? This bastard fainted. Lance, did you get the result? Iron Hammer looked at the unconscious little Karami in front of him and was very unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Well, I found out that their family residence is in Florence Manor outside the city. Florence Linda is the person we are looking for. Since they knew who they were looking for and where to go, Iron Hammer and his men didn't hesitate and took another little Karami to act as a guide. The group went straight to Florence Manor outside the city. Soon they arrived outside Florence Manor. The manor looked quite imposing, surrounded by high walls and dense woods. The gate was closed, revealing a mysterious atmosphere. Iron Hammer went forward and knocked on the door. After a while, the door slowly opened, and a man who looked like a butler poked his head out and looked at them vigilantly. We are here to find Florence Linda. Iron Hammer said. The butler looked at them, especially when he saw the little Karami in his hand. His face became a little ugly. Wait a moment. After saying that, the housekeeper closed the door. Not long after, a group of armed men rushed out and surrounded Taikawa and others. Seeing this, Taikawa was not panicked at all. He stepped forward and said loudly, "We are just here to discuss business with Florence Linda, and we don't want to cause trouble." The leading man sneered, "Talk about business, bring my people to the door and say it's to discuss business." Taikawa sighed in his heart, then waved his hand casually, and it seemed that he was ready to take action. Lance and others behind him were also rubbing their hands, even Xiao Tina was no exception. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a low voice came, "Let them in." The door opened again, and a tall middle-aged man came out. He was Florence Linda. Taikawa looked him up and down, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Florence Linda exuded a strong aura, and was obviously a difficult character to deal with. I don't know what kind of wind blew the famous Admiral Taikawi of the Navy headquarters and the famous forging master Orn to my small manor. After all, he was the leader of the mafia, and he saw Taikawi's identity at a glance. Hey, it's better to say that Taikawi is really famous now. Under the deliberate spread of Old Man Kong, all kinds of titles such as Rising Star Admiral, Forging Master, and Famous Sword Creator fell on Taikawi's head. Even he himself didn't know that he was so famous. Look, Taikawi himself was stunned by Florence Linda's words, and murmured, "Am I so famous?" Tina, the little fangirl behind him, immediately took over and said, "Very famous Lieutenant General Hammer, don't you read newspapers?" Newspapers? Yes, recently, you've been on almost every page. Iron Hammer was shocked. How could he not know this? Little did he know that this was also what Old Man Kong meant. He specifically went to Morgan's and told him not to send newspapers to Hammer. It was a blatant threat, but Morgan's didn't care at all. After all, Hammer made him earn enough Bailey, so he wouldn't go against money. Haha, it seems that Lieutenant General Hammer doesn't know anything about this. Come here, get today's news of the world for Lieutenant General Hammer. Soon, a copy of today's newspaper was delivered to Taikawi. After seeing this, Taikawi was instantly killed. The new star of the Navy, Taikawi, is a well-deserved forging master, and the famous sword Bingqing is well-deserved. Does the famous sword Bingqing have the ability to compete with the supreme big sword 12 works? Faced with such a new star of the Navy, how should the pirates deal with it? Almost all the news about him occupied half a page of newspaper. Iron Hammer was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Old Kong, you are so cruel. Iron Hammer took out his notebook and gave Old Kong an extra star, then wrote a sentence, using him as a gimmick, not considering the psychological death of the person involved. Hehe, now Lieutenant General Iron Hammer can tell me why you came to my small Florence manor. Iron Hammer put away the newspaper, looked at the helmsman of the Florence family, and told the purpose of this trip. Y'all Town, do you know? Hearing the 3 words Y'all Town, Florence Linda instantly looked at Lance behind Iron Hammer, with a hint of realization on his face. Hehe, it turns out to be for this matter, no problem, I will pass the order down in a while, and no one will disturb the tranquility of Y'all Town in the future. Florence Linda's attitude was a little unexpected by Iron Hammer. Originally, he was thinking about whether to show off his muscles. So easy to talk to. Hehe, the famous Master Orn came in person, I can still tell the difference. People who smile always give people the feeling of a smiling tiger or a scheming man, and Florence Linda gave Taikawi this feeling at this time. Tell me, what is the price? I don't think you are so kind. Taikawi crossed his arms and looked at Florence Linda coldly. Hehe, you are really a smart person. I am drooling over Master Orn's work. I am lucky to meet you today, of course I want to make money. I heard that you have done business with the Hydra Club. I am not talented, but I also have several auction houses in the West Sea. I wonder if there is a chance to cooperate with Lieutenant General Taikawi. Sure enough, just as Taikawi thought. Doing business I like it, but I don't know what price you can give me. You know, everything I produce is a treasure. Making money is Taikawi's favorite, and the boss said that as long as it doesn't have a clear attack power, he can sell it at will. Master Orn is straightforward, and I'm not greedy. I only want 10 of the profit, and the rest belongs to you. Tisk, Hydra only wants 10 from me, and you want 10 for the first time doing business with me. Taikawi was very disdainful. 1% is money, and you have to argue for it. 8%. Deal. Originally, Taikawi was just testing casually, but he didn't expect the other party to accept it directly. Now it's Taikawi's turn. No, big brother, why don't you play by the rules? At this moment, Taikawi, who has lived 2 lives, feels like a mallet, and can only do iron and chicken feathers. In this way, the two finalized the agreement, and the Florence family became the third auction link of Taikawa by charging an 8 handling fee. Of course, Taikawa didn't have time to wait for them to hold the auction, so he left 2 items for them to auction. The money from the auction needed to be deposited into his account by the Florence family through the bank as soon as possible. Without saying anything, Florence Linda agreed. Before leaving, he presented a brocade box as a gift for cooperation between the two parties. Taikawa accepted it directly with the mentality of not taking it for nothing. After watching Taikawa and his group leave, Florence Linda showed a smile of conspiracy. "Master, is it necessary to make such a big concession for a vice admiral?" The butler behind him showed a hint of confusion. "Humph, what do you know? He is not just an ordinary vice admiral, a rising star in the navy, the backbone of the future, and I heard through the underground world that he also landed in Marigosa. A navy that landed in Marigosa, can you understand the meaning of it? It's just some money, my Florence family has plenty." The housekeeper instantly understood what his master meant. Using the tiger's skin and the big flag in this way, the Florence family will show its advantage in the confrontation with other families. Hi! I beg you to click the like button, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 126 The Pillar of the 8 Treasures Navy. Iron Hammer, is it really okay for you to do business with the Florence family like this? After walking out of the manor, Lance asked with a hint of doubt. In his opinion, it is not right for a navy to conduct such a transaction with the underground world. "Lance, you have to understand that the essence of this world is not black and white, but in a chaotic state, filled with a lot of gray areas. What is gray? It is a combination of white and black. Just like pirates and the navy." Iron Hammer seemed very casual in the face of Lance's question. "Do you really think that he, Florence Linda, just wants to make a deal with me?" "Humph, he just wants to borrow my current fame, which will give his Florence family a slight advantage in the confrontation with the other 4 families. But what does it matter after all? Even if you eliminate one of these mafias, new ones will emerge." Lance nodded. He could understand what Iron Hammer meant, but he still felt it was wrong. Looking at Lance's tangled look, Iron Hammer he didn't say anything else, just smiled. Some things can't be used by others, but still rely on individuals. Besides, when the short fat man Capone Becky rises, these mafia families will be purged by him. Does he still need to worry about it? It's better to take the opportunity to make more money. Hehe, it's this Florence Linda who actually uses this kind of thing as a gift. He is willing to do it. I saw Taikawa chuckled and slowly opened the brocade box in his hand. A fruit full of patterns appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Devil fruit. The 3 were shocked. "I didn't expect the gift to be a devil fruit." "Well, I just don't know what kind of fruit it is. This time when I go back, I have to ask Old Man Kong to apply for a devil fruit illustration. By then, if this fruit is suitable, Lance, won't you eat it?" Lance looked at the devil fruit in a trance. He actually saw 2 of these precious sea treasures in a row in recent days. Hearing Taikawa's words, Lance nodded. Although his goal is to become an excellent sniper, he will also consider it if there is a suitable devil fruit. After all, the improvement brought by the devil fruit is undoubtedly huge. "Little Tina, do you want to come with me to Marinford to be a navy?" Suddenly, Taikawa's tone changed and he threw an olive branch to the pink-haired loli. "How can I?" Hearing that she could be a navy, Tina was excited at first, but also a little worried. "Of course, I am a vice admiral of the headquarters after all, and I still have the power to recruit navy officers by exception. You are still young after all, and it will definitely take a few years to become a navy. But this is not a big deal. After all, I am a vice admiral stationed in the headquarters. You can go to Marinford with me to experience the navy life first." In an instant, Taikawa turned into a fool. In his opinion, pink-haired Tina is undoubtedly a talent with great potential. The user of the superhuman Kanken fruit can also create a special weapon, the black gun, and create her own combat mode, the black gun formation. Such a talent must be pulled into his Tai's camp. And Taikui also has an idea about the black gun she created. If the material comparable to steel is used to forge weapons, will there be any novel effects? Okay, I want to be a navy, I want to go to Marinford. With Taikui's guarantee, Tina was instantly connected. Lance and Shirley looked at each other. Although they felt that Taikui had the feeling of coaxing a little girl, they didn't care when they thought of Tina's own potential. On the contrary, Taikui successfully unlocked a new achievement, fooling a pink-haired loli. Just when everyone was laughing and talking, a phone rang suddenly. Bokeo 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 bokeo. Taichui frowned slightly and took out the den den mushi. If he remembered correctly, this den den mushi was linked to the Warhammer alone. Is there something wrong with the Warhammer? Hello, what? Oh my god, you stole my house. Don't hesitate, drive at full speed around the waters of the Bashi kingdom, wait for me to come back. BG. After hanging up the den den mushi, Taikui's eyes were blazing with anger. Tikui, what's going on? The Warhammer is under attack by the Babao Navy, led by Qing Jiao. Hearing about the Babao Navy and Qing Jiao, Shirley and Lance were shocked. As trainees in the headquarters training camp, they all have a certain understanding of the famous pirates on the sea. Qing Jiao, the 12th generation leader of the Babao Navy. With a bounty of 542 million berries, he is a veritable pirate. Lance, Shirley, let's hurry back to the Warhammer. I'll take Tina with me, you two follow me. Damn green pepper, if you damage my Warhammer, I'll definitely find someone to hammer off his cone head. The furious iron hammer then took out 3 long swords, which were the long swords that could carry people flying. He handed 2 of them to Shirley and Lance. In Tina's puzzled eyes, Iron Hammer carried her on his shoulders. You all know how to use it, right? Every 100 meters, use the moon step to alternate when it fails. Let's go. Then Iron Hammer took the lead and swung the long sword, and the whole person soared into the air. Shirley and Lance looked at each other and followed closely, and the 3 of them flew towards the outer waters of the Bashi kingdom. Chief, that warship is the warship of Vice Admiral Taikui of the Navy headquarters. It is silver white and very easy to identify. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Very good, I heard that Taikui is very good at forging weapons. Sink his ship for me, I want to take all the weapons he forged. On a pirate ship comparable to a steel behemoth, a man with a cone head looked fierce, and there was a tattoo of the number 12 next to his eyebrows. This man is the pirate Qing Jiao with a bounty of more than 500 million. The Babao Navy under his command is also the overlord of the West Sea, and its combat effectiveness is extremely strong. But the Warhammer is a warship carefully built by Taikui after all. It has a very fast speed, and its whole body is made of special steel plates with strong defense. This gave the soldiers on the ship a chance to breathe. Of course, this is also the case when Qing Jiao did not go down in person, otherwise with his 500 million with such strength, even if the Warhammer has amazing defense, it can't escape the danger of sinking. Shirley, have you seen the Warhammer? Yes, at 10 o'clock. Okay, speed up. The 3 men, Taikui, who were still flying in the air, determined the direction of the Warhammer with Shirley's extraordinary eyesight. They quickly flew back by alternating the flying sword and the moon step. Of course, the figures of the 3 of them were also seen by Qing Jiao. Is that kid Taikui as the name suggests? He is as black as a blacksmith. Ha 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 ha. Qing Jiao's words caused a group of Babao Navy to laugh. And Taikui, who returned to the warship, had a gloomy face. Lieutenant General Taikui, Colonel Lance, Lieutenant Colonel Shirley, you are back. When the soldiers saw Taikui and others coming back, they instantly had a backbone. Taiki first glanced at the Babao Navy behind him, and then immediately stood up and began to command. "Surely, send Tina to my forging room, it's the safest there. Where's the helmsman? Turn the rudder and head for the doldrums. Everyone, load your weapons. Lance, bring out all your firepower. Since Qingjiao wants to fight, I'll fight with him." At this moment, the hammer finally had a bit of the style of a vice-admiral, and it was very handsome to point out the way. Let the little fangirl Tina instantly admire the man who was like an iron tower in front of her. As the warship turned right, the hammer standing on the deck came face to face with Qingjiao standing on the bow. "Humph, Qingjiao, you are looking for death by openly attacking the navy. Ha ha ha, now a kid like you can become a vice-admiral. The navy is really out of people." The two looked at each other, and several electric currents appeared in the air. The next second, the two shouted in unison, "Sink him for me!" With an order, the two sides officially entered the battle. Chapter 127 Lion Roar in a loudspeaker. What are the two armies fighting for? Number of people, firepower. I will tell you openly that it is none of them, it is technology. Technology far superior to the enemy will become an overwhelming victory for the two armies. This is the situation on the battlefield at this time. The weapons carried by the Warhammer are from Punk Hazard, the highest scientific research base of the world government. And the weapons of the Babao Navy are ordinary goods on the sea. The two are completely incomparable. On the Warhammer, all firepower is fully opened. The flames of heavy machine guns, the bombardment of mortars, submachine guns, and the firing of rocket launchers made the battle lose suspense at the beginning. Of course, all this is without a leader. And the leader of the Babao Navy is a strong man among the strong. The great pirate known as Pepper of the Cone, Pepper. Damn it! The intensity of this firepower is too exaggerated. How to fight this? Countless roars and screams rang out from the warships of the Babao Navy. Even Pepper's face began to darken. On the other hand, Taikui looked very comfortable. Asshole! It's just firepower suppression. In the face of absolute strength, these are useless. The angry Pepper clasped his hands together, and veins on his forehead bulged. A fierce momentum rose without wind. Iron Hammer felt bad when he saw this scene, and hurriedly hammered his mind, and at the same time did not forget to remind the soldiers on the ship. Everyone, cheer up, the domineering color is coming. Before the voice fell, a murderous aura instantly broke out from Pepper and pressed towards the Warhammer. The invisible pressure instantly covered everyone on the Warhammer. Iron Hammer, who launched a mental hammer attack, was the first to face off against the Conqueror's haki. Even Iron Hammer was surprised by the power that came from the bottom of his heart. He thought, is this the Conqueror's haki of Green Pepper at his peak? Sure enough, comics and other things are all lies. While he was anxious, he had no choice but to let Green Pepper's Conqueror's haki suppress the people on his entire ship. Under the bombardment of Conqueror's haki, 500 soldiers were reduced by 80 in an instant. Although they did not die, they fell into a coma and lost their combat ability. Iron Hammer's face sank instantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Conqueror's haki." At this moment, he finally understood the impact of Conqueror's haki on the battle situation. He also understood why so many people were amazed when King Luffy burst out Conqueror's haki during the Battle of Marineford. Kid without manpower, I wonder how your weapons can form a firepower network. Fire for me, sink him. After using the Conqueror's haki, Qingjiao was arrogant and roared again. The 8 treasures navy under his command was instantly full of energy. The remaining 100 people on the Warhammer hurriedly fought back again, but the firepower was obviously much weaker. "Tisk old ghost, do you think you are the only one who can use Conqueror's haki? You wait." After saying that, the hammer ran directly to the forging room. Qingjiao laughed at his figure leaving the deck. Kid is a kid, he ran away, but he dared to say harsh words. Ha 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 ha. For a while, the 8 treasures navy was more powerful. A bunch of bastard pirates shield tower. Surely, who was in the observation deck, had just gotten rid of the impact of the Conqueror's haki when she heard a shrill laugh and instantly became angry. The shield fruit is activated instantly, creating several huge shields. The shield landed on the ship to help the soldiers defend themselves. Hey, there are also people with special abilities. Qing Jiao was very disdainful. As a veteran physical warrior, he didn't hate people with special abilities, but he wasn't afraid of them either. Old bastard who said I ran away. Have you ever heard that there is another trick in Lion Roar? Bighorn Sonic Cannon. Suddenly, the sound of the hammer appeared again. He was tied with several chains and some discs of unknown meaning, holding a transmitter similar to a bighorn, and the end of the transmitter was connected to the disc on his body. Old ghost, feel the destructive power of the sound wave. Lance, everyone cover your ears and hide behind me. Break the stone in your chest. The ready hammer instantly launched a hammer attack. The shock wave that was supposed to spread out with him as the center was absorbed by the disc on his body. The next second, it was actually emitted from the bighorn transmitter with visible sound waves. Duan. A hammering sound that spread more than 10 times the sound suddenly sounded, and the terrifying sound waves spread like waves, smashing towards the warships of the Babao Navy. Not good, everyone. Ah! Qing Jiao felt bad the moment the sound wave appeared, and wanted to remind the crew to defend, but under the heavy hammering sound, his voice had no way to spread out. In desperation, Qing Jiao could only cover his ears with both hands and activate the armed color domineering of his whole body to defend. But his crew didn't have such good luck. The terrifying sound waves were transmitted to the ears of the Babao Navy like a life-demanding Sanskrit sound. The terrifying sound directly shattered their eardrums, and everyone covered their ears desperately, but it didn't work at all. The sound waves spread wave after wave, directly killing wave after wave of crew members. When the sound dissipated, less than 2/3 of the people on the Babao Navy's ship were still alive. And all the dead were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and were shocked to death. Even the survivors became deaf. The situation on the Warhammer was much better. After all, the sound-absorbing device on the hammer absorbs most of the hammering sound. Although the sound of the aftermath is still intense, it is no big deal for the soldiers who often hear the hammering sound. Although his head was buzzing from the shock, he was not hurt at all. Damn kid! 8-punch secret cone dragon spike. Qing Jiao's anger rose to the extreme when he saw his men die. The whole person suddenly jumped into the air, and the cone head was instantly covered with dark armed color, and the dark power of the 8-punch also formed a visible air wave. This attack directly focused on Qing Jiao's 100 strength. Oh my god, old ghost, my ship! Arm broken, face hammer 3 bursts. Surely, defend! Seeing that Qing Jiao's target was the Warhammer, the hammer was instantly furious, and the armed color instantly covered his right fist. 3 face-breaking hammers burst out of the air in an instant. At the same time, Shirley used her ability again. Shield stacked shields, 1 meter thick steel shield. This is a new method invented by Shirley. 10 identical shields are made at one time and stacked up, so that the thickness of the steel shield reaches 1 meter, which has amazing defense. It's just armament haki. Watch me smash your ship to pieces. Dragon spikes green pepper, open the door. The secret of the 8-punch fist, green pepper's unique skill, first wraps the armament haki around the pointed cone-shaped head, and then hits the sharp head towards the target. This move can completely smash the target with just 1 hit. An iron hammer has already used all his strength to resist. The Warhammer is his crystallization, and he doesn't allow anyone to destroy it. But the truth is often cruel. Even the 3 face-breaking hammers that Iron Hammer blasted out with all his strength were very fragile under Green Pepper's dragon spikes, and did not stop his offensive at all. Ha ha ha, smash it! With Green Pepper's arrogant laughter, the cone head fell. The 1 meter thick steel shield was directly penetrated by him, and Green Pepper's cone head pierced into the steel plate of the Warhammer. Crack! The deck was broken first, and then green pepper crashed into the hull, and the steel plates were broken one after another, but fortunately, the warhammer was made of steel and had special properties. After many obstructions, the cone dragon spikes were still blocked. But it also poked a big hole in the warhammer. For a while, the whole person of Iron Hammer exploded. His face was gloomy in an instant, his right hand was unconsciously raised, his 5 fingers slightly opened, and the terrifying hammering sound rang from his whole body. At this moment, the system panel changed again and issued a prompt sound. Devil Fruit, Superman System Hammer Fruit, Development Level 95, Close to Awakening, please work hard. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 128 Iron Hammer's Revenge. What are the steps of forging? Prepare materials, hammer the steel billet, and then what? Quenching? No, it's plasticity. At this moment, the hammer fruit exploded with unprecedented power. The furious Iron Hammer had only one idea in his mind. Use his sledgehammer to hammer the murderer who destroyed his precious ship to death. If the air hammer and the broken face hammer can't do anything if it works, then increase the strength and the number. If it still doesn't work, then create a more powerful means of attack. The terrifying hammer began to condense based on the whole body of Taikawi, and slowly condensed on his right hand. As Taikawi's 5 fingers opened his right hand and slowly grasped the air, his right hand instantly formed a long handle visible to the naked eye. It was an air-long handle formed by the hammer fruit through forced compression of the hammer and compressed air. Duan duan duan. A series of heavy hammer sounds burst out, and the long handle began to slowly spread upwards, and a long-handled air hammer appeared in front of everyone. What is even more shocking is that although the air hammer is made of air, it is extremely unstable inside. It can be clearly seen that waves of violent fluctuations are vibrating inside the hammer. For his own fruit ability, Taikawi has been working hard to create. The means of creating things out of thin air in the original work fascinated him, such as the air cube and the bear paw impact. And today, with the blessing of anger, he finally took this step. This is the new ability of the hammer fruit, the plastic air hammer. With the full release of the hammer, a destructive air hammer appeared in his hand. Damn old ghost, no one dares to destroy my ship. Get off! Chaos Cloak Clear Sky Hammer. The hammer, which was hit by 20 feet, instantly named his new move. He didn't care whether the man next door would faint or not, as long as he was happy. I saw the hammer roaring, and the clear sky hammer, air hammer, in his hand smashed towards Qing Jiao, who had just crawled out of the damaged hull with unparalleled power. Qing Jiao immediately noticed the power of this attack, his face changed slightly, and the next second he used his legs to force himself, and the whole person bounced up, trying to dodge, but it was too late. Helplessly, he could only cross his arms in front of him, and the dark-armed color domineering covered his whole body, ready to take the hammer's attack. Duan! The clear sky hammer hit Qing Jiao heavily, making a loud noise that shook the earth. Qing Jiao instantly felt himself being hit by countless shock waves and hammer blows, and his body flew backwards, and the guardrails and decks that blocked his path were instantly shattered. Qing Jiao himself was directly knocked out of the warhammer by this hammer. Iron Hammer panted, looking at the damage he had caused, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his heart. According to his thoughts, this hammer should have deflected the damn cone head, but it still lacked a lot of attack power, and only blasted Qing Jiao away, but destroyed a lot of the ship. He walked to the side of his ship, stroked the hull, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. My dear ship, I finally avenged you. Lance, if I'm not mistaken, your hammer seems to have destroyed more. Surely deck guardrail and a pole. A group of soldiers, don't you feel bad when you destroy what you built yourself? What are you still standing there for? Run at full speed. I tell you, I don't have any strength left. If he catches up, we will all sink into the sea. Iron Hammer used up his last bit of strength to yell at his crew members who were watching the show. Lance and others reacted instantly and quickly changed course to continue running. And Green Pepper, who was hit by the iron hammer head-on, fell straight onto the sea surface. After Green Pepper fell into the sea, it caused a huge splash. He floated out of the sea with difficulty, his face completely black. Damn! Green Pepper looked at the warhammer going away, his heart full of anger. He swore that he would make Iron Hammer pay the price. But at this moment, his domineering energy was severely depleted. It must be said that the power of the hammer's attack was indeed not small. The hammer's blows were compressed together and then exploded at once. The damage caused by the armed color was terrifying. Qing Jiao also tried his best to activate the armed color domineering energy for defense, which was able to block it, but his arms were sore and weak at this time, and he could not chase at all. He could only find a place to heal his wounds first, and then look for opportunities for revenge in the future. Little did he know that before he wanted to seek revenge on the hammer had already begun to seek revenge on him. The way to take revenge was also very simple. First, take out 4 Den Den Mushi, and then dial one by one. Old Garp, I tell you, this time our iron hammer suffered a big loss. My ship was seriously damaged, and I was bullied. Do you care about it? That bastard also said that his cone head is invincible in the world, and your iron fist is a complete joke. What kind of navy hero is that bullshit bear? Old Kong, do you know that Qing Jiao he is so crazy? He said that as long as he enters the West Sea, even the Navy Admiral can't do anything to him. And I heard that he has a lot of treasures and a lot of assets. He is not afraid of the Navy at all. Old Sengoku, what are you laughing at? Didn't you say you were? You don't know that you have no status in King Jiao's mouth. He is called Kong's pawn and the lackey of the world government teacher Zifa. I almost died. Lance and Shirley were also seriously injured. That bastard said that our poor skills are because the teacher didn't teach well. Hey, I blame you for embarrassing you. Tai was revengeful from morning to night, and held a high-level Navy meeting directly on the deck. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The 4 Den Den Mushi called Navy Marshal Steelbone Sora, Navy Admiral Sengoku, Navy Hero Garp. Old Man Kong, he's rebelling. Garp, did you hear me? Break his cone head for me, give him a powerful blow. Garp, that's what I meant. The little cone head is ridiculous, wait for me to put down my work, go practice with a mountain, and then smash his head. Sengoku, Iron Hammer, report his coordinates to me. I must let that bastard know what it means that Buddha's smile only happens once. Zeph, Garp, take me with you wherever you practice boxing. I, Black Arm Zephyr, haven't been out to sea for a long time, and a little conehead dares to be so presumptuous. When Iron Hammer heard this, he thought it was settled, but he still said aggrievedly, Hey, guys, I suffered heavy losses this time. The warhammer was badly damaged, and most of the soldiers were injured. If I hadn't fought desperately, I wouldn't have been able to come back. What, you don't believe me? Can I lie to you about this? I have entered the Com Belt now, and I will be back to Marinfords soon. When the time comes, you 4 can come and identify it yourself. Bag. After hanging up the phone, Taikawa looked relieved, and the people behind him were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by Taikawa's trick. What are you looking at? Hurry up and dress up for me. How to dress up? Do I need to teach you? Bandage, let some blood. Look miserable, dare to destroy my ship, give him a hard time. I want that bastard Green Pepper to pay the price. The countdown for the loss of Green Pepper's cone head begins. Chapter 129. Are there penguins in Punk Hazard? After returning to Marinford, the first thing Iron Hammer did was to run to the logistics department to get money and materials. He wanted to repair his warhammer. That was a big hole. The broken steel plate could not be used at all and had to be replaced with a new one. The deck and guardrail also had to be replaced. When he returned to the port again, several big figures had appeared on the warhammer. Iron Hammer is not talking nonsense. Did Green Pepper really destroy this warhammer? You know, the hardness of this steel plate is not ordinary. Is the cone head of this green pepper really that powerful? I am a little itchy. By the way, Lance, where is Iron Hammer? Why can't I see him when I come back? Zephyr looked at the hole and damaged steel plate on the warmer with curiosity. Iron Hammer went to the logistics department as soon as he arrived at the headquarters. He said he wanted to apply for military supplies to repair the warship. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Guo and Old Man Kong felt as if their hearts were pinched. Looking at the silver-white hull with helplessness, and thinking of the iron-skinned appearance of Iron Hammer, they felt a sudden pain in their flesh. Hey, the old men are all here, are you here to see how badly I was beaten? Iron Hammer walked quickly to the side of the few people, with a bitter face. Of course, this was pretended. Ms. Crane took a look at Lance's arm hanging with a bandage, and the red spots on the soldiers' bodies, and a trace of helplessness appeared on her face. With her eyesight, how could she not see that Lance and the soldiers were not hurt at all? They were all pretending. But the damage to the hull was indeed real, and such a big hole was right in front of them. Where's Old Man Garp? Didn't he come back? Iron Hammer looked around and found that a familiar person was missing, so he couldn't help but ask a few people. After he received your call, he asked for leave to go back to his hometown in the East China Sea to practice boxing with Dashan. He said he wanted to compete with Qing Jiao to see whether his fists were stronger or King Jiao's cones were stronger. Hey, as expected, for this kind of thing, you have to find Old Man Garp. He is definitely good at being a gun. Okay, now that you have seen the damage to the hull, go back to the office, Iron Hammer, you just need to report on your work. Marshal's office. Well done, Iron Hammer. Crocodile has contacted the headquarters. The confirmation of the first Shishibukai makes the 5 elders very satisfied. Iron Hammer secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thought, you don't know what happened during this period. What a sin, Iron Hammer, how about letting you take charge of the 7 warlords? I feel like you handle this kind of thing very well. Iron Hammer looked up in surprise. I'm just following the procedures, and this time it was only a coincidence that it succeeded because of some unexpected factors. I think it would be better for someone with more experience to take charge. He didn't want to take on this troublesome task. Well, Old Man Kong pondered for a moment, but I think you have the ability. And there are no other suitable candidates now. It's decided that you will be in charge of the 7 warlords for the time being. Why is there no suitable candidate? I think Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino are all good. Iron Hammer wanted to refuse. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Man Kong interrupted him directly. Sakaski asked him to cremate all the candidates for the 7 warlords, Kuzan all buried in ice. As for Borsellino, he is now in charge of the Navy's Science and Technology Research and Development Department and has no time to take care of other things. Besides, Sakaski has been in the New World recently, and Kuzan is in the Grand Line. Apart from you, there are only some old vice admirals left, but you also know the attitude of these old men towards the 7 warlords. Asking them to do this will be twice the result with half the effort. Iron Hammer nodded helplessly, secretly complaining in his heart. I knew that Old Man Kong had bad intentions a long time ago, and now it's even harder. But suddenly a bright light flashed in Taikui's mind, and then he said bluntly. It's okay to let me do this, but you have to give me more military supplies. I'm going out to sea now. Look, I was beaten again and my ship was smashed. The sea is too dangerous. I, a vice admiral who is just filling in the numbers, have no sense of security at all. If you can approve more money for me to reinforce the warships and expand the weapons, I think it's okay. Old Man Kong's head was full of black lines in an instant, and even Zhang Guo and Ms. He were speechless. This bastard took away 9 billion and actually asked the headquarters for money. What are you looking at? That's my own money, my pension. If something happens to me one day, I'll rely on it if I lose my arms and legs. Kong, damn, what kind of pension do you want for a kid in your 20s? Humph, if you want cattle to plow the land, you have to feed them grass first. Besides, I am a wounded soldier and I am on rest. Iron Hammer threw a tantrum and kicked the ball back, which made Old Man Kong so angry that his blood pressure went up to 200. Get lost, you little bastard, the candidate has not been decided yet. You can go after the candidate is chosen, you stay in the headquarters the rest of the time. Iron Hammer smiled and said again, okay, Old Man Kong, I've been waiting for you to say that. I'm going back to repair the ship, by everyone. He left as soon as he said that. Iron Hammer rushed out of the office in a flash. Old Man Kong shook his head helplessly. He picked up a report. Tell me, these little bastards are more deadly than each other. Zhang Guo took the report, which clearly showed the recent dynamics of Sakaski, Borsellino, and Kuzan. Sakaski sunk 2 pirate ships of the Big Monday pirates, and fought with Big Mom and retreated with injuries. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After repairing, he went out to sea and sank a pirate ship of the Beast's pirates, fought with Kaido and retreated with injuries. Killed thousands of pirates, caused unrest in the New World pirates, and forcibly suppressed it, and retreated with injuries. In order to complete the task, he broke into the world member countries many times, burned countless houses and roads. Complaint letters, 1,756 letters. After reading Sakaski's report, the corners of Zhang Guo's mouth twitched violently. This bastard, he really doesn't care about the opponent, as long as it is a pirate, he has to go up and fight. And what's the situation with these piles of complaint letters? He doesn't consider the impact at all. Although Kong Laotu and others were very troubled by Sakaski's battle report, they didn't think there was any problem. After all, it is natural for the Navy to fight pirates, but this guy only picks tough guys. It is also thanks to his strong strength that he has escaped from the jaws of death several times with the help of the natural magma fruit. But Sakaski has a deep obsession with completing the mission. Anyone who dares to obstruct him from completing the mission will be regarded as an enemy, which leads to deaths under his hands. Let's look at another report. Kuzan. The first one is a complaint letter. Number 435. Fight against pirates and capture thousands of pirates, but because of the fruit ability, various frozen continents appeared in the Grand Line. It has caused serious impacts on several countries, among which Alabasta has the most serious complaints. Kuzan's large-scale capture of pirates in other countries has led to large ice fields in the desert area, making the indigenous people miserable. Frankly speaking, we like deserts, we don't like big ice cubes. But Kuzan completely twisted people's intentions and built a large ice house for them. Zhang Guo couldn't hold it anymore and roared, "This bastard did it on purpose, building an ice house for people in the desert. What was he thinking?" Borsellino, according to the news from Punk Hazard. This bastard rests, eats and plays with penguins every day except for helping to test weapons every day. Are there penguins in Punk Hazard? Zhang Guo's almost crazy shouting resounded through the Marinford building again. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 130. What a good hammer this knife is. Back to the dock and looking at the damaged warhammer, Taikui felt distressed. Then he began to arrange manpower to start repairs. Hey, Lance, I've already reported to the logistics department. Get the missing materials from the warehouse and have them repair the warhammer quickly. Especially that big hole, it must be properly handled. By the way, where are Shirley and Tina? Lance took the approval note from the logistics department handed over by Taikui. With this thing, he can go directly to the warehouse to get things. Shirley took Tina to get her identity certificate. Let me tell you that Tina will live in your house recently. Taikui nodded. He was very relieved about Shirley. With her taking care of Tina, there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, I'll leave the warhammer to you. If Shirley and the others come to me, let them go to the arsenal. I'm going to forge iron. Yes, Taikui is going to start forging iron again. He has a lot of things he wants to forge in his mind now, and he must return to the exclusive workplace of the blacksmith as soon as possible. The next day, the arsenal. Tina, use your ability to make some iron rods. How about the shape? It's up to you. Okay, I'll try. Because of the special nature of her ability, Tina was taken directly to the arsenal by Taikoi and became the first person who could enter Taikoi's workshop. The superhuman type Kanken fruit can release iron rods with a hardness comparable to steel from the body. As Tina used her ability, the black substance instantly changed into a sledgehammer, which really stunned Taikoi. No, Tina, why did you turn it into a hammer? Tina smiled and played with the hammer she had just created with her ability. This is the form I changed myself. Originally, I created iron rods or iron guns, but I found that hammers are more useful. He swung the hammer vigorously as he spoke. Needless to say, that look reminded Iron Hammer of Poppy, a yodel. And Tina's current look is very appropriate, with a small body waving a huge hammer, tut tut tut. Okay, a hammer is fine too, make one and I'll try to hit it twice. Tina created another hammer, and Tai Hammer took it and started hammering. While hammering, he called out the system panel that he hadn't seen for a long time. Name, Iron Hammer. Age, 21. Devil Fruit, Superhuman Hammer Fruit, Development Level 95 close to awakening, please work hard. Developed Devil Fruit abilities, Normal Hammer, Air Hammer, Ring Hammer, Psychic Hammer, Broken Face Hammer, Hammer Flame, Independent Space, Hammer Hypnosis, Hammer Plasticity. Armament Haki, activated 40, Hardening with good strength. Observation Haki, activated 25, Prediction and Perception, weak strength. Overlord Haki, a salted fish with a little strength, but this ability is not meant for you, so don't think about it. Ability, 6 styles, Perfect Mastery, 6 styles Extended Skills, Mastery. System Ability, Critical Hit Granting, Special Granting, Ability Extension. Note, Ability Extension is uncontrollable. The fruit ability has been improved again, and it will be awakened soon, very good. The ability granted by the system has also changed with the improvement of the fruit ability. The random attributes have disappeared, replaced by special granting and ability extension. Iron Hammer has not figured out the meaning of these two abilities yet. Instead, he sighed, it has been 4 years since he came here. Tisk, time flies. Now Iron Hammer forging no longer needs to burn iron, and the flame ability of the heavy hammer spark can be used to make the Iron Hammer forging. The hammer can heat the steel billet directly by hammering, greatly improving the forging speed. As the black hammer was burned red by the flame, the hammer began to reshape it. Soon a long black sword was forged. At this moment, the familiar system voice sounded. Ding, detecting the special composition of the steel billet, it is the product of the ability of the Kanken fruit, triggering the ability extension, increasing the hardness and strength by 100, and reducing the sharpness by 200. The above attributes will be permanently retained for the fruit product. Hammer. What the hell, I made a sword, and you cut off the sharpness for me. And what the hell is the permanent retention, which means that if he uses the product of the Kanken fruit in the future as a material, will it trigger this effect? This thing can never be used to make weapons like long swords 200 sharpness, even if he made a knife with blades, it probably can't cut people, right? Quenching completed, ability completed. A black sword appeared in the hands of the hammer. In order to test whether the sharpness was really reduced by 200, the hammer instantly found a piece of wood and chopped it hard. Seeing the hammer testing the weapon, Tina looked over curiously. The sword chopped the wood with great force while the hammer was swinging. The next second, something unexpected happened. It was not as smooth as imagined, but a terrifying thumping sound. Duan! Iron Hammer! Tina! The only thought in the two people's minds was, why can a knife make the sound of a hammer hitting iron? Looking at the wood again, it was not split in half, but seemed to be hammered. The whole wood was deformed and the traces of breaking were very clear. Why can't a knife be used for chopping, but instead become a hammer? The scene in front of her completely shattered Tina's 3 views. Even the hammer who knew the cause and effect was speechless for a while. Tina, I found that your ability is not suitable for knives, swords, guns, or blunt instruments. Look, this knife is such a good hammer, with a unique shape and amazing effect. Well, I have to take it to old man Zhangguo, maybe I can burn out his CPU. Iron Hammer suddenly had an idea. He decided to go back and tease old man Zhangguo and avenge his previous revenge. But to be on the safe side, Iron Hammer decided to hammer again. Tina, make a few more hammers, I'll try again. Okay. Then Tina made a few more black long hammers, and Iron Hammer still turned them all into swords. The result was still the same, the model of the sword, the ability of the hammer. The blade fell, there is no silky smoothness, only force and heaviness. For a moment, Taikui had a headache. Although the strength and hardness increased, it was good, but it lost its sharpness. Alas, it seems that I can only use the kanken fruit to make a hammer in the future. Even the meteor hammer will not work, because without sharpness, the meteor hammer that relies on spikes to output will lose its power. But Taikui suddenly had a great idea about the new ability, and took out the box containing magma, with a flash of expectation in his eyes. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 131 Special Quenching Ceremony. Magma is a peculiar substance. The physical properties of this molten body are very special. It is like a hard solid and a soft liquid. It is like red-hot glass, which can flow and bend, but is also very hard and dense. The black gun is the product of the superhuman kanken fruit. Magma is the product of the natural magma fruit. Since the black gun can be forged, it makes sense that magma cannot be forged. Before, Taikui did not forge magma because he had no idea where to start, but since he mastered the plasticity of the fruit, he had a new idea. Wow, it's so hot, what is this? As soon as the magma was taken out, the extremely high temperature began to radiate. The box he used was inlaid with a steel plate with sea stone properties, so that the magma could be contained, otherwise the ordinary box would have been burned through. But then Taikui was a little confused. The temperature of this thing was extremely high. If it was placed on the anvil, it would probably destroy his anvil directly. How to forge this? Suddenly, Taikui had a flash of inspiration. If magma cannot touch things, then it would be over if he had nothing to touch. But his ability would cause great vibration, so the arsenal would not work. If the arsenal was destroyed, then the old man Zhangguo would definitely cheat him out of money. Tina, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. I saw Iron Hammer disappear in a flash, run out of the arsenal and step on the moon to the back of Marinford Castle. Finding a piece of open space, Iron Hammer was ready to start. Dragging the magma box, he smiled. Let's get started. Hammer plasticity anvil. Holding the box in his left hand, he began to use his ability with his right hand. The terrifying hammering began to spread, doon it soon condensed into the shape of an anvil. Then Iron Hammer poured out the lava. As soon as the semi-liquid and semi-solid magma came out, Iron Hammer began to forge. There was no method at all. Relying on the ability of the fruit, Iron Hammer directly launched the hammer in all directions, plus his big hand covered with armed color domineering. He hammered the magma randomly. Soon, the magma was hammered together into a block. It can't be formed simply by lava. Will sprinkling salt work? Let's try first. Iron Hammer skillfully sprinkled flux on it, but the lava was too hot and full of destructive power, so the flux turned directly into slag. Well, it seems that ordinary means can't be used. Let me think. Raise the temperature to make it a semi-liquid and semi-solid state. Weaving firestone must be used. For fusion shaping, you can try mithril. For hardness, diamond. As soon as he said it, Iron Hammer took out the weaving firestone directly, and placed mithril, diamond, and other materials on the lava block. I hammer. Duan. The four-sided hammer started again. Fire. Iron Hammer, who was afraid that the temperature was not enough, even used the ability of heavy hammer sparks. For a while, the sound of hammering and the whistling of flames continued behind Marinford. Even the headquarters building could hear it clearly. Ms. Crane was the first to discover the abnormality and came to the window to look at the back of the castle. Is that the sound of Taikawi? Then she immediately went to the office of Old Man Kong. Unexpectedly, in front of the door of Old Man Kong's office, she met Zhang Guo, who had the same idea as him. The two looked at each other and pushed the door open. Old Man Kong was also looking at the direction of the hammering sound by the window at this time. You are here, come and see, Taikawi is probably forging some sharp weapon again. This is a big noise. The number of people watching increased instantly, and the three senior executives stood by the window and observed through their observation haki. And the breath of the flame was gradually rising. As time went by, Taikawi's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were shining with excitement. Finally, with his efforts, the magma was gradually shaped into the shape of a giant axe. Taikawi panted, looked at his work, and nodded with satisfaction. However, he did not stop, but continued to use his ability to tap gently and adjust the details. Finally, he melted the remaining materials and poured them on the axe handle to make it stronger. At this time, a strong breath emanated from the axe, and the air around it seemed to be ignited. Feeling this power, Taikawi raised a proud smile at the corner of his mouth. Success, he whispered, his voice full of joy. Is this a battle axe? It's so impressive. A deep and surprised voice suddenly sounded from the side. I saw Zifa standing in the distance and watching silently. I said that I could feel several eyes on me. It seems that in addition to you, Mr. Zifa, it should be Old Man Kong and the others. Just watch, don't disturb me, it's not over yet. Forging has reached the final stage, and Taikawi dare not relax at all. The shaping has been successful, and the next step is quenching, but the problem also comes. To put it bluntly, the main material of this battle axe is magma, plus the heat of the firestone. General quenching methods can't handle it at all, right? If it can't be quenched, the quality of this thing can't be guaranteed at all. Tisk, it seems that only the most brutal method can be used. Hey, come and help the few people watching the show, otherwise, this thing will be wasted. Taikawi knew that he couldn't do it by himself in a brutal way, so he could only ask for help from the old people. It goes without saying that Zifa was already there. Hearing Taikawi's call, Old Man Kong was the first to jump out of the window. Zhang Guo and Ms. He shook their heads helplessly and could only jump out of the window with their own marshal. Soon, 4 high-ranking naval officials came to Taikawi. Iron Hammer, what can we do for you? Old Kong looked at the hammer and the battle axe with excitement, and hearts appeared in his eyes. Old Kong, this axe cannot be quenched now, which means it is still one step away. But its material is a combination of Sakiski's magma and woven firestone. The temperature is too high and it cannot be quenched normally. There is only one way to go now, that is to use violent means to perfect it, which I may not be able to accomplish. So, you old people, help out, use your violence, and give this battle a violent quenching. They are all smart people, and they immediately understood what Iron Hammer meant. Zeph rubbed his hands together, and the dark-armed color domineering was instantly covered. Will it not be broken? Iron Hammer shook his head and said, control the force a little, but the texture of this axe itself is very strong. I also added a series of materials such as mithril and diamond to it. It is not inferior to sea stone. That's fine, Iron Hammer. Use your ability to throw the battle axe into the air. Let me try it. Iron Hammer nodded and threw the battle axe up casually, and it was thrown quite high. Zephyr jumped up suddenly, and his fists full of destructive power were instantly launched. Black wrist destruction style, continuous hit. The terrifying attack directly submerged the battle axe and madly bombarded the body of the battle axe. Not enough, although it has an effect, it is not enough. Old man Zhangguo, Old man Kong, you two should also contribute. Iron Hammer carefully observed the situation of the battle axe, and soon felt that Zifa teacher alone could not complete the violent quenching. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 132 The first exclusive weapon is born. Zafar, let me try. Upon hearing this, Old man Kong flew up directly. Zafar retreated tacitly and gave the attack position to Old man Kong. It was still the outbreak of armament haki. Zafar was a little surprised after falling. Although he had reduced his strength in a series of attacks, the battle axe was not damaged at all. Iron Hammer, your battle axe is of good quality, and I can feel a very strong heat every time my fist falls. This thing is probably not usable by ordinary people. Although he sighed, Zifa was more puzzled. The heat fed back to him by his fist alone, even if it was covered with armament haki, his hand was slightly red. Iron Hammer didn't take it seriously and told the situation of the battle axe very calmly. Teacher Zifa, this battle axe was forged by me with the magma given to me by Sakaski. Zifa's eyes lit up and he became more interested in the battle axe. It's forged with magma, no wonder it's so hard and has strong heat. But how did you get Sakaski's magma? Zifa asked curiously. Iron Hammer smiled and said proudly, who is our Tai? Have you seen Bing Ching famous sword? Good weapons are naturally wanted by everyone. I just ask him for magma. He is a magma man. It's easy for him to give me some magma. Zifa nodded, secretly sighing that Iron Hammer's forging talent is now well known to everyone. All the weapons made by him are exquisite. Thinking of this, even Zifa began to think about whether to let Iron Hammer forge a weapon for him alone, but what should he forge? Old man Zhangguo, don't watch the show, start your golden light and continue. Zhangguo, who was watching the show on the side, started to eat senbei, and Iron Hammer must not let him go. Crack! After eating the last bite of senbei, Zhangguo glared at Tai Chui first, then started to activate his ability, and the golden Buddha appeared. Marshal Kong, take a break, I'll do it. Buddha's charge. Just when Zhangguo wanted to take action, Tai Chui's eyes lit up and he shouted, Old Zhangguo, use your shock wave to wrap the battle axe, and then release it continuously. Zhangguo didn't hesitate to hear that, and the shock wave was directly launched, wrapping the battle axe inside. The terrifying impact improved the battle axe from all directions. Don't stop, I'm adding fuel to the fire for you. Heavy hammer sparks. Tai Chui saw that the shock wave had a better effect, and his heart was instantly stable, and he quickly activated his ability to assist. Duan. As the hammering sound fell, flames instantly rose from below, forming a flame coat around the shock wave. Time passed by. Zhangguo and Tai Chui began to sweat, especially Tai Chui. The previous forging had consumed a lot of his physical strength, and now he was a little bit exhausted. He was completely relying on Yi Li to hold on. Tai Chui, are you okay? Zifa looked at his beloved disciple with a worried look. It has to work, it will be fine soon. Iron Hammer gritted his teeth and insisted. If we stop now, everything will fail, and Iron Hammer will not let this happen. Finally, a red light appeared on the battle axe, and the next second, terrifying hot energy burst out of the body. The red light rushed straight into the sky, and everyone covered their eyes. When the light faded, a brand new battle axe appeared in front of them. Ding! Detecting the special composition of the steel billet, it is a product of the ability of magma fruit, triggering a special grant, giving the weapon the properties of absorbing and releasing heat energy, and has a self-repair function. The repair material is magma. It's done! Iron Hammer shouted excitedly. He flew forward and picked up the battle axe, looked at it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he showed the battle axe to everyone. Zifa walked up, took the battle axe from Iron Hammer, felt the powerful power contained in it, and praised it. "Good boy, you are really a forging genius." Zhang Guo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "This cooperation is really perfect. This battle axe will surely become our weapon." Iron Hammer sat on the ground tiredly, panting, but his eyes were full of joy. Old Man Kong and Ms. He strode forward and looked at the battle axe carefully. This is a one-handed axe with an extremely sharp axe blade. The front end of the axe blade is light gold and red. The axe handle is red and has a guard. There is a circle of spikes around the guard. There are also several red gems on the axe blade, which are fragments of the fire stone. This heat, the temperature of the axe itself alone has exceeded 100 degrees. I guess no one in this headquarters can use it except Sakazuki and Kuzan. Iron Hammer nodded. Yes, this thing was prepared for Guza from the beginning. After all, it was made of his magma as the material. This battle axe also has properties, absorbing and releasing heat energy, and because the material is magma, if the battle axe is damaged, it can be repaired by injecting magma. It can be said that this is a weapon tailor-made for Brother Guzi. Everyone was amazed after hearing this. This is a special weapon, and it can be repaired. It is a magic weapon, absolutely a magic weapon. Even Ms. He, who was originally calm, was a little excited. Who doesn't want to have such a tailor-made weapon? The four people looked at the hammer at once, but they were dumbfounded the next second. I saw that the hammer was already lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. This little bastard, his passion and dedication to blacksmithing are really high. He used the fruit ability to forge the whole process, which made him exhausted and tired. Zafar stepped forward to check the hammer, and then sighed. "Okay, Zifa, send him back to rest. The rest of the things will be said after he wakes up. As for this battle axe, Sengoku, go to the arsenal and ask them to make a heat-insulating box for it, otherwise it will catch fire wherever it is placed." Iron Hammer slept for 3 days this time. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look for the axe. Seeing a box on the table, Iron Hammer saw at a glance that it was a heat-insulating material. When he opened the box, there was indeed a battle axe inside. The red gold battle axe exuded an unusual energy. "Pololo Pololo. This is Lieutenant General Sakazuki's liaison officer, please register your identity." 3 black lines appeared on Iron Hammer's head. "I am Lieutenant General Iron Hammer of the Navy Headquarters, please connect me to Sakazuki." The liaison officer was also surprised when he heard Iron Hammer's name, and quickly replied. "Hello, Lieutenant General Iron Hammer, Lieutenant General Sakazuki is fighting with pirates and has no time to answer the phone now." "Iron Hammer. Brother Guzi is really busy. I'll pass on the order from General Sengoku, asking Sakazuki to return to the headquarters as soon as possible. There is a new mission. This mission is extremely urgent, and it cannot be delayed. Beiji." After saying that, Iron Hammer hung up the phone directly. This scared the contact person on the other end of the phone, who put down the phone and hurried to inform Sakazuki. "Lieutenant General Sakazuki, the headquarters has issued an order, extremely urgent, asking you to return to Marinford." Sakazuki, who was slaughtering pirates, frowned when he heard the voice. "Turn course and prepare to return." Then he looked at the pirate ship that had been ignited by the magma in front of him, revealing a cruel smile. Big fire! The magma roared out and directly submerged the pirate ship. Chapter 133, A Nest of God Axe Q. Office of the Boot Camp. "Iron Hammer, you just fooled Sakazuki back like this, aren't you afraid that he will come back to you?" "Don't say it, this royal cigar is really good." Zeph smoked a cigar and drank wine. Iron Hammer also looked at the cigar and drank wine. "You know, smoking and drinking are a man's an indispensable part. Especially in the previous life, there was a handmade knife forging master. This cigar was his respirator. Taikui admired him very much and it was also a memory. Don't be afraid. I made weapons for him. He dared to explode, he rebelled. If he dared to explode, I would bury the axe. Zifa shook his head helplessly. These little bastards, they obviously had a good relationship in private, but they were all the masters who didn't spare others. Although Sakaski was the most explosive, he still had deep feelings for Borsellino and Taikawa. Only when facing Kuzan, who had a counter-attribute, would his temper be a little bad. There is no way, they are born to be counter-attributed. By the way, Taikawa, I also want a special weapon. Can you think of a way for me? Taikawa, who was drinking, trembled all over when he was looked at by Zifa's shining big eyes, and a mechanical arm suddenly appeared in his mind. That is definitely Zifa's special weapon, a crusher. But that was only after Zifa had an accident. It is definitely not possible now. Even if Taikawa can do it, he will not do it. After all, he does not intend to let Zifa suffer such a blow again. In this way, it is still necessary to give this old man a special weapon. After all, a good weapon can often improve combat effectiveness. He did it right away. Taikawa put down the bottle in his hand and took out a tape measure. Don't ask why a blacksmith carries a tape measure with him. Just ask to make clothes. He pulled Zifa's arm up and down and started measuring. Arm length, arm circumference, fist size. The measurement was very fast and clear. After measuring, Taikawa put away the tape measure, took out a notebook and started to write down the data. Oh, what are you doing? Zephyr was a little confused by this operation and couldn't help asking. Don't you want a weapon? You are a master of physical skills, I can't give you a whole big hammer to carry, so in my opinion, arm armor is the best choice. And Taikawa already has the style of arm armor he wants to forge in his mind. It was a weapon that existed in a certain Pitfall game in his previous life, and he liked it very much back then. Now there is a chance to reproduce it, and I am excited just thinking about it. Okay, drink slowly, I'm going to forge iron, and notify me when Sakaski comes back. Zephyr looked at Taikawa, who pushed the door and left in a hurry, and his mouth twitched slightly, but soon turned into a smile. This bastard! A few days later, Sakaski returned to the headquarters and ran to Zhangguo's office to report on his work. Sakaski, why are you back? Sakaski. Didn't you send a message for me to come back? You said there was an important mission. Zhangguo was stunned. What's going on? When did I let him come back? Iron Hammer called and said you ordered me to go back to the headquarters. There is an important mission, it's urgent. Sakaski's face was a little dark. He was fighting pirates, but he was called back. Now it seems that this is a false accusation. Zhangguo looked at Sakaski, who was faintly emitting black smoke, and instantly realized that both of them were tricked by the bastard Iron Hammer. I didn't give such an order. It must be Iron Hammer who made it up. As for the reason, it's because of you. Zhangguo's extraordinary wisdom made him understand Iron Hammer's approach quickly. It's true that if Sakaski was asked to return to the headquarters for no reason, he would definitely not come back, but if it was a mission order, he would have no complaints. However, Iron Hammer, this bastard, actually recalled Sakaski in his name. Why not Marshal Kong? Kong, good, very good, Zhangguo, you are starting to argue with me about responsibility now, right? Because of me, what do you mean? Zhangguo's words directly confused Sakaski. Let's go, I'll notify Marshal Kong and the others, and you'll understand after going to the arsenal. When Zhangguo saw the real owner coming back, he suddenly became interested in the power of the axe again. He made several calls in a row, then stood up and walked towards the arsenal with Sakaski, who was in a daze. Arsenal? Hagarp, why are you back, you bastard? Zhangguo, who had just arrived at the arsenal, suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Garp. Why, Zhangguo, Taikawa called me and asked me to come here, saying that he needed my help. I have flattened 7 mountains, and the 8th one is about to be blown down. I'm going to compete with that bastard Qing Jiao. Hisakaski, I heard that you did a good job in the New World, better than Taikawi. This kid can't even handle a Qing Jiao. Sakaski, I want to ask. But, Qing Jiao. Qing Jiao, is he the 12th generation pillar of the Babao Navy? Did Taikawi fight him? Sakaski didn't know about Taikawi and Qing Jiao yet, so he was a little curious. He knew all the names of the pirates, including Qing Jiao. No one is wrong, the boat was damaged by King Jiao's cone head. A calm voice came from behind the crowd, it was Ms. Crane, and next to her was Marshal Kong. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later. We are all here. It seems that I am the slowest. There is no way. The boot camp is far away from here. The last person, Zifa, also arrived. At once, most of the high-level figures of the Navy headquarters gathered at the entrance of the arsenal. Everyone is here. Hey, Brother Guzi, you are back. Seeing that everyone has arrived, Taikawi slowly walked out of the arsenal, holding a large iron box in his right hand and a long hammer in his left hand. It looks very hard, but I don't know what it is for. Behind him was a little girl, Tina. Tina was stunned by the big figures in front of her, and she was nervous and excited. Tina, calm down. You will see them often in the future when you join the Navy. Don't be so nervous. Taikawi, who saw Tina's emotions, comforted her. Oh, this is the talent you found from the West Sea, Tina, right? The superhuman type, the ability user of the Kankan fruit. Zhang Guo's eyes lit up. He admired talents. Don't think about Tina. She is a reserve crew member of my war hammer. Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at Zhang Guo in anger. He knew very well what the old man was thinking. Iron Hammer, why did you trick me back? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I will burn you into a discus. Sakaski walked forward slowly with a bad face, black smoke, and pungent sulfur smell. Iron Hammer didn't care. He put the big iron box on the ground and opened the lid. Here, your weapon. It is made of your magma as the main material, with rare materials such as woven firestone, diamond, and mithril, and forged with my ability. These old people also contributed, otherwise it would not be able to quench. The properties are absorption and release, and it has self-repair ability. It is definitely tailor-made for you. I named it, God's Axe, a nest of Q. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph, and give me a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 134. That's stolen money, we have to recover it. At this time, Sakaski was completely attracted by the battle axe in front of him. The golden red battle axe exuded waves of heat, and he felt that he was completely attracted by the battle axe. Sakaski stretched out his hand involuntarily and wanted to touch the battle axe. When his hand was about to touch the battle axe, he suddenly felt a strong force coming from the battle axe. He looked at the battle axe in surprise. He clearly felt that this energy was very close. It was the power of the same magma, and this high temperature. This is obviously the most suitable weapon for him. Sakaski's performance was seen by everyone, especially the hammer, who was very satisfied with the look of Brother Guzi. How about it, Brother Go, are you satisfied? This is made of the magma you gave me before, and it is a weapon specifically for you. A nest of Q. Everyone, what kind of name is this? Sakaski, what does this name mean? What is Q? Don't just stand there, pick it up and try it out. Sakaski nodded and grabbed the axe handle. After holding the axe, the surging heat and weight instantly spread to his right hand. But who is Sakaski? That's a monster. He used his right hand to lift the axe slowly. The golden red axe was like a wild horse that broke free, emitting a scorching breath. It's worthy of being a weapon made by you, Iron Hammer. I can feel its power just by holding it. Looking at Sakaski's satisfied look, Iron Hammer said proudly, Tisk, of course, don't you see who made it by the way, this axe has the special ability of absorbing and releasing heat energy. Sakaski's right hand turned red instantly, and the natural magma fruit was activated instantly. At this moment, Sakaski was magma, and magma was Sakaski. Feeling the energy of magma, the battle axe began to absorb this energy. The axe body began to glow slightly, which was a manifestation of charging. Absorb the energy of magma. Then I'll let you absorb enough. Ha! Surprised, Sakaski increased the properties of magma. The pungent sulfur smell and high temperature made Taikawa and others unconsciously step back a few steps. With the influx of magma power, the light emitted by the axe body became stronger, and soon reached its limit. At this time, the battle axe was already red all over, and the axe blade was rendered with a layer of golden halo. Is the charging complete? Hey, Sakaski, don't stand there, release it. Sakaski, holding the red light battle axe, was stunned for a moment. Release? How to release? He couldn't help but look at Taikawa, his eyes full of questions. Why are you looking at me? You are the only one who can charge it here. I just made it, and I haven't tried it. If it doesn't work, just chop it out hard and try it. Taikawa was telling the truth. This axe was completely made according to Sakaski. If you want to use it, you must have magma energy. He doesn't have it, so how can he test it? In desperation, Sakaski could only turn around and find an open space to chop it down. An amazing scene happened instantly. The terrifying magma turned into a red light and suddenly sprayed forward, swallowing everything it went to. With a loud bang, a gully was blown out of the open space in front, with mud and rocks flying and smoke and dust everywhere. Sakaski stared at the axe in his hand, his heart filled with full of shock. This its power. Iron Hammer and others were also shocked. Awesome, brother, go. The power of this attack is not inferior to the flying slash of a great swordsman, and even exceeds it. After all, magma is a powerful elemental energy with a burning effect. Sakaski tried to swing the axe and found that it became extremely light, and every swing could bring out a flame. Haha, what a good axe! Sakaski laughed excitedly. Iron Hammer couldn't help but say, even if it doesn't accumulate energy, with the energy of the magma fruit, this axe can also transform it, thereby enhancing its power. Iron Hammer, this battle axe is great with it. I feel that next time I face Big Mom or Kaido, I will definitely not lose so badly. Well, as soon as I got a weapon, I wanted to fight with others. It seems that the forging was very successful this time, not bad, but Sakaski, don't worry. I have to settle the bill with you. Sakaski. Zhangguo and Old Man Kong's mouths twitched violently, and they instantly understood that the iron skin was going to be online. Although the main material is your magma, the other auxiliary materials are all from me. Let me calculate it for you: 10 pieces of woven firestone, 10 pieces of diamond, and 5 kilograms of mithril. I won't ask you for more, just give me the cost. Sakaski was stunned and asked unconsciously, how much is the cost? Iron Hammer grinned, 300 million Baileys. As for the process fee and labor fee, I won't charge you. How about it? It's good enough. Good enough. 300 million Baileys. It's worthy of being the iron skin. Okay, it's just 300 million berries. I'll catch some pirates to exchange for money when I get back, and then make it up to you. Sakaski is also a generous man. In his opinion, 300 million berries for such a good weapon is worth it. Okay, I'm just kidding you. The materials I use are all from the headquarters. You don't have to pay. If you feel bad about it, just get me 2 devil fruits. You've seen a lot of these things in the New World anyway. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sakaski, I suddenly think it's better to pay. Oh, by the way, Old Man Garp, this is for you. Suddenly, Iron Hammer walked towards Garp, who was watching the show, and handed him the all-like thing in his hand. Iron Hammer, what is this? Hey, it's quite heavy. Garp took the awl and found that it was quite heavy. I made this with diamond and tin iron. It's extremely hard. If I remember correctly, that bastard Qing Jiao has a treasure place called the Gem Iceberg. That's all the stolen money he got from robbery. Humph, I think we need to recover it. Oh, by the way, call me when you're going there. I also have some ideas about the Gem Iceberg. I'd feel sorry for myself if I didn't use such hard ice to hammer it. A hint of coldness appeared on Taikoi's face. He actually dared to destroy his warhammer. It would be so unfair if he didn't reveal all the secrets of the bastard Qing Jiao. Ha 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 ha, I feel a little sad for Qing Jiao now. Why offend you when there are so many people to offend, alas, poor conehead. Zephyr knew Taikoi's temper very well. He was a villain who would seek revenge from morning till night. Zhang Guo and Old Man Kong looked at each other on the side. They always felt a chill around them and felt very uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, Mr. Zephyr, I have basically finished your weapon, but I need you to come and help test it to see where it needs to be improved. As soon as these words came out, everyone showed different expressions instantly. Zephyr, oh no, how could this kid say that? Zengoku, new weapon exclusive. Sora, Zephyr's weapon, why didn't I think of it, I want one too. Garp, oh there are weapons, great, grab them and play with them. Tsuru, well although I'm a little embarrassed, I also want an exclusive weapon. Sakazuki, Tisk, I already have a nest of QS, I don't like the others. Chapter 135 Zephyr's exclusive, Iron Wave plus Fist. Let's go, Zephyr's new weapon, I have to help take a look. The one who watched the fun and didn't mind the trouble was Old Man Garp, who rushed directly into the arsenal. Zephyr wanted to pull him but couldn't, and instantly frowned. Others also wanted to follow him, but they stopped when they saw Zephyr's face turned black. Asshole Hammer, you saw that asshole Garp was here, and you still yelled, can't you tell me in private? Iron Hammer seemed very calm in the face of Zephyr's fury. He took out a cigar, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a beautiful puff. Teacher, you can't hide this kind of thing. You see, old man Sengoku has been hiding his snacks, and Garp always gets it right. Open-minded, you know. Sengoku. I star Garp, and I star you Hammer. Sakazuki, there is one more thing. There are many strange islands in the New World. Can you help me keep an eye out for any special ores and the like? If I remember correctly, there seems to be an island that has been under thunder all the time. If you have a chance, go and get me some strange ores. Don't worry, if I can make something, I'll leave a copy for you. Iron Hammer is now addicted to forging with rare ores and wants to experience more luxurious configurations. He simply gave this task to Brother Guzi, who is galloping in the New World. No problem, I'll keep an eye out for you. I remember that there is a famous volcanic island where the Whitebeard pirates are stationed. How about volcanic ore? Volcanic ore is not lower in temperature than magma. I think I can use 2 axes. Sakazuki, who had tasted the sweetness, showed for the first time a stronger motivation than killing pirates, and the old man Kong and others beside him were amazed. The contact over the past few years has allowed these old employees to clearly understand the character of each newcomer. Sakazuki, hate evil as an enemy, decisive in killing, and stop killing with killing. Kuzan, hot-blooded, lacks consideration in doing things, but has a good heart. Polo Salino, completely lazy, never does anything beyond the scope of work, and even if he is asked to work, he must give clear instructions. Iron Hammer, salted fish, only wants to forge iron, but will also get excited, and his mind is super small, and he holds grudges. Suddenly, Garp roared, his voice full of excitement and madness. Fuck, what is this fuck so handsome? Iron Hammer, I want it too, I want this thing too. It's not that everyone has good hearing, but that Garp's voice is too loud. Everyone looked at Iron Hammer, especially Zephyr. It was obvious that his weapon was very domineering and dazzling to make Garp so excited. Calm down, basic operation, basic operation. Everyone, he's still panting, what should I do if I want to do it? Suddenly, Garp ran out of the arsenal. The difference was that his arms were replaced by a set of arm armor. This set of arm armor covers the arms from the shoulders, showing a completely mechanized and technological style. The sturdy steel wraps the whole arm. The palm is also presented in the form of a mechanical hand. The arm armor is silver and white, with a jet nozzle on the outside of the forearm and the same jet nozzle on the elbow. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. How is it, Teacher Zephyr? Are you satisfied? Iron Hammer said proudly. How do I use this thing? There seem to be buttons on both my hands. Garp fiddled with the arm armor, and couldn't let it go. Oh, the button, that's to trigger the jet ability. There are two buttons, one big and one small. The big one is an air cannon against the enemy, and the small one is a rocket elbow, which assists in attacking. Taikui blew out a puff of smoke and explained calmly. So powerful? Garp's eyes lit up. But be careful when using it. Although it has been made, this weapon has not been tested yet, and it is still dangerous. Taikui kindly reminded. I know. Garp couldn't wait to try the power of the new weapon. Hehe, I have to try it first. By the way, what is this thing made of? Garp waved his hands excitedly, and the arm armor made a series of very domineering mechanical twisting sounds. Everyone couldn't help laughing at Garp's appearance, only Zifa was anxious. Asshole, Garp, this is made for me by my beloved disciple and son. Take it off, I'll try it if I want to. Zephyr rushed directly towards Garp. An Iron Hammer explained the materials and production principles of the arm armor. The overall material is special steel, that is, the kind of steel plate with sea stone properties. The previous stock was used on my ship. In order to gather the steel needed for the arm armor, I hammered the steel plates for a whole day. It was also thanks to the disappearance of all random abilities, otherwise it would be really difficult to gather so many steel plates with sea stone effects. Secondly, all the movable joints are made of mithril. Well, a lot of it was used. After all, mithril, a rare metal, has good activity and can meet the needs of arm armor activities. For the outer armor, I used diamond and black iron ore, which turned into silver and white, both of which are very hard materials. I'm not bragging at all. This is because I have the ability to hammer. Otherwise, ordinary blacksmiths can't make it at all. Just to fuse the three materials and evenly layer them, there is absolutely no one else in this sea who can do it except me. How much domineering? 60. Anyway, it's the system that said it shouldn't be wrong. Everyone. How much? 60. Is it true? The several elder brothers present are all masters of physical skills, and their mastery of armament haki can definitely be said to be the top of the sea. 60 consumption reduction, this number is too scary. Tisk, don't believe it, old man. Garp, show me. Garp nodded woodenly and began to activate armament haki. A shocking scene appeared instantly. The dark armament haki easily covered the entire mechanical arm armor, and Garp opened his mouth and widened his eyes. Garp's signature surprised expression. Seeing Garp's expression, everyone instantly understood that what Iron Hammer said was true. All excited for a while. This arm armor also has a name. In order to commemorate the Great Milk Powder, I named it Iron Wave plus Fist. This name is domineering. But who is Taibagia? Could it be Taikui? Never mind, Neo 13 will do. Take it off for me, Garp. That's mine. Zeph's eyes were red, and he rushed to Garp again. The others looked at Taikui again. Of course, Taikui knew what they were thinking, but he just ignored them and continued to draw the respirator. I have to say, it's really good to draw the respirator to make iron. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give me a 5-star rating if you can. Chapter 136 Special Black Room in the Training Camp. First, the God Axe and the Q, and then the arm guard Taibaji a fist. The appearance of two magic weapons in a row made Zhangguo and others red-eyed. And Zephyr finally took the arm guard back from the bruised Garp with panda eyes. Of course, this was on the premise that Garp couldn't stand his entanglement and voluntarily gave up. Ha ha ha, my armor. Cool cool. Zeph wearing the armor made Taikui's eyes blurry. The image of Zeph with a crusher in his memory suddenly appeared, and then was smashed by Taikui. Muttered, "Teacher, your future will not be dark." The voice was so small that no one could hear it. Sakazuki, who got the weapon, sailed again happily and returned to his new battlefield world. Garp returned to the East Sea to continue training his 8th mountain, and then called Taikui to go to the West Sea to find Qingjiao. And Taikui, he is now in the office of the recruit training camp. Ah, the mask to protect himself doesn't work, no way. I can put enough activated carbon and other things in it. Can't this help him improve the situation? Zeph called Taikui, still for the problem of Magellan, the 4th student. Seeing that the training camp has been going on for half a year, Magellan still can't train like an ordinary person. The poison gas is one thing, but he himself will also be affected by the poison. He spends more than half a day in the toilet. You can't believe the scene. There is really no other way. I specially asked someone to build a toilet for him somewhere else. Iron Hammer, okay, I forgot that this guy will have diarrhea. This is not easy to deal with. I can't bring a toilet with this guy. If it doesn't work, I'll call Monkey Brother, see if Punk Hazard has a full-body anti-gas suit, but there is no way to solve the problem of going to the toilet. The two people, one big and one small, looked at each other and couldn't come up with a good idea for a long time. Do you have any way to purify the poison gas in the air? Listening to Zifa's idea, Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him. Teacher, I'm a blacksmith, not a scientist. Where can I get such high-end things? Suddenly, Iron Hammer's mind flashed, and he slammed the table and stood up. A good table fell apart in an instant. Zifa, my desk. Even if it can't be purified, isn't it better to just isolate it? I've thought of a way, but the price is a bit high. But, it can also be used as a punishment measure in the future. It depends on whether you are willing to do it, teacher. Zafel was a little confused when he heard this, and didn't understand what Taikui meant. Oh, it's Zafel. Ha 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 ha, Taikui, you are a bastard, but also a genius. You can think of such a dirty trick. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it in the evening, try to finish it in one night. He did it right away. Taikui took out the phone and asked for help. Prepare to start work in the evening. At night, everyone fell asleep. Hundreds of people suddenly appeared on the playground of the recruit training camp. Are they all here? Zafel looked at the people in front of him and asked Taikui beside him. Well, they are all my soldiers. They can even repair a boat. It's just a small dark room. It's easy. Don't worry. Okay, let's get started. Iron Hammer nodded and walked to his soldiers. Why are you calling everyone here so late? Teacher Zifa needs our help with something. Let's start now. Dig a pit 3 meters deep and 30 meters long and wide in this training ground. When everyone heard the task, they were immediately full of questions. Iron Hammer patiently explained the matter. Hey, isn't there a Magellan student, a para-human type poison fruit user? Because his ability is too special, he can't train with everyone. So I have been discussing with Teacher Zifa and decided to build a separate underground room for this guy, so that he can stand below and train with everyone, and we also have to build a very safe toilet for him. Everyone. There are all kinds of strange things on the sea. Then, under the arrangement of Taikui, everyone started to work. And Taikui found a lot of steel plates, which are the main links of support and protection, as well as toughened glass with a hard texture. These toughened glasses were specially made by Taikui using the knowledge of his previous life. Ordinary flat glass is heated to near the softening point, and then quickly cooled. Through this thermal stress and rapid cooling treatment, compressive stress is formed on the surface of the glass, and tensile stress is formed inside, thereby significantly improving the strength and thermal stability of the glass. And relying on the flame effect and ability, the defense of the tempered glass is directly maximized. At the same time, ventilation facilities and toilets are installed inside the secret room. It is definitely a closed small dark room. This is the solution of taikoi, and it will never be used only once. If any bastard does not train well in the future, he will be thrown in. Well, the sense of déjà vu of the small dark room is full. With the efforts of more than 100 people, the secret room was soon completed. Taikoi and Zifa stepped directly on the tempered glass and stomped twice. Taikoi, I have to say that your tempered glass is very good. It has no reaction when I stepped on it and shaved it. Zifa looked at the tempered glass with curiosity. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Tisk, that's a must, don't you see who made it? Except for this tempered glass, the rest are supported by steel plates, very strong and no problem. The internal ventilation facilities can discharge the poison gas into an independent storage tank. Teacher, remember to let Magellan deal with it himself, don't poison anyone. Zeph nodded and looked at the small black room under his feet with great satisfaction. On the second day of training, Magellan entered this novel small black room. This made Magellan very excited. He always liked the dark environment, and this small black room gave him a great feeling. Zeph's mouth twitched, but he was still very satisfied. He casually put up a sign in front of the training ground, which read, "Special small black room for training camp." After dealing with Magellan's matter, Taikoi devoted himself to the iron-making business again. When he was making the self-destruct device arranged by the 5 elders, a crazy shout suddenly sounded. "Lieutenant General Taikoi! Lieutenant General Taikoi! Marshal Kong asked you to come over." Taikoi put down his hand helplessly, thinking, what's wrong? Marshal's office. Old Kong, why did you ask me to come? It's only been a few days, can't you let me have some free time? Oh, you old guys are all here, tell me, what's wrong? Pushing the door of the office open with ease, Taikoi complained without even looking at it. Sakazuki is too impulsive. It has happened, call him back, don't let him stay in the new world, otherwise there will be unrest. After all, that woman lost 5 children at once. Old Kong, Zhangguo, and Ms. He were all there, discussing Sakazuki. It seems that Brother Go has done something big again. Seeing Taikoi coming, the 3 looked at him with very strange eyes. You are famous again, Taikoi. Taikoi, what the hell? After taking the newspaper handed over by Zhangguo, Taikoi was stunned for a moment. The headline was Guzian Tomahawk, and under his feet were a few people who looked familiar to him, and on the other side was Taikoi's portrait. Navy News star Sakazuki said frankly that the magic weapon Uokyu made for him by Taikoi can definitely sweep away all evil. Navy News star Sakazuki angrily killed 5 members of the Big Mom Pirates. Is the power of Uokyu really so sharp? The famous Navy blacksmith once again declared war on the world with a magic weapon. Everyone present is garbage. Only he is the world's #1 godsmith. 5 members of the Big Mom Pirates. Oh my god, I remember, aren't these 5 people? Charlotte Opera, Charlotte Conti, Charlotte Cadens, Charlotte Cavalette, Charlotte Gala. The quintuplets of the future Minister of Fresh Cream. Morgans, I must kill you and make chicken soup. Please give me a thumbs up, a paragraph review, and a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 137. Can't you please Iron Hammer? New World. Navy, you actually killed our family, you are unforgivable. Sparrow. On a pirate ship that looks like an egg tart, a pirate with a tongue sticking out and a fierce look on his face is Charlotte Sparrow, the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates. There are 2 tall figures standing behind him, one is Charlotte Dafuku and the other is Charlotte Owen. In front of the egg tart ship is a warship. Sakaski's right arm emits red light and holds the magic axe. Looking at the several officers of the Big Mom pirates had a hint of joy and murderous intent in their eyes. Pirates should be killed. Those 5 rookies are not even qualified to sharpen the divine axe's cue. The indifferent tone with a hint of disdain made Charlotte's 3 sons furious. You are looking for death. Kill him. The battle started directly. At the same time, the Navy headquarters, Marinford. Old Man Kong, tell me where Morgans is, I'm going to kill him. It's not the first time that Taikawi has been tricked by Morgans, the bastard birdman. He has always been the only one who tricks others, and no one can trick him. Calm down, Taikawi. Jean Guo hurriedly comforted him. Morgans is floating around, he is very slippery, and his whereabouts are almost impossible to know. Damn it, damn birdman, how many times do you really think I, Taikawi, am easy to bully? Taikawi smashed the table angrily. On the other hand, Old Man Kong and Staff Officer Crane were looking at him with a smile. This really pissed Taikawi off, and he immediately said, No, what do you two mean by your smiles? Taikawi, this is the fame you deserve, why are you so excited? This kind of news can increase the momentum of the Navy, I wish that Birdman could report more. Old Man Kong's casual words made Taikawi furious. You old men are all very powerful, of course I'm not afraid. I'm not, I'm a young man, I don't master domineering very well, I don't develop my fruit ability very well, and I'm not very good at physical skills. I can only forge iron. If I'm caught by those brutal pirates in the New World, you can cry. Old Man Kong, this bastard, he actually said the word coward so confidently. Jean Guo, luckily Zifa is not here, otherwise I would be angry to death. Crane, hey, why do the Navy officers who can enter the upper echelons have some serious illness? But the 3 of them thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Taikawi said. He is just a blacksmith, and a famous blacksmith, no, a master blacksmith. Such a treasure should be protected. At this time, a Navy soldier came in to report to the Marshal. Vice Admiral Garp sent a message saying that he is ready to find Qing Jiao and ask Vice Admiral Taikawi if he wants to go with him. Is Old Man Garp going to do it? Where is he? Taikawi widened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Thinking in his heart, I can finally take revenge. Vice Admiral Garp is currently on his way back to Marinford. It is estimated that he will arrive at the headquarters in half a day. He turned around and was about to leave after hearing this, but was stopped by Old Man Kong. Wait a minute, Taikawi. Seeing Taikawi stop, Old Man Kong showed a treacherous smile, and Taikawi instantly understood that this old man was going to set him up again. Taikawi suddenly became serious. Taikawi, it was Garp who contributed to the crusade against Qing Jiao this time, so the stolen money from the Jade Iceberg should belong to the headquarters. As soon as these words came out, Jean Guo and Staff Officer He nodded in unison. Sure enough, this Old Man Kong has become more and more skilled in collecting money, and it seems that Old Man Jean Guo and Staff Officer He are on his side. Unfortunately, he is facing none other than Taikawi, the richest man in the headquarters, who is also a money collector. Sure, as long as Old Man Garp can break the Jade Iceberg without using my stuff, I will hand it all over to the headquarters without saying anything. Humph, do you really think that the ice coffin is so easy to break? Garp's fist is indeed powerful, but after all, it is not a cone head, and lacks the ability to break the surface with a point. Don't believe that Old Man Garp can collapse the Jade Iceberg with his fist. Seeing Taikawi being so easy to talk to this time, Old Man Kong instantly felt something was wrong and quickly recalled all the things Taikawi said to the precious Jade Iceberg. Taikaimu, are you so confident that Garp can't break that precious Jade Iceberg? After thinking about it for a long time, Old Man Kong could only ask back. But all he got was Taikawi's contemptuous smile. This smile made Old Man Kong feel unsure instantly. After looking at Zhang Guo and he separately, Old Man Kong fell into deep thought. Finally, he decided to give in. The headquarters wants 70. Seeing that the bidding process had begun, Taikui took the lead. 50%. Old Kong, without my tools, Old Garp can't do anything. 65% Taikui, it's a waste to give you so much money, why not let the headquarters get more resources? 55% Why can't you give it to me? I'll use it to buy rare materials and special steels, and then you can all wear artifacts and use magic weapons. 60% It can't be any less. Deal. Old Kong felt that his blood pressure was about to explode, and he was so angry that he was panting, and Zhang Guo's eyes kept jumping. He felt a little confused about his future. After all, he would have to contact Taikui when he became a marshal. You know, Taikui was so cunning even though he was not the logistics minister at this time. If he became the logistics minister, my god, how could he live like this? Okay, I won't accompany you guys, I want to watch Old Man Cap pound the cone head of a green pepper. He, that scene must be very interesting. Leaving behind a sinister laugh, the hammer broke through the door, leaving the three old men looking at each other in bewilderment. Old Man Kong held it in for a long time and said, Zhang Kuiudi, better take it easy in the future, otherwise I feel that this bastard will really deduct your pension. I don't care. After all, I will go to marry Giosa in a few years, but you still have to stay for a long time. And there is a letter from Mary Giosa, you know auction. Zhang Guo, my star hammer, the future is even more confused. Staff officer, he also felt that there was nothing wrong with what Marshal Kong said. If it really doesn't work, Zhang Guo, you use your own money to buy him some gifts, let him improve his perception of you. After all, he has 3 stars in your mind. Zhang Guo was sweating and pushed his glasses unconsciously. In his mind, he had already started to calculate what to buy for hammer. There is no way, in order to have financial freedom and sufficient funds in the future. Isn't it just to please the bastard hammer? Zhang Guo endured it. It's just a pity that his wallet is going to shrink. Chapter 138 Can you be a human being? Warhammer. That little Lance, bring me some more donuts, yes, I want cream flavor. Cap was commanding Lance to carry snacks for him like a big boss. This scene made the veins on Iron Hammer's forehead jump. Old Garp, your warship is clearly in front, why do you have to come to my ship? And you ordered my adjutant and you made a deck of debris. Garp didn't care about Iron Hammer's rage at all, he picked his nose and said casually, of course it's interesting on your ship, tut tut tut, I didn't see it, Iron Hammer, you usually hide it well enough. Are these guns taken from the research department? I dare say that the firepower on your ship is definitely the best in the headquarters. Iron Hammer ignored Garp's words at all, his eyes were fixed on the debris that Garp dropped on the deck. Although he is a blacksmith covered in dust, he will never allow others to dirty his sight. Iron Hammer, I like the armor you made for Zifa very much, can you make one for me too? After eating the donuts, Garp finally revealed his purpose and stared at Iron Hammer with shining eyes. Don't even think about it, look at what you have done to my deck. Besides, you believe in your own iron fist. What kind of weapon do you need? Fists are enough. Garp laughed, not caring about the anger in Iron Hammer's tone. Don't be angry. Isn't it enough for me to clean it up for you? Hey, Lance, bring me a broom. It has to be said that although Garp is unreliable, he really does the work. He does it as soon as he says it, and sweeps the deck directly. Iron Hammer was speechless and turned to go into the forging room. He also called Tina away. Now Tina is Iron Hammer's exclusive accessories designer. Black Hammer makes it quickly, and Iron Hammer hammers it quickly. These days, all the cold weapons on the Warhammer have been replaced with hammer knives. The hammer knives are all black, and they look like blades, but they are actually heavy hammers. Everyone on the Warhammer has one, which is extremely tough. Heading straight to the West Sea from Marinford. Outer waters of the Kingdom of Flowers. Warhammer and Doghead Patch directly surrounded a pirate ship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Flowers. My goodness, Hammer, your soldier is using a knife. What kind of knife is this? This battle was completely led by the soldiers of Warhammer, and Garp's subordinates did not participate in the battle. But as the battle started and ended, the soldiers of Warhammer interpreted the original belief of Hammer, that is, to win with technology and firepower. The terrifying firepower destroyed the opponent's front line as soon as it came up. The subsequent hand-to-hand combat shocked Garp's crew. That black knife, no, it can't be called a knife at all. Whose knife didn't make a nick on the guardrail, but smashed the guardrail directly. Tisk, you country bumpkin who has never seen the world, this is my new work, the hammer knife. Facing Garp's shock, Iron Hammer sneered and threw a knife to Bogart. As a swordsman, Bogart took the knife and looked at it carefully. First of all, the texture of this thing is very good, but the blade is like nothing. This thing just has the appearance of a knife, and it has nothing to do with a knife. Bogart swung it hard and found that nothing appeared, so he defined it directly. Iron Hammer nodded in agreement. Yes, this hammer knife is made of the product of Tina Kankan fruit. After being forged by me, it lost its sharpness, but increased its strength and hardness. Just as he was talking for a while, the battle was over. More than half of the pirates were killed, and the rest were controlled by the soldiers on the Warhammer. After asking, Lance returned to the Warhammer to report the situation to Iron Hammer and Garp. This is the pirate ship of Urbeo Navy, not Babeo Navy. But they all belong to Flower Country. Iron Hammer nodded when he heard this. He knew the situation of Flower Country. In addition to Babeo Navy, there are many pirate groups with numbers, and Urbeo Navy is one of them. Give the living people a small boat and let them go back and tell that bastard Qing Jiao. Tai, will take Garp to seek revenge. We will wait for him on Loxia Island outside the Kingdom of Flowers. Let him clean up his cone head and die. Garp. I clearly want to PK with Qing Jiao, how come Taikawi said it, making me look like a big hand. With Taikawi's arrangement, the surviving pirates soon took a small boat to report to the Kingdom of Flowers. One day later, Loxia Island. 3 ships were docked on the north and south sides of the island respectively. To the south was the silver-white Warhammer and the patched Doghead Patch. To the north was the giant battleship of Qing Jiao of the Babeo Navy. The troops of both sides gathered together. Iron Hammer was particularly jealous when he saw King Jiao's enemy, and he started to attack. Cone-headed bastard, I'm here to seek revenge on you. Your cone head is waiting to collapse. Faced with the taunting of the hammer, Green Pepper was not afraid at all. He pointed at his cone head with a grim smile. Kid, there is nothing harder than my cone head in this world. Even Garp behind you can't do it. As soon as these words came out, Garp was immediately unhappy and walked out with his fist clenched. Green Pepper, today I must flatten your cone head for you. Garp, with your soft fist, you dare to become a fist bone. Look, I will smash your fist bone that you are proud of. Garp opened his eyes angrily, and the whole person jumped up. The dark armed color instantly covered his right fist, and the terrifying momentum burst out. Damn Green Pepper, die! Green Pepper was equally unwilling to be outdone, and covered his head with armed color. The next second, he also rushed towards Garp at the speed of a rocket. The head and the iron fist collided with each other with the momentum of destroying the world. The two collided, making a loud noise that shook the world. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color, and the waves rolled. Even Iron Hammer, who knew the direction of the plot, was shocked by the terrifying momentum of both sides when he saw this amazing confrontation with his own eyes. The wrestling was still going on, and the expression on Green Pepper's face became more and more crazy, while Garp's expression slowly became serious. Die Garp! Facing Green Pepper's madness, Garp calmly dealt with it, and the power of his right fist increased again. The balance finally tilted. The head could not resist the power of Iron Fist and began to collapse. Boom! The heavy punch landed hard, and the cone head disappeared completely. The cone head that Green Pepper was so proud of was completely flattened by Garp. Green Pepper was hit hard and fell into coma instantly. On the contrary, Garp showed a satisfied smile, and laughed out loud the next second. Ha 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 ha, my iron fist is the hardest. The Hammer, who saw this scene, shouted that it was exciting. It's so satisfying, bastard Green Pepper, I'll let you be arrogant. Old man Garp did a great job. By the way, capture Green Pepper for me. I'm going to take him to Bayou Iceberg and let him watch me empty all his stored wealth with his own eyes. The unconscious Qing Jiao. Can you be a human being? Chapter 139 Hammers hit nails, broken face artifacts. Bayou Iceberg, an ice field located in the northernmost part of the West Sea Flower Country. It has been uninhabited for many years. It is not that no one is interested in the treasures hidden here, but that there is no way to deal with the extremely hard Bayou Iceberg, so they give up the idea of greed. Of course, there will be pirates or greedy people who do not believe in evil and come here, but without exception, they are all stopped by Bayou Iceberg, and then defeated by the 8 treasures navy and buried here. And today, this iceberg ushered in a real challenger. Is this Bayou Iceberg? It really is an iceberg. Hey, what's underneath? Carp was walking on the ice while eating donuts. The person standing side by side with him was Iron Hammer. I saw Iron Hammer's eyes fixed on the bottom of the ice. The golden color made his pupils turn into gold coins. I'm rich. I didn't expect that the Babao Navy had so much wealth. It's all mine, these are all mine. The Navy couldn't help but feel ashamed when they saw the crazy Iron Hammer, especially the Navy of the Warmer. Why didn't they notice it before? The Admiral himself actually loves money so much. Old man Carp, where is the all I gave you? Give it to me now. Garp looked at the excited Iron Hammer, shook his head helplessly, and ordered the soldiers to fetch the special awl made by Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer felt that he had the world in his hands with the artifact. He immediately ordered the soldiers to bring up the tied Green Pepper, who had lost the awl head. Green Pepper had woken up at this time, and he was a little confused without the awl head. But when he saw Garp and Iron Hammer, he was furious. Asshole Garp, you actually did such an unforgivable thing to me. I will always hate you, hate your descendants, your descendants. Hearing Green Pepper's curse to Garp in the previous life, Iron Hammer couldn't help laughing. As soon as Green Pepper heard the laughter, the artillery fire shifted. And you Iron Hammer kid, you can't escape either. If it weren't for you, how could I have suffered such a disaster? I will always hate you and your descendants. This scolding really shocked Taikawi. He looked at Qing Jiao with a scruffy beard and was speechless. He immediately retorted, Bastard Qing Jiao, how many years older are you than me? Do you believe I can wait until you become bones? You have become my prisoner, but you are still so rampant. Okay, you are very good. I originally thought that I was not very kind, but now it seems that I have to be ruthless to deal with a playboy like you. Don't you think this place is familiar? Qing Jiao finally reacted, looked around, and was shocked. Isn't this Bayou Iceberg? How do you know this place? He, if you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Do you really think your Bayou Iceberg is a forbidden place? Taikawi couldn't help but sneer. Then he took out the specially made awl and walked towards the treasure. Seeing that Iron Hammer wanted to break the ice to get the treasure, Green Pepper was a little disdainful and taunted, Iron Hammer kid, don't waste your energy. This precious iceberg is indestructible. There is nothing that can open it except my cone head. Faced with Green Pepper's taunting, Garp was not happy. He had been flattened by this guy's cone head. How could he break this iceberg? Iron Hammer, wait a minute, let me try. Since I can flatten his cone head, I don't believe this iceberg can stop my iron fist. The Iron Hammer, which was originally preparing to break the ice, stopped the action instantly. He was also a little curious whether Garp's fist could blast open the ice surface. I saw Garp exerting force with his feet and suddenly jumped into the air. The whole person's momentum suddenly surged, and the dark-armed color domineering covered his right fist again. After charging, he yelled, "Green pepper, watch out!" Fistbone impact. As Garp's full-strength blow fell, the heavy fist hit the ice surface, causing the entire precious jade iceberg to shake violently, but the ice surface did not break. How is this possible? Garp was completely shocked. Then he fell on the ice surface, shook his numb right hand, and frowned slightly. "It's unscientific. My fist can't break the ice surface. Is there such a thing?" Looking at Garp, who was in self-doubt, Iron Hammer walked up and said, "Old man Garp, I told you that you can't do it. At this time, you have to use our treasure of Iron Hammer." After that, he picked up the special cone, walked to the ice, placed it vertically on the ice, and made a rack to ensure that it would not tilt or fall. Hammer Air Plasticity Clear Sky Hammer. Stretching out his right hand suddenly, countless hammering sounds resounded through the world, and the Air Hammer Clear Sky Hammer appeared again. 80. 1. 80. 2 hits. 80. 3 hits. Iron Hammer hammered with all his strength 3 times, and finally the cone successfully broke the ice and pierced into the extremely hard gem iceberg. Everyone was excited and cheered. Qing Jiao was in disbelief. Impossible, the gem iceberg was actually broken. "Iron Hammer Kid, how did you do it?" King Jiao's mind was full of questions for a while. Iron Hammer looked at the broken ice surface without any hurry, turned around and smiled, and began to explain to Qing Jiao. "Your cone head is really sharp, and with your strength, you can easily open this gem iceberg. Even old man Garp can't do this. His fist bone is indeed better than your cone head, but it lacks a sharp point. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. But the all in my hand is different. I made it with diamond, special steel plate and woven flame stone in the middle. My hammer hitting it can effectively trigger the internal warming effect. In addition, the hammer hitting the nail, do you think the ice surface of this precious jade iceberg can still stop me?" It sounds like a simple sentence, but it contains a lot of science. Just say that hammer hitting nails is one of the best ways to break the mask. Qing Jiao, thank you Babao Navy for hiding the treasure for so many years. This time I can become a rich man, ha ha ha. Qing Jiao, who was still confused, was instantly brought to hell by Taikui's words. The whole person became crazy. "No, that is the treasure of Babao Navy, you can't take it away. That is mine, it's all mine. Who is Taikui, a stingy man plundering the passing geese? How can the wealth in hand not be touched? Hehe, as the winner, why can't I take the spoils that belong to me? Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, hit me. Everyone move it, don't leave a single coin behind. After you move it, I will personally reward each of you with 1 million Baileys." The already rich Iron Hammer had a great harvest this time, and instantly turned into a boy who distributed money. But the soldiers were very happy. 1 million Baileys for them, it was already a huge sum of money. The navy soldiers of the 2 warships instantly turned into porters. They used clothes to load, carts to transport, hands to carry, and even more than 6 styles. Iron Hammer saw 3 people with his own eyes, one bent over to open the iron block, and the other 2 put money on him, and then one raised his hand and one lifted his foot to move the person and the money away together. Iron Hammer and Garp were amazed at this. This person must have motivation to be motivated. The world was achieved with only green pepper injured. Please click on it, like, write a paragraph, and give a 5-star review if possible. Chapter 140, 46 points as agreed, 4 for the headquarters, 6 for me. The precious jade iceberg is the treasure accumulated by the Babao Navy for many generations. The horror of wealth is absolutely crazy. Even if 2 warships and hundreds of people moved together, it took 3 hours to empty the treasure house. According to Taikui's inventory, the profit this time is at least 30 billion. My money, the wealth accumulated by the Babao Navy for many years. Gone, all gone. Qing Jiao, who had lost the cone head, looked at the precious jade iceberg that had lost its golden light with lifeless eyes. These hateful navy actually didn't leave a single gold coin. The lost look made Taikawi feel a little different. I saw Taikawi walk to Qingjiao in 2 steps. Everyone thought he was going to comfort Qingjiao, but who knew that the next second was a king bomb. Conical head. Oh, no, you don't have a cone head now, so you'll be the green pepper bastard. Green pepper bastard, do you know you're wrong? I told you to hit me, I told you to hit the navy. Not arresting you is already giving face to the kingdom of flowers, and you still want money? Eat your ass. Everyone. How wicked, bullying people is not this way. Green Pepper was also awakened from his unconscious state by the insults of Taikawi. His eyes were completely red, the whole person exuded a terrifying aura, staring at Taikawi viciously. Navy kid, you're dead, I will hate you, and I will always hate you. Until I kill you with my own hands. Iron Hammer listened to Green Pepper's cruel words and scratched his ears involuntarily, not caring at all. It's not like Tai has been stagnant all the time. He started to practice domineering when he returned. Do you want to kill him? Sorry, Tai doesn't even go out to sea, and stays honestly in the Navy headquarters. If you have the guts, come. I saw Iron Hammer took out the awl again, aimed at the gem iceberg and started to chisel ice. The material of this ice is very strong. Although the main body is still ice, the hardness is not like ice at all. Iron Hammer really wants to use this material for forging. Soon a huge ice block was chiseled out by Iron Hammer, which is about the same size as Garp's big iron ball. Lance, tie this ice ball with a rope and hold it at the stern and take it back to Marinford. Lance looked at the huge ice ball with a confused look, and his mouth twitched violently, but he still started to lead the soldiers to work. When everything was ready, Garp announced the return order. Return to Marinford. As for Green Pepper, he was thrown on the gem iceberg. This guy has such a strong physique that Iron Hammer will not worry about him. So far, the Warhammer and the Doghead Patch have returned with a full load. Marinford. Marshal's office. Iron Hammer, tell me, how much money did you make from this attack on Qingjiao? No, how much money did you confiscate? Old Kong, you are the Admiral of the Navy, can you stop talking about money? Isn't that vulgar? Get lost, tell the truth, how much wealth does the Babao Navy have? The confrontation between Old Kong and Iron Hammer began. The former attacked and the latter defended, and they had a lot of fun fighting back and forth. After a long tug-of-war, Iron Hammer slowly told the news of the wealth. 36 billion in wealth, 46 points agreed, 4 for the headquarters, 6 for me. My God, 36 billion. Zhang Guo and others were stunned for a moment. How could a small Babao navy be so rich? But they soon regained their composure. After all, they still had to save face. Old Man Kong was happy at first, but soon replaced by a trace of sadness, which made Taikawi feel that something bad was going to happen. The next second, it was as expected. Taikawi, you are openly robbing property. Do you know that you emptied the precious jade iceberg? And the country of flowers complained. They said that the Navy openly robbed the wealth of the government's allied countries. Hey, even the 5 elders were alarmed and scolded me. With tears in his eyes, I have to say that Old Man Kong's acting skills are still good. Taikawi almost believed it. Really, it's time for me to deliver the goods to Mary Joa in a few days. Then I'll ask CP0 to see if this is the case. Who is Taikawi? An old salted fish, a cunning old chicken, can he still be fooled by Old Man Kong? Ahem, no need, I've already helped you settle it, let's talk about the money division. Humph. Looking at the Old Man Kong's failure, Taikawi snorted coldly. You have to know that although the 8 Treasures Navy is a pirate group under the Flower Country, it is also a pirate group. The Flower Country cannot go to the world government to complain because of a pirate group. This practice cannot be brought to the table. How could the king of the Flower Country make such a mistake? Being robbed cut, the 8 treasures navy can rob others, but others can't rob him. That doesn't make sense. 36 billion, I'll take 21.6 billion, let's count it as 21 billion. The remaining 15 billion will be given to the headquarters. Old Man Kong, 21 billion 15 billion. This little bastard calculated it clearly. Zhangguo, 15 billion. The recent military supplies are enough, we can upgrade our muskets. TSKTHE money comes in a bit too fast. Garp, ho 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 huff ho ho, this donut is delicious. You are a person who stays at the headquarters all year round, what do you need so much money for? Why don't you? Before Old Man Kong finished speaking, Taikui interrupted him directly. Stop, whether I have money or not is my business. Old Man Kong, I tell you, don't try to take my treasury. Seeing that Taikui didn't give him any chance, Old Man Kong had no choice but to give up. Okay, let's change the matter. Sakaski in the New World is making a lot of noise, but it also led to a lot of useful information. First of all, it's the Whitebeard pirates. A samurai from Wano country appeared there, which is worth noting. Samurai Kojiki Oden. Taichui frowned slightly. He was not interested in Kojiki Oden, but was very interested in his Yanma, a sword that can absorb domineering. Tisk, tisk, I really want to use it to hammer it. The Golden Lion pirates have been relatively stable recently. The last battle of Walter L dealt a heavy blow to their fleet. Big Mom has been fighting Sakaski frequently recently. According to the news from Sakaski, he defeated Charlotte Perospero and others, but Charlotte Linlin suddenly joined the battle, causing him to retreat with injuries. The above is the situation in the New World. Next, let's talk about the 4 Seas and the Grand Line. Old Man Kong picked up a document from the table with a serious expression. There are many newcomers on the sea recently, and many of them have certain strength. This list was sent by the world government, and they want to select the candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea from it. Take a look at it, Taikui, especially you. Taikui curled his lips helplessly. He couldn't escape the annoying task of the 7 warlords of the sea. But as the list was opened, the first one was an acquaintance. Chapter 141 I am jealous, Monkey is jealous. Moria. Moria at this time was still a young man, and his devilish face looked very lethal. The rest were pirates that Taikui didn't recognize, but they looked very powerful in terms of bounty and strength. Taikui, take a copy of this list and get familiar with it. Even if Taikui was not happy, he had no choice but to take the list. After the meeting, Taikui handed the task of dividing the money to Lance, and he himself was preparing to experiment with the newly acquired gem iceberg. Arsenal at night. Taikui used a cone to take a piece of ice from the gem iceberg and was thinking about how to forge it. Suddenly, he noticed someone breaking into the arsenal and heading straight for his forging room. Who? Absolute space. The quick reacting iron hammer directly unfolded the absolute space in the small room. For a while, the sound of hammering rang out in the whole room. Iron block. Facing the sudden attack of the iron hammer, the figure burst into a loud shout. Duan duan. The iron block was launched instantly, and countless hammerings instantly overwhelmed the visitor. Stop, I'm CP0. Seeing that the attacks were so dense that there was no way to escape from them, the visitor could only introduce himself. The moment he heard CP0, the iron hammer stopped. He stared at the visitor fiercely. The visitor was dressed in white and wearing a fox mask. From the clothes, it was indeed CP0. It's late at night. I wonder what CP0 wants to see me for. The iron hammer was very unhappy at this time because his good mood was disturbed. Just when CP0 was about to speak, a crisp sound interrupted him. Crack. The fox mask instantly cracked. CP0 just reacted and tried to fix it, but the mask broke directly. As the mask broke, a pretty face suddenly appeared in front of Taikui. Woman! So beautiful! What a face! Oh my god, Stussy! Yes, the person standing in front of Taikawi is the future queen of Fun Street, Stussy. The clone of Beijingam Stussy, a member of the Rocks Pirates, is the first successful clone experiment of Mads. Currently, she is a spy for CP0, a secret intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. I didn't expect that the person coming would be her. Taikawi was shocked. He couldn't help but recall the scenes before the time travel. Warhead Island spy Vegapunk's protector betrayal. The woman in front of me has multiple identities, each of them is very important. Don't look at it, bastard! Stussy angrily slammed Taikawi, who was staring at him. This bastard actually broke her mask. Ooh, he was distracted, sorry. I don't know, why did CP0 come to me so late at night? Taikawi quickly put away his thoughts and began to ask. I am here to ask for the first batch of props under the order of the 5 elders. Is it really for the self-destruct device? I see, wait, I'll get it for you. Taikawi nodded and turned to bring an iron box. The first batch, 50. Also, please don't come to me at night next time, it is easy to scare people to death, and it is also easy to kill people, you know. The voice without any emotion made Stussy tremble all over, and the scene in the absolute space just now made her unable to refute. Took the box, turned around and left without saying a word. Iron Hammer looked at Stussy's figure leaving, and pictures kept flashing in his mind. Finally, he sighed heavily and murmured, who cares, I don't care about the pirates and CP0. Isn't it better to be my logistics minister honestly? In the future, Iron Hammer will stay in the arsenal and forge the precious jade iceberg. But he found that this kind of ice is different from other substances. It is very difficult to make it plastic or process it because it is hard. After all, this thing is still ice. If the firepower is increased, it will also turn into water. But its own properties make it very incompatible with other precious metals and cannot be combined together at all. It made the battle-hardened Iron Hammer numb for a while. Hey, so annoying this icebreaker. No more hammering, I want to go out and relax. As soon as he said it, the hammer went on strike, left the arsenal and headed straight for the port. At the same time, he used Den Den Mushi to notify Lance. Hey Lance, set sail, go out for a walk. What, why can't I set sail? Wait for me to report to Old Man Kong. Then, after receiving the message from Taikawi, Old Man Kong was a little confused for a moment. Did he hear it right? Taiki actually took the initiative to go out to sea. The sun rises from the south. Agree, must agree. Just like that, Taikawi directly took his soldiers out to sea. Target direction? No. Wherever we go. Lance was helpless at once. What should he do if his superior is so unreliable? Hey. Finally, Taikawi set the route to the New World. Why go to the New World? Because he was still thinking about the special ore that Sakazuki promised him. And he entered the New World directly from the Com Belt, so he was not afraid of encountering pirates. New World G5 branch. What, Taikawi is coming to the New World? Special ore, I forgot, what should I do? Sakazuki was stunned when he received the news that Iron Hammer was coming to the New World. Recently, he had been enjoying the fight with his divine axe and a nest of Q. Even when he faced Charlotte Linlin again, he was much more ferocious. Although he was injured, he was much stronger than last time. But he forgot all the things he promised Iron Hammer to find ore. Ghost Spider, Doberman, set sail quickly. Let's go find ore, that Thunder Island, let's go. For his other axe, Sakazuki immediately set sail to find ores. So, Guza has forgotten about me, right? Iron Hammer listened to Lance's report expressionlessly. For some reason, Lance always felt that Iron Hammer was about to explode, but why was he so calm? He, good job. Change course and go to Punk Hazard. Sashivuli, Warhammer-san, what brings you to Punk Hazard? When the Flashman Borsellino, who had eaten the wretched fruit, saw Iron Hammer coming to Punk Hazard, he gave a very yin-yang greeting. But the joy on his face was still very obvious. "Brother Monkey, Sashivuli, does Dr. Vegapunk have any new technological weapons recently? I feel my firepower is insufficient again. You know, I have firepower anxiety. If it's a little weak, I don't dare to go out to sea." The current Taikui is no longer a newcomer who has just traveled through time. He has already mastered the yin-yang method to the fullest, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry that Old Man Kong and Zhangguo stamped their feet. Yo, Taikui-san still lacks weapons. The reputation of Uokyu and Taibo Jiajiquan is known to all Navy people, isn't it, Godcrafter Taikui-san? Sour, Taikui heard it, Monkey Brother is jealous. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 142 I hide I jump I roll. Monkey, if you want me to make a weapon for you, just say it. Just for our relationship, you've asked, how can I not agree? For the monkey brother who lives in the way of hiding, the relationship between the two is still very good. They have been a pair of best friends since the training camp. Should I believe what you said or not? Unfortunately, my flash can't be stored like magma, otherwise I will ask you to make me a special weapon. I like Sakisuke's nest of Q very much, but the shape is not very good. If it were me, I would definitely make a delicate long sword. Barusalino and Sakisuke were originally swordsmen. Although they abandoned swordsmanship because of the fruit ability, the monkey brother still couldn't accept the big axe. Well, the sword is still beautiful. Storing light it's really a bit difficult. That's not right. Let's go, take a walk, maybe you will get some inspiration. Don't forget, this is Punk Ha Thad. The appearance of weapons emerged in Taikui's mind, and he soon determined a certain weapon, but he didn't know if it could be realized. After all, it was a bit difficult for that thing to present the effect he wanted. Too jumpy. Under the leadership of Vegapunk, Punk Hazard was running at high speed, and Taikui didn't bother him. Instead, he began to look for suitable weapons and materials. Under the leadership of Monkey Brother, everyone first came to the armory, and Taikui didn't treat himself as an outsider. Everything he saw was good, and he asked for it, which made Monkey Brother start to glow. Hey, Monkey Brother, you can't afford it, right? Didn't you just say that weapons can be taken at will? Watching the light getting brighter and brighter, Taikui panicked. Oh my god, this is laser, high temperature band penetrating, he knows that he is a mortal body, and he dare not take this thing. Hehe, Taikui-san, I asked you to take a little, not all of it, look at how much you have taken. Taikui said disapprovingly, did I take a lot? It's just some guns and some cannons. Not much. The wretched fruit flash man completely exploded. Some guns 1000 or the newly developed super-fast firing submachine gun. The total production of this thing is only 1500. You took 2/3 at once. Some cannons, no matter what caliber, you have to take it. Tell me, can your warship accommodate fixed turrets? How big is your warhammer? Iron Hammer felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Fixed turrets, it seems there is such a thing. The main thing is that it looks too lethal, it is definitely a sharp weapon. He was thinking about taking advantage of it, and forgot that this thing cannot be installed on the ship. Oh, Monkey Brother, why are you so stingy? Where is the Monkey Brother who could eat a piece of cake with me in the training camp? Oh, the world is going downhill. When Monkey Brother heard this, his whole face began to glow, and his index fingers on both hands began to emit golden light. Hey, don't shoot me. I hide, I jump, I roll. The golden light turned into a laser and flew straight to Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer instantly turned into a graceful ballerina, with his observation haki fully activated, dodging repeatedly. I'll take something in exchange. Exchange, isn't it enough? When he heard about exchanging things, Monkey Brother instantly put away his golden light, and his signature wretched smile was on his face again. What is it? I'm very curious. Iron Hammer quickly took out a large piece of something and placed it in front of Monkey Brother. Here, the ice from the precious jade iceberg. This thing is extremely hard, even old man Garp couldn't break it with one punch. I brought it back from the West Sea specially, it's definitely a good thing. Think about it, Monkey Brother, you process this thing into a recliner, tut, no matter how hot the summer is in the future, you won't be afraid, I tell you, this thing can't be burned by ordinary fire. Lance on the side looked at the iron hammer that was like a treasure offering, and the ice from the precious jade iceberg that gave him a headache, and instantly felt that Iron Hammer was a bad man. Well, it's really hard, and the temperature is good, suitable for a recliner. But, Iron Hammer, if you have such a good thing, why don't you forge it yourself? Who is the smartest in the navy? Not Sengoku, not Old Man Kong, but definitely the monkey in front of him. Although he looks wretched, he is clear-headed. He, nothing can be hidden from our monkey brother. I did try to forge this thing, but its material itself cannot be fused with other metals at all. I can't do anything with it. So, I plan to try my luck in Punk Hazard and see if Dr. Vegapunk has any good way to deal with it. But let me be honest. I left this big piece for you. I know Monkey Brother likes a comfortable environment. Look, this ice is perfect for you. Iron Hammer looked at the half-smile on Borsellino's face and explained quickly. Is that so? It must be we are brothers who have carried guns together. How can I lie to you? Bluffing is not a scam, right? It shouldn't be. The precious jade iceberg is called the ice that never melts. I didn't expect you could get this thing. Suddenly, a male voice sounded from behind the two of them. Shakya, dressed in black, walked slowly over, staring at the precious jade iceberg that Taikoi took out. Never melt ice. It was the first time Taikoi heard this title and was a little curious. Ice that never melts for thousands of years is also called permafrost. This kind of thing is rare in the world. Its molecular structure remains very stable and is difficult to be changed by external forces. I think Lieutenant General Taikoi has tried it. Taikoi nodded woodenly, thinking, as expected of the owner of the brain fruit, he has a wealth of knowledge. But the ice that never melts is indeed a rare treasure. It is indeed a novel idea to use it for scientific research. As for changing its structure, I have a way. Sakya's words made Taikoi overjoyed. He went out to sea this time just to relax and find a way to deal with the precious jade iceberg. Since it is ice, then use poison to fight poison. Use low temperature ice to affect its structure and make it assimilate with other ice. It can not only ensure the hardness and structure of the unmelted ice, but also free it from the solid form. Of course, it's just an illusion. It's hard to say whether there is ice that can assimilate it. Assimilation solid liquid. Monkey and Hammer frowned. The two looked at each other fiercely and said a name in unison. Kyuzin. Then the Hammer started laughing crazily. Ha 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 ha. Why Kyuzin instead of the ice blue sword? Because the ice blue sword can cause freezing air, but the release degree is limited after all. Compared with Kyuzin, who is a natural ice, Kyuzin is definitely more useful. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 143 Dog Brother vs Whitebeard. A natural ice fruit ability user, it is indeed a good choice. Shaka analyzed it ideally and found that Hammer's idea was completely feasible. Ice against ice, this method, I guess no one except Dr. Vegapunk can think of it. You are worthy of being called the man with the world's best brain. These words are Taikoi's heartfelt admiration. Then do you have any way to achieve energy stability and energy plasticity? At this time, Taikoi asked again, and it was an extremely tricky question. This made Monkey Brother beside him show a little surprise. Energy stability, as the name suggests, outputs the transmitted energy stably. And energy plasticity is to output energy in a fixed form. It can be said that the two are strongly related. Shaka's eyes blocked by the mask showed a gleam of light, and for a moment he felt more curious about Taikawa. A blacksmith can actually explore the field of energy. Crystal can stabilize energy, but all this depends on the size of the energy. It also depends on the texture of the crystal. This involves energy generation and molding control. At this stage, even I can't solve this problem perfectly. Are you asking this to make weapons for Lieutenant General Borsellino? Everyone present was smart and had a clear idea of Iron Hammer. Haha, it must be done. My monkey brother and I are close friends. I must make him a special weapon. It was a casual remark, but it made Borsellino feel warm in his heart. Arigato, Iron Hammer-san, I am very pleased to hear your words. But since Dr. Vegapunk doesn't have a good solution, don't make it hard on yourself. Iron Hammer could only nod when he saw this. Just when he was about to say something. Bokeo boko bokeo bokeo. The sound of a den mushi rang. Under the gazes of the crowd, Borsellino slowly took out a den mushi from his clothes and answered the call. Moses, this is Borsellino. The den mushi instantly turned into a man with afro and glasses. Yes, it was Sengoku, no problem. Bokeobo, urgent order, hurry to Thunder Island to support Sakazuki, he's in trouble. Punk Hazard is very close to Thunder Island, and you're very fast, go quickly. It's the Whitebeard pirates. Borsellino was startled and looked at Iron Hammer, who was also shocked. Whitebeard pirates? How did Guzzi offend them? Hey Borsellino, did you hear me? Yes, I'll leave right away, does that count as overtime? Asshole, if you don't hurry up, I'll transfer you back to the Grand Line immediately, believe it or not. I'm going to go, but I have a request. Suddenly, Taikawa felt a bad feeling, and Borsellino's obscene voice instantly made him crazy. Taikawa-san is replenishing guns in Punk Hazard, and I request to act with Taikawa-san. Taikawa. You thick-browed monkey, you're hurting others and not benefiting yourself. Taikawa is also in Punk Hazard. Well, you two go out together and support Sakazuki as quickly as possible. Hurry. Baa. Den mushi hung up directly. It seems that you two are busy, so I'll take my leave. As for the guns that Lieutenant Taikawa wants, just take them. Anyway, they are all things to deal with the job, so it doesn't matter. Good thing, the weapon is in hand. Bad thing, we are going to meet Whitebeard. Brother Monkey, you are not fair, that is Whitebeard, how can you drag your brother into the fire pit? Yo, is the famous Vice Admiral Hammer afraid of a mere Whitebeard? Let's go, brother Go is getting beaten up. Flance, load your weapons, set sail quickly, target Thunder God Island. The sea area of Thunder God Island. Meteor volcano. Countless volcanic bombs fell from the sky and hit the Whitebeard pirates' vehicle, the Moby Dick. Air shock. The atmosphere was shattered, and the terrifying shock force directly shattered all the volcanic bombs. The man who attacked was 6.66 meters tall, and was definitely a little giant. The long golden hair and crescent-shaped beard were one of the top heroes on the sea, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Possessing the power to destroy the world, the ability of the superhuman Tremor Fruit, it is a being that can easily trigger earthquakes and tsunamis. Gulala. Lava Kid, you have been so arrogant recently. You dare to attack me first when you see me. Do you really think the New World is your Navy's territory? It turned out that the conflict between Sakazuki and the Whitebeard pirates was entirely because Sakazuki saw the Moby Dick, and in an instant, the action of treasure hunting and mining turned into a pirate annihilation war. Unfortunately, his opponent was Whitebeard, and Sakazuki was completely suppressed for a while. No matter what kind of attack he launched, Whitebeard broke it with one force. The Tremor Fruit in Whitebeard's hands completely suppressed Sakazuki with the simplest and most direct air shock. Asshole, is the gap so big? Doberman, come closer. If long-range attack fails, then close combat. There is a nest of Q here. I don't believe I can't hurt him at all. Dog Brother was completely angry. He turned into the king of ships without thinking twice. Doberman nodded heavily. Even if it was Whitebeard, they were the navy representing justice. How could they retreat? The warship instantly turned its bow and rushed towards the Moby Dick. Oh, you have some courage. You dare to engage in a boarding battle. My boys, my sons, let this new star of the navy see how powerful our Whitebeard pirates are. Whitebeard laughed instead of getting angry. He raised his great sword, Kusukimai, high up. Under his leadership, all the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates cheered. Ah, whoever he is, we are the Whitebeard pirates. Kill them. Both sides were full of fighting spirit. As the two giant ships came into contact, the battle started instantly. Gul ala magma brat, let me see what you can do. Take my sword. Because they were at sea and there were his own crew members, Whitebeard did not use his ability right away. After all, the tremor fruit was extremely powerful. It would be bad if he accidentally hurt his lovely son. Don't be too arrogant, Whitebeard. The Kusugawa Kirigiri with the armed color domineering chopped down on his head, but Gogo was not afraid at all. The divine axe was glowing red all over, which was the embodiment of energy infusion. Clang! The first collision between the local Supreme Sword 12 Works and the hammer-made artifact officially started. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 144 Come be my son brat. Gogo faced Whitebeard. The generals under his command also faced the cotters of the Whitebeard pirates. The Ghost Spider's dual blade style faced Bista, who also had dual blade style. Doberman faced the Ice Witch Whitebee. The soldiers started fighting in groups of 3 or 5. Gulala. Is this the artifact made by the Iron Hammer? It looks a bit like it. This hot energy is good. Feeling the power and surging flames coming from Kusugawa Kirei, even Whitebeard couldn't help but look up. The sturdy arms exerted force to repel Sakazuki, and a hint of admiration appeared on his face. It's not over yet. Lava Jet. After accumulating power for so long, Brother Go is not a little sheep that can be slaughtered at will. The terrifying magma energy has already filled the queue of the God Axe. As Brother Go released his skills, the boiling magma gushed out like a volcanic eruption, rushing straight towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard was not in a hurry. He waved the Kusukamoki in one hand, easily splitting the magma in half, and used the air shock ability to disperse the magma energy that was split into 2. Big fire! Seeing that his first attack missed, Go-Ge activated his energy again, and his left fist turned into magma and rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed and punched forward with his left fist. The air shock appeared again, preventing the magma from getting out of the line. The competition between the two sides became more and more intense, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in magma and domineering. Other battles also entered a white-hot stage, and everyone was fighting for their own beliefs. What a terrifying domineering and shock force, it seems we are almost there. On the Warhammer, Monkey Brother and Iron Hammer stood side by side. This time when Monkey Brother came out of Punk Hazard, he did not take his own warship, but went with Iron Hammer. After all, the weapons and equipment on the Warhammer were very sophisticated, and there were enough people. Tisk, it seems a little late, Monkey, shall we go first? Borsellino nodded and put on his glasses. Iron Hammer-san, there is nothing wrong with the ability of these glasses. Don't worry, unless you use the outlining skill specifically, there will be no problem. The new glasses have a super long field of view, passively improve concentration, and can effectively enhance the observation haki. The glasses forged by Iron Hammer specifically for practicing observation haki are much stronger than the glasses originally given to Monkey. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm afraid I can't slack off this time, the Whitebeard pirates are very scary. Okay, stop wasting time, be careful that Brother Go will come after us. I'll use the flying long sword, you just fly directly. Hurry over. Lance, speed up, all weapons are ready, once you enter the shooting range, fire suppression. Lance nodded, the barret in his hand has been polished to a bright shine, ready to fight at any time. Once the hand-to-hand combat begins, surely, immediately give everyone with shields, this is the new world, and the opponent is the Whitebeard pirates. I don't want you to get hurt, understand if you can't beat 1, then 2, if you can't beat 2, then 4. I have only one request, save your life for me. Do you understand? Iron Hammer gave the order very seriously. There is no need to win, and you must kill the opponent. There is only life to save, life is the most important, and the rest is nonsense. Then, Monkey Brother turned into light and jumped into the air, and Iron Hammer also swung his long sword and flew into the air. The battle on the side of Dog Brother is not optimistic. Whitebeard can suppress him without using all his strength. And his soldiers can't take advantage of the battle-hardened Whitebeard pirates at all. Instead, they are beaten back by the opponent, and seriously injured and dead have appeared one after another. Even Ghost Spider and Doberman began to get injured. Damn Whitebeard! Meteor Volcano! He used his special skill again, but this time the meteor volcano was not launched into the sky, but directly sprayed at Whitebeard. Haven't you learned your lesson yet, Magma Kid? Let me teach you a lesson, Shock Blade. Whitebeard sneered, and the shock ability covered Kusugawa Kiri, regardless of whether it was on the sea or on his own ship, he directly activated the ability. A decisive blow that tore through space. Damn it! The terrifying shock force and the unmatched slashing attack were combined into one, directly smashing the meteor volcano into pieces, and slashing towards Sakazuki with undiminished power. Sakazuki could only use all the armed color domineering to cover a nest of Q, and then resist in front of him, ready to resist this blow with the axe blade. Sky Kusugawa Sword. Ice Blue. Suddenly, 2 long swords rushed to meet Whitebeard's shock blade before him. One was shining with golden light, and the other was shining with cold light. Don't watch the show, help! It was Iron Hammer and Monkey Brother who suddenly joined the battle. The two rushed directly to the battlefield at a very fast speed. Sakazuki's face was happy, and the whole person quickly stepped forward, and the axe blade also met the slash. 3 people, 3 weapons, plus the armed color domineering, finally withstood Whitebeard's attack. Oh, 2 more guys with shining golden light, that sword, defeated Reed's Bingching sword, then you are Iron Hammer. Whitebeard took back Kuromachi and looked at the 2 little ghosts who joined the battle with curiosity. The 3-meter-tall Iron Hammer stood in front of Whitebeard like a child. After all, Whitebeard is more than 6 meters tall. My goodness, I thought I was quite tall, but compared to him, I am just a little thief. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Iron Hammer said joking words, holding the Bingching sword tightly in his right hand, his face full of solemnity. Even the wretched monkey was looking at Whitebeard with a serious face at this time, his whole body shining with golden light. Gulala, I didn't expect that the 3 new stars of the Navy would come today. It seems that I have a lot of face. Just right, let me test your quality. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the terrifying domineering aura of the king swept the whole audience in an instant. Feeling the domineering aura released by Whitebeard, the 3 people gritted their teeth and tried to stabilize their bodies. They knew that this was an unprecedented challenge. Whitebeard held Kurokyumakai and walked towards them step by step, and every step seemed to step on their hearts. The 3 looked at each other, and the tacit understanding was instantly full. Iron Hammer grinned, it's not easy to play on the ship, let's fight on the sea. Ice sealed 1,000 miles. Iron Hammer jumped off the deck directly, and the ice sword emitted freezing air that froze the sea surface in an instant. As the freezing air continued to spread, an ice field soon appeared next to the 2 warships. Dog Brother cast a provocative look at Whitebeard, and then jumped down with Monkey. Whitebeard was not afraid at all and jumped onto the ice. In ancient times, 3 heroes fought against Lu Buletin. Tisk tisk, now there are 3 heroes of the navy fighting Whitebeard. 2 brothers, let's go. Iron Hammer sighed, then retracted the ice sword, clenched his fists, and the hammering sound began to sound, entering a fighting posture. Sakaski raised a nest of Q, and Borsellino's whole body was shining with golden light. On the other hand, Whitebeard looked at the iron hammer with interest, not caring about the hammering that had already sounded. Gulala, you shameless kid! I heard that you are the Iron Hammer kid who is known as a master craftsman. Iron Hammer instantly felt a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, the famous saying appeared. Come be my son, little devil. Iron Hammer. I knew it. I beg you to give me a thumbs up, write a paragraph, and give me a 5-star rating if possible. Chapter 145 Warhammer vs Whitebeard Pirates. With such a free ability, the sea is your home, become a pirate who yearns for freedom, and become my son. Although Iron Hammer knew who Whitebeard was, he was still swayed by these words and stepped back twice. He looked at Whitebeard carefully, then clasped his hands and said solemnly, Don't even think about it. This old guy is crazy. I am your son. I am still a pirate. Sure enough, not only the navy, but also the top pirates are all brains abnormal. After careful consideration, it is true. Golden Lion wears the rudder, Whitebeard recognizes his son, Roger is a complete fool, Big Mom is greedy for snacks, and Kaido cries all day long. Tisk tisk, it seems that the high-ranking officers of the navy are not bad. Sure enough, you can't be a pirate, so as not to become crazy. Gula la la. Isn't being a pirate freer than being a navy? What can stop a man from running to the sea? Whitebeard laughed loudly, and his heroic laughter made Taikoi's ears hurt. You should take a break soon. Pirate. Is there a salary? Will you provide me with a workroom? Will you provide me with materials? Will you provide me with high technology? Still a pirate? I am a future logistics minister. Will I be a pirate? Hi Tui, take my hammer. The righteous remarks made the 2 brows of Dog Brother and Monkey Brother jump. But the next second, Taikoi took action. Air plasticity clear sky hammer. The terrifying air hammer took shape instantly, and Taikoi holding the hammer instantly transformed into Tang Rishan, even the names of the moves were copied. Chaotic Cloak Great Zumuru Hammer 99 returns to One-Eye Hammer. Of course, he didn't know any hammering techniques at all, just one word, reckless. As a blacksmith, he understood better than anyone that one force could defeat 10 skills, no matter what skills he had, just swing the hammer. Humph! Seeing that Taikoi dared to take the initiative, Whitebeard snorted coldly, and Kong Yunki turned into a solid fortress in his hand. No matter which direction Taikoi's hammer came from, it would be blocked by Kong Yunki. Duan Yan. Burn a nest of Q. Sky Kong Yun's sword. Dog Brother and Monkey Brother naturally couldn't stand and watch the show, and the magic axe and sharp blade instantly joined the battle. The 3 of them fought with Whitebeard again. At the same time, the Warhammer led by Lance officially joined the battle. Everyone, suppress fire, aim and shoot, don't hurt anyone by mistake. Boom! With Lance's order, the terrifying firepower net instantly surrounded the Moby Dick, which really stunned the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. The Ice Witch Whitebee's silver teeth were almost broken. They obviously had a great advantage, but the sudden rain of bullets instantly changed the situation on the battlefield. Damn the navy, such a strong firepower. Hey, Jaws, think of a way. I saw a strong man suddenly top, his whole body shining with dazzling light. Looking closely, the strong man turned into diamonds all over, the future Diamond Jaws. I can only block one direction, think of a way, otherwise, the loss will be too great. Although bullets and artillery fire could not break through Jaws' defense, he was alone and could only protect a limited direction. Ha 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 ha, Yozu, get out of the way, I'm coming. Odin's 2-sword style, Samurai Osama. A scarlet light instantly lit up from the deck of the Moby Dick. The terrifying slash instantly came, tearing apart the firepower net of the warmer and devouring it. Oh Odin, well done! The man was tall, with phoenix eyes and thick eyebrows, and had long and wild black hair, especially the top gathered into a large circular plane, with a prominent widow's peak and triangular sideburns, wearing an orange kimono, with most of his legs exposed. Samurai, Kojiki Odin. Ha ha ha, sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, I came here to settle Xiao first. Oh, Navy, interesting. Come on, let's have a fight. With the addition of Kojiki Odin, the Whitebeard pirates' momentum became stronger again. Tisk, that samurai from Wano country wearing. Fire another round of cannons, and then prepare for a boarding battle. Surely. As a commander, Lance was very good. Seeing that the other side had a strong man joining the battle, long-range attacks were no longer effective, so he immediately ordered to prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Here we go, shields, spikes. Shirley activated her ability instantly upon hearing this, and countless shields with spikes appeared on the deck. The soldiers quickly took a shield each, and at the same time, a black knife. As the warmer approached the Moby Dick, the horizontal board was set up, and the hand-to-hand combat began. Lance and Shirley even stepped on the shaving and rushed into the battle. Demon Spider, Doberman, we are here. Lance waved the hammer knife, knocked out a small karami in front of him with one hammer, and then launched the shaving again, rushing towards Vista, who was about to attack Doberman. The hammer knife fell on his head, and Vista quickly set up his double knives to block. But what greeted him was not a slash, but a big iron hammer. Bang! After Lance's full-strength blow, Vista instantly felt a huge smash coming from the two swords, which made his palm numb and his expression even more confused. What kind of knife is this? Oh my god, what the hell? The same situation is everywhere in the battle. What is the characteristic of the hammer knife? The shape of the knife is the soul of the blunt weapon. The shape is confusion, and the heavy blows are the way to win. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. And Shirley rushed towards the ice witch with lightning flashing. Raising her hand, a lightning fist directly repelled the fighting with Doberman, Wei-Dai Bei. The white-haired girl who broke into the battlefield instantly attracted Wei-Dai Bei's attention. Fur tribe. Hey, cat viper, dog arashi, there are your tribesmen here. Wei-Dai Bei did not fight back, but retreated and shouted towards the bottom warehouse. Just when Shirley was puzzled, a golden cat head and a yellow dog head poked out. Hey, it's our clansman, but why is it the Navy? I don't know, she looks much bigger than us. The two small ones are Cat Viper and Inuarashi. Shirley also saw the two of them, and the joy of seeing the clansman surged in her heart, but she reacted the next second. This is the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Does their appearance here mean that they are also pirates? Humph, even if they are clansmen, they are still enemies. A flash of lightning. Shirley's face suddenly became stern, and in the flash of lightning, the 6 styles, shaving, extended skills, lightning flash was launched instantly. White turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Wei-Dai Bei. The speed was so fast that Wei-Dai Bei felt a chill in her heart. Raised the sword quickly for defense. When the two collided, the electric current turned into a poisonous snake and bit Wei-Dai Bei, which made her numb all over in an instant and almost lost her combat effectiveness. Damn, the speed is ridiculously fast. Yes, the speed shown by Shirley at this time has surpassed the speed of shaving and reached a new height. The perfect combination of electric current and shaving can increase its own speed. Hey, Sister Wei-Dai Bei, do you need help? Suddenly, a childish voice sounded, and a young man with blue flames burning all over his body came to Wei-Dai Bei with a smile on his face. Asshole Marco, I'll leave her to you. I'm going to take a rest. The electric current is numb, damn. Oh, okay. Shirley was stunned when she saw the blue flame, then she became serious. Unusual Flame, a power user. Chapter 146 Iron Hammer is gone. The whole play. The perspective turns back to the main battlefield. The three heroes fight Whitebeard. One throw of the universe. The clear sky hammer fell again, but was still easily blocked by Whitebeard with Kusugano. The same goes for Dog Brother and Monkey Brother. Whether it is the Divine Axe Q and Magma Fruit, or the Sky Kusugano Sword and the Shining Fruit, all attacks will be easily blocked by Whitebeard and Kusugano, and the Tremor Fruit completely form a solid defense. After a while, Iron Hammer's tongue was cramped from shouting. Iron Hammer Kid, no matter what you name it, you just keep hammering, there is no novelty. Whitebeard looked at Taikawa, who was swinging the hammer desperately with indifference. Of course Taikawa knew, but he didn't know anything else. Does he have rich combat experience? It can be said that he has a lot, but compared with Brother Dog and Brother Monkey, he is indeed much worse. The battles have always been completely reckless. What skills are there? Humph, you don't need to tell me. Hammer in all directions. Psychic hammer maximum power. The air hammer disappeared, and Taikawa opened his hands suddenly, and heavy hammering sounds began to sound. Whitebeard instantly felt that the space around his body was completely locked, and the next second countless air hammers attacked him. At the same time, the hammering that directly affected the mind also began to sound. Duan. Whitebeard felt the heavy hammering deep in his mind and soul, and sneered. This level of attack, Gulala. Whitebeard didn't even take a defensive stance, and let the hammer of the hammer cover him. Dog bites Red Lotus. Yashikani no Megatama. The scorching magma and the lethal golden light were also launched. The three-way attack directly submerged Whitebeard, stirring up a large piece of white mist. Is it effective? Who knows? The three of them fought side by side again, with solemn faces. Air shock. Suddenly, a roar and a shock appeared at the same time. The terrifying shock force directly destroyed all three attacks, and the visible shock wave hit the three again. The white mist dissipated, and Whitebeard was a little embarrassed. The captain's hat was smashed crooked, the original white cloak became a hole, and there were some burnt black spots on his body. Damn three little devils, my hat and cloak are very expensive. You must pay the price. The terrifying domineering aura was activated instantly, and a trace of red light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. The whole person's momentum changed drastically. Oh my god, it's not good, you two. Dog Brother and Monkey Brother nodded heavily. They both felt the change in Whitebeard, which was the breath of a top-level strong man. The farce should end. Let you see what a hero on the sea is. Top-level strong man. Domineering aura. Domineering color entanglement. Words flashed through Taikawa's mind, and finally fell on domineering color entanglement. My goodness, Whitebeard is probably trying to kill the three of them directly. Gulalalala. Come on little devils. Whitebeard moved and charged at a very fast speed. Muramachi swept towards the three people with a trace of red lightning. Iron Hammer recognized it as a domineering entanglement at a glance, and it must not be taken head-on. Hide, you can't just take it head-on. The next second he activated the razor and dodged in a strange way. Monkey turned into golden light and disappeared on the spot. Only Sakazuki had a gloomy face, and the veins on his right hand holding the Divine Axe Q were bulging. Don't joke, Magma Jet! The terrifying magma energy burst out from the Q again, rushing towards Whitebeard's slash. The magma jet that has reached full energy is amazing, but the opponent is completely unreasonable. The King's Color Entanglement. When the magma is about to hit Kusukamoki, it seems that there is a wall blocking it, so that it can't go beyond the line. On the other hand, Kusukamoki directly tore the magma and rushed towards Sakazuki with unparalleled power. Fuck dog, if I die, it's your fault. Stone breaking my chest maximum power. Iron Hammer is so angry, why is this bastard so stubborn? No wonder he had to compete with Whitebeard in the future, he was such a fool. But he couldn't control his feet, OMG. The iron hammer, which had been hiding, appeared next to Sakaski again, and at the same time exerted its hammering ability to the maximum to help him resist Whitebeard's attack. The iron hammer tried his best, but it couldn't stop Whitebeard's attack, and a bloody light shot up into the sky. A deep scar appeared on the chest of the iron hammer in an instant, and the whole person flew backwards at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and fell into a coma directly. Sakaski was instantly furious and went crazy. Ignoring Whitebeard, he hurriedly ran towards the iron hammer. The golden light also appeared again and flew towards the iron hammer at the same time. Whitebeard looked at them and smiled in appreciation. "Not bad, kid. You remind me of myself when I was young. Still dare to stand up in the face of despair, Gulala, what a fool. Boys, no more fighting, let's go." See Quake. Whitebeard, who no longer pursued the three people, came to the side of the Moby Dick, looked at the two warships, frowned slightly, and in the next second activated his ability to directly use the vibration to cause a tsunami, separating the three ships. The terrifying shock force caused huge waves one after another. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Lance hurriedly issued a retreat order when he saw this. All the Navy, including Ghost Spider and Doberman, retreated to the warships to resist the coming of the tsunami. The ice surface made by the hammer before was shattered. Damn it! Paul Salino, catch him! Seeing that there was no place to stay, Sakaski became more anxious. His magma fruit does not have the ability to fly, and once the ability is fully activated, the ice under his feet will melt rapidly, and he will sink into the sea. All hope lies in Monkey Brother. The iron hammer flew backwards for 100 meters and hit the ice heavily. As the ice broke, the ice embedded in the iron hammer began to drift with the huge waves. The golden light moved forward rapidly and slowly turned into a human figure. Borsalino's face was solemn. Just as he was about to activate his ability to break the ice and pull out the iron hammer, a huge wave directly hit the man and the ice into the sea. Borsalino, me! Save me! Fuck monkey iron hammer! Sakaski was even more dumbfounded, and his roar could not even be covered by the waves. The Warhammer, with its strong hull and weight, rushed directly to Sakaski against the waves. Come up! I'll save him! Lance roared, grabbed a rope and jumped into the sea, and swam directly into the sea towards the direction where Borsalino fell into the water. The waves on the sea were too big, and it was impossible to tell the direction, so it was better to dive down and find it. Sakaski was delighted when he saw this, and hurriedly stepped on the warship with moon steps. When the waves eased a little, Lance's figure reappeared on the sea. He held Borsalino tightly, his face full of despair. Where is the hammer? Where did the hammer go? No one responded to Sakaski's question, and everyone fell into silence. When Lance brought Borsalino back to the warship, the two looked very ugly. Especially Monkey Brother, his face was dark. It was clearly at his hand, just one step away, just one step away. Pokeo ko pokeo ko. Hello, I'm Sengoku, how's the battle going? Whitebeard has retreated, right, well, what about the casualties? What, say it again? Iron Hammer is gone, what do you mean, is he dead? Oh, he's not dead, that's good. What about that guy? Gone, how is he gone? What, was he washed away by the tsunami along with the ice? Then go find him for me. If you can't find him, stay at sea, you're not allowed to come back until you find him. Asshole, someone give me a search order. BAA Chapter 147, Hammer Search and Rescue Operation. Lance, you bring the Warhammer should return to the ship. I will continue to look for the whereabouts of the hammer. With a heavy tone and an ugly face, Sakaski was full of anxiety at this time. If he didn't stick to his head and didn't take that blow, damn it, bastard, or he was not strong enough. I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Sakaski, now my superior is missing, you want me to return to the ship? How is this possible? My ship of soldiers will not agree. Lance was unusually strong, and behind him was a group of soldiers who stood tall even with injuries. Everyone's face was very solemn, and they couldn't accept the disappearance of the hammer. Shirley's eyes were red, and she was like a generator. "Lieutenant General Sakaski, we can't leave Lieutenant General Hammer alone. I said, I will go to find him. You must obey orders," Sakaski roared. "No, we want to go together," Lance said firmly. At this time, Shirley came forward, her eyes were firm and resolute. "Lieutenant General Sakaski." Sakaski looked at the group of loyal soldiers in front of him, and his heart was moved, but he knew that this was a dangerous action and he couldn't let them die in vain. "Okay, but remember, this is my personal decision, and it has nothing to do with the Navy. Once you encounter danger, retreat immediately." Sakaski finally compromised. So, Lance led the warmer and a group of soldiers, ready to continue the journey to find the hammer. "Colonel Lance is so strong," Sakaski rarely bowed his head. "In this case, I can't be lazy. Colonel Lance, let me stay on the warmer." "Sakaski, what do you think?" After spitting out the seawater, Monkey woke up slowly and saw the scene in front of him. All that came to his mind was the hammer wrapped in ice and swept into the waves, and he gritted his teeth unconsciously. Sakaski and Borsellino looked at each other, and both saw the determination in each other's eyes. "Okay. Let's go now look for Vice Admiral Hammer along the surrounding seas." "Wait. Just as Sakaski gave the order, Lance interrupted him again. "Everyone, don't forget that Hammer is a capable person. After he falls into the sea, he can only sink even if there are ice blocks. It will be difficult to hold on for long in the face of such a huge tsunami, so we have to go to the sea to look for him." The tone of this speech was extremely heavy, but very realistic. No one said anything, there was only determination in their eyes. "Let's go." "Yes, Vice Admiral Sakaski." At the same time, Marine Headquarters, Marinford. Boom. "Damn Whitebeard, damn Sakaski." The wall of the Admiral's office was shattered by the shock wave, and Sengoku, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, was emitting anger all over his body, and even his domineering aura began to rise. "Communicator. Contact all the generals in the New World for me, ask them to help find the hammer. Also tell Sakaski that if he can't find the hammer, he shouldn't come back. Hold on to the New World with the remains of the hammer. Don't come back in this life. I'm afraid he'll be beaten to death if he comes back. Prepare a warship for me. I'm going to set sail. Damn Whitebeard, I'm going to feed him the shock wave." The violent voice spread throughout Marinford under the spread of the shock wave. God knows how angry Zhangguo was. Although Taikui was a lieutenant general, his ability greatly improved the navy. The magic weapons he had built had already begun to show their power. Such a good seedling was actually missing. How could he accept this? Besides, Zhangguo had finally found a lot of rare minerals, among which there was a piece of glittering golden mineral. His exclusive weapon was right in front of him, but now he was gone. "But whoosh, I can't stand it, I really can't stand it." The old man Kong, who was eating his lunchbox, bit the spoon into pieces. Ms. He's face was full of frost. Zepha, who was directing the training, broke the teaching stick in anger. For a while, a murderous atmosphere rose in Marinford, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken away. World Economic News. "What did you say? Taikui is dead? How is this possible?" "It's true, boss." The newsbird took a clear picture. "Let me see. Did Whitebeard Sakaski Borsellino Iron Hammer sink into the sea?" Morgans looked at the photo in front of him, his eyes full of calculation. He just sank into the sea. Iron Hammer is now my big name for making money. It can't end like this. Quickly get me today's news. The title is, "The Navy Master Craftsman fought the Whitebeard Pirates and retreated without injury. Even if he's dead, he has to contribute another wave of popularity to me. Ha 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 ha." Then the laughter of the albatross drowned out all the other sounds. "Iron Hammer, very good, Morgans, you are very good, you will find out how important it is to report the truth in the future." The search was carried out very quickly, and all the naval commanders of the New World began to carry out search and rescue operations. Admiral Steelbone and Air directly upgraded the search and rescue mission to the highest level. All the generals of the warring states were dispatched and headed straight for the New World. At the same time, there was a strong man with short purple hair on his ship. And the next day, the news of the world economic news spread all over to all corners of the world. Of course, the Navy was among them. When the relevant generals got the news, their anger broke out again. Morgans, this bastard birdman! Sakaski burned the newspaper in his hand to ashes. Damn Morgans, how dare he! Zhang Guo and Zifa were full of anger. The most angry ones must be the Warmer and the Moby Dick. Lance took out the Barrett on the spot and smashed the seabird that delivered the letter into pieces. And there was another kind of anger on the Moby Dick. Damn, this news is completely nonsense. Dad, why are you not angry at all? Whitebeard drank wine and laughed at a group of angry sons. Gulala, you bastard sons, it's just a piece of news, what's the big deal? Men of the sea should be magnanimous. Gulala, let's have a party. Where is the source of all this, Taikawi? Go catch that fish. What's on the head of this fish, man? Hey, no way, he's still alive after being pierced through the abdomen by a fighting fish's horn. What should we do? Go report to Chief Ganjiao. Yes, this unlucky guy is Taikawi, who didn't sink into the sea thanks to the ice, but was attacked by a fighting fish when he turned around. The knife wound on his chest and the piercing wound from the sharp horn made him extremely miserable. The tsunami swept away all his clothes, leaving only a pair of navy pants, which also became shorts. Reza, go inform King Riku that we are short of medicines. Let them take over, otherwise this person will die soon. Yes, Chief Gonjo. Iron Hammer. I am still alive, don't talk nonsense. A group of small figures were talking next to Iron Hammer. It was the dwarf tribe, led by Chief Gonjo. A tsunami directly sent Iron Hammer from Thunder God Island to Dressrosa Greenbit. It must be said that Whitebeard's tsunami was terrifying beyond words. The power of the sea was too great. Chapter 148 Dressrosa. Gonjo, so you called me here just to save this person? Yes, King Riku, otherwise he will find out the secret of the dwarfs when he wakes up, which is not allowed. So I can only ask you for help. Besides, Greenbit lacks medicine to treat him. One big and one small, the small one can't be any smaller. Just looking at the Iron Hammer lying on the ground and talking. Okay, then I will take him back to Dressrosa for treatment, but Gonjo, how do you know that the person you want to save is not a bad guy or a pirate? King Riku, full name, Riku Dord III. A king who governs the country with benevolent government. He is used to fighting with a one-handed sword. He is kind and generous, and often helps many countries caught in war, and is deeply trusted by the people of Dressrosa. King Riku is in his prime at this time, with a burly figure, a resolute face, and yellow and black hair. At first glance, he is an upright person. The Gonjo who was talking to him was the chieftain of the Dantata kingdom in Greenbit. Dwarf tribe. The Dantata kingdom is located underground in the forest of Greenbit Island. There lives a group of dwarf tribes. Although they are short in stature, they are amazingly strong and move very fast. Hehe, I don't know, it's my intuition. My personal intuition tells me that the person in front of me is not a bad guy or a pirate. He doesn't have that bloody smell, right? King Riku looked at the smiling Gonjo and shook his head helplessly. You guys, I'll take that person away. Thank you, King Riku. Dressrosa Palace. Princess Scarlet, don't run around in the palace. A pink-haired girl was running madly, followed by a butler. Father brought back a man. I want to see him. Princess, what's so good about a man? You don't understand. The one brought back by father must be extraordinary. Scarlet, the eldest daughter of King Riku, is 6 years old this year. Although she is only 6 years old, she has a lot of knowledge in her head. After all, Dressrosa is known as the island of love and passion. And the destination of her trip is a very simple room. King Riku looked at the iron hammer being bandaged with a deep look. My goodness, such a serious injury, he can hold on until now. Your Majesty King Riku, his wounds have been treated, but in the old man's opinion, it is definitely a miracle that he can survive. The doctor wiped the sweat off his face and bowed to King Riku very respectfully. Thank you, Dr. Koman. You are too kind. It is my duty to treat patients and save lives. I will leave if there is nothing else. Well, I will ask the commander of the Taigu army to send you the medical expenses later. When the doctor left, King Riku's face was still deep. He was very curious about the identity of the man in front of him. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly called his subordinates. Come here, give me this year's yes, Your Majesty King Riku. After King Riku confirmed again and again, he finally confirmed the identity of the man in front of him. The most dazzling new star of the navy, the master craftsman Orn, and the vice admiral of the headquarters, Iron Hammer. Such a man was actually injured so badly. Who injured him? Various questions appeared in King Riku's mind. But after all, Iron Hammer was still in a coma, and he couldn't get the news he wanted. Father, where is the person you saved? I want to see. Suddenly a small figure pushed the door open and ran straight to the bed. King Riku covered his face helplessly. Scarlet, pay attention to your image, you are a princess after all. Humph, what's wrong with a princess? A princess is not a human. Besides, what image do I need in my own home, really? Faced with King Riku's questioning, Scarlet didn't care at all, her eyes were already focused on the unconscious Hammer. The next second. Oh my god, he is Master Orn. Hammer, why does a 6-year-old know who I am? Dad, you actually saved Vice Admiral Hammer, my god, are you so awesome, Dad? Why doesn't he wake up? Is he injured? Scarlet instantly turned into a little fangirl, chasing King Riku and asking questions, making King Riku's head big. I don't know the details, Scarlet, I saw him and rescued him from the beach. As for the kingdom of Tontata, except for the kings of all generations, no one else knew, and King Riku didn't intend to expose them. After all, the two sides had an agreement. Is he injured? Well, it's a serious injury, and the doctor has already seen it. When will he wake up? I don't know. Scarlet looked at her father, who didn't know anything, in silence, feeling very tired. Iron Hammer was in a coma for 3 days. King Riku also saw the latest news from the World Economic Daily, which clearly stated that Iron Hammer fought with the Whitebeard pirates. But if it was really as written in the news, how could Iron Hammer appear in Greenbit with injuries? Is it something that the news deliberately wrote that didn't happen, or is there something wrong with the navy? For a moment, King Riku felt that his head was too big. He simply didn't think about it anymore, and waited until Iron Hammer woke up. Finally, on the 5th day of Iron Hammer's coma, good news finally came. Well, the good news is that Iron Hammer woke up. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. The bad news is that he is crazy again. Morgans, you bastard birdman, I must kill you, kill you. When Taikui saw the newspaper, he exploded instantly. How many times has this happened? How many times has this happened? Why can't this birdman let him go? He is still fighting Whitebeard. How can Taikui compete with Whitebeard? He was almost killed by Whitebeard with a casual blow. Ah, Master Orn, you are awake. Suddenly, a pink-haired loli ran in, stopping Taikui from going crazy. Who are you? Taikui looked at the pink-haired girl in front of him and felt familiar, but he couldn't figure out who she was for a while. Oh, I'm Scarlet, this is Dressrosa. Dressrosa. Scarlet. Damn, he actually drifted here from Thunder Island. Damn Whitebeard, what kind of tsunami did he cause? It's really annoying. Oh, Vice Admiral Taikawi, are you awake? This time the man is a strong man. Taikawi recognizes him. This is Rikudord 3. Your injury is very serious. You'd better be careful and don't react so strongly. King Riku saw that Taikawi's chest began to bleed again and reminded him. After saying this, Taikawi instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest. Ouch, it hurts, you bastard Whitebeard, you're so cruel. And Sakazuki, damn bastard, you can hide instead of hiding, you have to fight hard, you killed Taikawi. A series of greetings, the whole King Riku and Scarlet are full of black lines. Thinking, why is this new star of the Navy a little weird? I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 149 Chain Reaction, The Tragic Day of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sorry, I'm a little excited. Anything else? Is there anything to eat? I am so hungry. After the excitement, Taikawi felt indescribable hunger. He first drifted on the sea and then fell into a coma. Until now, he hasn't eaten anything. It's already the limit to be able to hold on until now. King Riku laughed and asked people to prepare food for Taikawi. At the dinner table, King Riku's family just watched Taikawi eating crazily. Looking at the countless plates, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. It's worthy of Dressrosa. This meal is delicious. While eating, Taikawi did not forget to make a statement. What he said was also the truth. Dressrosa is a country that is famous throughout the New World for its delicious food and passionate beauties. Vice Admiral Taikawi, I'm very curious, did you really fight with Whitebeard? King Riku still asked the question in his heart. His wife and daughter Scarlet beside him were waiting for Taikawi's answer with curiosity. Well, I fought a battle, but it wasn't just me. There was also Adaga, Sardinia. Lieutenant General Caschi and Lieutenant General Borsellino. The three of us teamed up to fight Whitebeard. As for the situation, you saw it. I was almost cut in two by Whitebeard. Feeling the pain in his chest, Taikawi was a little scared. Whitebeard's combat power at this time was too terrifying. With the full firepower of the Tremor fruit and the terrifying domineering, only a few people could compete with him. Suddenly a seabird flew in from the window, and King Riku took out a coin and threw it up. Then a newspaper was thrown down. World Economic News. Taikawi got angry when he saw the newspaper, and his mind was full of anger towards Morgans. Oh my god, the new world is going to be in turmoil. King Riku's exclamations rang out one after another, making the people present stunned for a moment. Iron Hammer put down the meat in his hand, flashed to King Riku's side, and leaned over. It doesn't matter if you look at it, Iron Hammer was also stunned after reading it. Today's World Economic News wrote. Big news: Navy Admiral Sengoku and former Admiral Zephyr fought against the Whitebeard pirates and threatened to avenge Iron Hammer. Vice Admiral Iron Hammer is suspected to have died in the battle, the murderer Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Is the forging master who shocked the world over the end, or is there a secret unknown to the world? The Silver White warship is like the god of death. Break into the new world. The celestial dragons have joined forces to speak out. A bounty of 10 billion is offered to Whitebeard, and all the items made by Vice Admiral Hammer are bought back at a high price. The price is only higher, not lower. It's a mess, everything is a mess. The old man from the Warring States actually took Mr. Zephyr to fight Whitebeard directly. The celestial dragons have even shown up. Damn, both the dog and the monkey have joined the battle. The dog is not surprised, but the monkey is so proactive. The most important thing is, how come he, Tai, doesn't know that he is dead? He looked at King Riku beside him with a puzzled look. Rikudord 3 nodded helplessly. I didn't inform the Navy of your news. My Dressrosa royal family has almost no relationship with the Navy, and your situation at the time made me wonder whether I should inform the Navy or not. Iron Hammer was completely speechless. Rikudord 3, an absolutely peaceful king, a king who governed the country with benevolent government. Such a person disdains to solve problems with force, and has always had a very bad relationship with the government's armed forces and navy. Especially after the launch of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, his relationship with the navy and the government has reached a freezing point. Forget it, I didn't say it, just give myself a holiday. Ha ha ha, but when I think of the fact that Whitebeard is having a hard time because of me, I am happy. The fact is just as Iron Hammer said. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Damn Sengoku, bastard Zephyr, I didn't expect that kid to sink into the sea like this. Besides, can't I kill a navy as a pirate, can't I? Whitebeard, with a bandage on his head, angrily gulped down a mouthful of wine. The sons beside him were also injured to some extent. Kojiki Odin turned into a mummy. Bai-chan, you are right, the navy is really powerful. That strong man with the armor is so powerful, I can't block his punch. Wow, it's terrible. I saw you being beaten by him, ha 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 ha. The funny Odin didn't feel embarrassed by the injury at all, but was very excited. Dad, why did you cause a tidal wave? You sank the rising star of the navy into the sea. How can Sengoku not cause trouble for us? And the former Admiral Zephyr is here. That armor, wow, it's so terrifying. If Sengoku hadn't received a phone call later, they would have retreated. We would have had a hard time. Wadey gave her father a blank look. She was knocked out by Zifa's punch. She couldn't block the punch with the mechanical armor. Later, she watched Zifa show his power on their ship, punching every kid, even the captains. Only Jaws could withstand it with his diamond ability, not Marco or Odin. The black armor has become a shadow in her heart. Her words made others laugh. Sister Wadey is right, Dad, you have to take the blame this time. Yes, Dad takes the blame. Whitebeard's beard was shaking with anger. Assholes, that's too much. Who knew that kid was so fragile? Zeph and Sengoku, 2 assholes, actually besieged me shamelessly, I'm so angry. The Whitebeard pirates are famous for their good atmosphere. They are a real big family. Even if they are frustrated, it will not affect the feelings of the family members. Suddenly, a cannonball flew over at a terrifying speed. Whitebeard was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and punched the air. Boom! Who dares to attack me? Whitebeard was angry. Whitebeard, I'm here to avenge the hammer. Bogart Kuzan, let's go. A warship with a patched dog head was seen rushing towards the Moby Dick at a very fast speed. The bow was the naval hero Garp. Bogart and Kuzan stood behind him. Both of them had cold looks on their faces, and Kuzan was furious. The next second, Kuzan jumped up and launched the first attack. You made me lose my comrades, my best friends, and my chance to get my exclusive weapon. Whitebeard, welcome my anger. Ice Age. The terrifying freezing air poured down from the sky, trying to freeze the Moby Dick completely. Hey kid, who do you think I am? I'm Whitebeard. Air shock. Whitebeard looked at the sky full of ice and snow, furious. The full-strength air shock blasted into the air. The shock force instantly shattered all the frost. Ha ha ha, frozen kid, you're still far away. Whitebeard, your opponent is me. Fistbone charge. Garp rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard was not afraid at all, and slashed out with his large sword Kusukshokiri covered with the domineering aura. The collision between the two instantly changed the color of the sky and the earth, and the waves rolled. Attack, annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, revenge for the exclusive for Iron Hammer. Bogart drew out the Tang horizontal sword from his waist and issued an attack slogan. Counterattack, let them see how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are. As the eldest sister, Wadey took the initiative to issue the counterattack order. I beg you to give a thumbs up, write a paragraph review, and give a 5-star praise if possible. Chapter 150, A Master Craftsman Who is Devoted to Iron. Iron Hammer, can I call you that? Well, of course, after all, My name is Iron Hammer. After dinner, Iron Hammer slumped in the chair very casually, with a very free and easy posture. King Rico looked at him deeply. Why don't you go back to the Navy? You are a rising star in the Navy, and you have reached the rank of Vice Admiral at a young age. You are on the rise. This is also the question of Princess Rico and Scarlet. In their opinion, such a capable person should not be so casual. Why go back? I am so tired these years. If there is a chance, I will definitely take a break. Don't worry, old man Sengoku and his men will not stay in the New World for too long. The world government will not allow the only admiral of the Navy headquarters to stay in the New World for a long time. After all, there are celestial dragons. Iron Hammer can be said to have seen through the world government and the Navy. Earlier, Sengoku and Zephyr started a war against the Whitebeard pirates, and in the end, the 5 elders called to stop it. Sengoku was so angry that he wanted to curse, and Zephyr wanted to eat people. However, due to the face of the 5 elders and Old Man Kong, the two had no choice but to give up the revenge against Whitebeard and turned back to Marinford. After returning, Zhangguo smashed dozens of tables. Zifa even locked himself in the training camp office and didn't allow anyone to disturb him. Aren't you afraid that your colleagues will worry? Iron Hammer was silent. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried. But he really wanted to rest for a while. If it didn't work, he would call Lance and Zifa in a few days to let them feel at ease. As for old man Zhangguo and the others, haha, they should still feel guilty. They asked them to send Tai to the sea, and something happened. It's their fault. Let's see if they will let Tai go to the sea next time. Well, let's do it. It's okay, I'll call my subordinates in a few days. I may have to nag King Rico these days. I have to experience the scenery of Dressrosa. Seeing that Iron Hammer was very relaxed, King Rico didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he began to introduce the famous attractions of Dressrosa to Iron Hammer. On the second day, King Rico brought Iron Hammer to the arena. Looking at this magnificent building, Iron Hammer couldn't help but think of a certain yellow-haired man in a pink cloak. What a good country, but he destroyed it. Humph, what a pity, this time Iron Hammer came first. This is the country of his savior. Want to move? Try. The arena is a feature of Dressrosa, and the gladiators are all very tough characters. Every one of them who advocates fighting is a rare warrior. Iron Hammer looked at several warriors with bare upper bodies and nodded. This kind of medieval gladiator is indeed extraordinary. Soon, under the guidance of King Rico, they came to the stands. At this time, a fight was being held in the center of the battlefield. Iron Hammer looked closely. Wow, isn't this the future lame man? Yes, it was Cyrus in the arena. He was very majestic with a sword in both hands, and his opponent could hardly resist under the fierce attack. Double-edged sword, good craftsmanship. Iron Hammer looked at Cyrus's weapon and felt his hands itchy, wanting to hammer something. Ha 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 ha, does Iron Hammer want to go on stage? No, you're still a patient. But the man on the field is really strong, his name is Cyrus. Fight, stop it, does Iron Hammer want to fight? Haha, I'm wrong, I don't want to fight, I want to forge iron. I don't know where the forging room in the arena is, can you take me there? King Rico was dumbfounded. You look so excited, do you want to iron making? Fuck, I forgot this guy is a famous craftsman. Finally, at the request of Iron Hammer, King Rico brought Iron Hammer to the forging room behind the arena. Countless strong men were forging iron, and the momentum made Iron Hammer feel excited. Iron Hammer, here. Before King Rico finished speaking, Iron Hammer went straight to the forging room and came to a blacksmith. Brother, let me hammer twice. The brother who was forging iron was burly, more than 2 meters tall. He turned his head and was startled when he heard the voice. I saw a 3-meter tall strong man looking at him with shining eyes. Oh, okay. He quickly gave up his forging room. Iron Hammer stepped forward and prepared to take over the forging. Oh, is this a forged one-handed sword? This length thickness is lacking. What is this material? Wrought iron. It's much harder than ordinary wrought iron. Hey, watch me. Under the gaze of King Riku and his blacksmith buddy, the iron hammer directly pressed the sword blank with one hand, and clenched the other hand into a fist. In the shocked eyes of the two, he hammered heavily on the sword blank. Dun! The huge hammering sound instantly resounded throughout the forging room. Dun! Dun! Then a series of hammering sounds began to sound very rhythmically. Soon, the movement of the iron hammer attracted many blacksmiths to watch. My God, doesn't he use a hammer to forge iron? Forging iron with hands, this is the first time I've seen it. Don't talk about you, I've never seen iron forging like this in my life. The operation of the iron hammer completely shattered the three views of these blacksmiths. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. What is even more terrifying is that the forging speed of the iron hammer is very fast, and the sword blank is formed very quickly. It is also a one-handed sword, but the one-handed sword made by the iron hammer has a smoother blade and a very delicate overall shape. After the plasticity is completed, the iron hammer is directly quenched and the sword is inserted into the oil barrel beside it. After quenching, the hardness of the sword body is tested. After there is no problem, start grinding and making accessories. The one-handed sword made by the iron hammer has a cross with the blade and the handle. For better control, the weight at the end of the handle is increased and the center of gravity is backward. In order to increase the lethality, the tip of the sword is sharper and the blade is relatively longer. Ding! Forging weapons with all your heart and soul triggers special endowments. The hardness of the one-handed sword increases by 50 and the sharpness increases by 50. Ding! This effect will be triggered when forging a one-handed sword in the future. Note, the material is high purity. The long-lost system prompts sound, the pure iron forged one-handed sword has triggered the effect. Hardness and sharpness not bad. Iron hammer raised the hammered one-handed sword with great satisfaction, and after looking at it repeatedly, he handed it to King Riku. King Riku, take a look at the one-handed sword made by the world's #1 craftsman, how about it? Everyone was shocked, this man had such an arrogant tone. The world's #1 craftsman, who do you think you are, Master Orn or Lieutenant General Iron Hammer? Oh, one-handed sword, let me see. Although King Riku advocates peace, he is also a warrior. Took the one-handed sword and casually made a sword flower. He found that the balance bar of this sword is very good, and if he is not mistaken. Then he found a wooden shield. This is a shield commonly used by gladiators. Hey! With the sword slash, the wooden shield instantly split into two. The sword is so sharp and terrifying.